The knight descended with precision, his blade aligned for a perfect strike. Incrid saw it clearly, as he had many times before. The angle, the speed, the intent, nothing changed. The blade reached him again, just as it had 16 times already. His body failed to react in time, and the strike ended his life once more. As his strength faded, regret filled his thoughts. He measured his flaws with clarity. His grip had been weaker than it should have been. His movements lacked sharpness. If he had pushed further, trained harder, the outcome might have changed. Instead, his 17th death arrived no differently than the last. Darkness swallowed him, yet awareness remained. Suspended in an endless void, he drifted without control. A distant presence observed him, offering no comfort, only a quiet pressure that forced reflection. The weight of repeated failure settled deeper into him. Then the fall stopped. Incrid opened his eyes to familiar light. The training yard returned, unchanged. The same sounds, the same people, the same beginning. His body felt intact, but his memory remained. Nearby, a small, insignificant detail caught his attention again. This time, he did not ignore it. A crushed insect lay on the ground, a small detail most would ignore. Incrid stared at it, realizing he had seen this moment many times before. Each repetition sharpened his awareness. As he stepped outside, the familiar day unfolded again, unchanged. Memories surfaced from before the loop. He had always trained with a sword, leaving his village to join a mercenary group. His talent had never stood out. Others improved quickly, while he struggled to keep pace. Even so, he refused to stop. The goal of becoming a knight stayed firm despite constant failure. The world around him had never been kind. Laughter followed his mistakes, and his efforts were dismissed. Still, he continued forward, choosing persistence over retreat. Each setback only added to his determination. Now, with every reset, his actions began to change. Movements grew sharper, timing improved. Small victories started to appear where failure once repeated endlessly. Experience accumulated through repetition, shaping him little by little. Standing once more with a sword in hand, Incrid focused on the path ahead. The weight of countless attempts remained, but so did his resolve to surpass them. Incrid's blade moved faster than before, yet cracks still formed in his technique. His strikes lacked stability, and each clash exposed another weakness. Across from him, his opponent remained composed, reading every movement with ease. He dropped to his knees, exhaustion and frustration weighing heavily on him. Doubt crept in, questioning whether effort alone could truly close the distance. The path ahead felt uncertain, as if no amount of repetition would be enough. Still, the desire that had driven him this far refused to disappear. He forced himself to stand again, holding on to a single goal. Becoming a knight was no longer a distant dream, but a necessity he could not abandon. Even if others dismissed him, even if the outcome never changed, he chose to continue. Days passed in repetition, he reduced rest, training longer than before. His sword cut through the air again and again, each swing guided by memory. The motion became sharper, more controlled, more deliberate. Sweat and fatigue built with every strike, yet he did not stop. The blade continued to rise and fall, carving effort into his body. Incrid's training grew harsher as his frustration turned into resolve. His swings became faster, yet each failure revealed limits he could not ignore. He continued anyway, pushing his body past exhaustion, carving discipline into every motion. The tree before him bore the marks of countless strikes, each one a record of effort rather than success. He had already lived through this path many times. Joining the mercenary corps had not changed his standing. He remained average, surrounded by those who adapted faster and fought better. Even so, he endured, repeating the same routine with slight adjustments each time. Within the camp, his presence drew little attention. Tasks were assigned without importance, and expectations for him remained low. Still, he accepted them without resistance, focusing only on what he could control. A familiar figure approached, someone he had seen in previous loops. Their encounter followed the same pattern. Yet this time Incrid's intent differed. He sought a technique he had failed to grasp before. Each return had given him fragments of understanding, but never enough to succeed. As the day progressed toward the same battlefield, Incrid prepared himself once more. The battlefield roared as soldiers charged, their weapons raised without hesitation. Incrid moved among them, his expression steady despite the chaos. This was not new to him. He had stood on this same ground many times before, repeating the same sequence of events. He adjusted his movements with precision. A spear from behind was avoided before it could reach him. Another strike followed from the side, and he responded without delay. His body acted on accumulated experience, reducing wasted motion. Enemies who once overwhelmed him now fell more easily, their attacks no longer unpredictable. The flow of battle shifted around him. Small changes began to alter the outcome. Opponents who previously survived were now cut down earlier. The path ahead opened slightly, shaped by his decisions. Soon, a familiar presence appeared. The armored enemy stood ahead, unchanged from every previous encounter. This was the point where his progress had always ended. No matter how far he advanced, this opponent remained the final barrier. Encrid tightened his grip on his sword. His breathing steadied as he faced the same figure once again, determined to confront the moment that had ended him countless times. Encrid stepped forward without hesitation, his blade already aligned with intent. The moment he had repeated countless times unfolded again, yet his focus remained unshaken. Survival was no longer a distant hope, but a decision he carried into every movement. The enemy advanced with the same overwhelming force. Heavy strikes followed a pattern Encrid knew well. Instead of retreating, he held his ground and read each motion carefully. His body reacted with precision. He avoided the initial attack by a narrow margin, shifting just enough to remain within range. The technique he had failed to grasp before surfaced clearly in his mind. It was not a matter of strength, but control. Each movement needed to be direct and efficient without hesitation. The opponent pressed forward, expecting the same result. Encrid answered differently. His blade moved with purpose, guided by accumulated experience rather than instinct alone. The opening appeared for the first time. He stepped in and committed fully. The strike followed a path he had envisioned through countless attempts. As the clash reached its peak, his focus remained fixed, carrying everything he had learned into a single decisive moment. Encrid's blade struck first, cutting through the enemy with a precision he had never achieved before. The outcome finally changed, but the moment did not last. His body collapsed soon after, and the battlefield faded as death claimed him again. Darkness returned, pulling him into the same endless space. The unseen presence pressed against him, urging him to accept the repeated outcome. The cycle offered no escape, only the same conclusion waiting ahead. Yet his awareness had grown. He now understood the path he needed to follow, even if it remained incomplete. He rejected the pressure and returned once more. The camp reappeared, unchanged, but his resolve had deepened. Each loop carried him forward, step by step. As the next day began, Encrid moved with clear intent, prepared to challenge the same battle again. The battlefield was already drenched in blood when Encrid faced the armored knight for the 33rd time. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, and the clash of steel echoed in the fading light. This time, his vision felt sharper, his awareness clearer than before. He recognized the pattern of the knight's movements, the subtle shift before each strike. Encrid stepped forward, recalling every previous death. He moved before the attack fully formed, attempting to intercept the swing that had ended him countless times. His blade met the enemy's weapon, but the force behind it was overwhelming. The knight's speed surpassed his expectations, breaking through his defense and cutting him down once again. As his body collapsed, his thoughts drifted back to the beginning. He had once been a simple mercenary who wandered into a struggling village. Without hesitation, he chose to help, driven by a distant dream of becoming a knight. The charm he received had changed everything. It granted him another chance each time he died. Yet even with endless retries, the gap remained, and once more, his life faded on the same battlefield. The training ground echoed with the sharp clang of metal as Encrid struck the suspended target repeatedly. His movements were steady, controlled, as if guided by something beyond instinct. The others watched, confused by the sudden change in his precision. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and demanded instruction, his intent clear through action rather than words. The veteran before him accepted, testing him immediately. The strike came fast and heavy, yet Encrid reacted without panic. The attack landed, driving into his torso. But his focus did not waver. Instead of retreating, he observed, enduring the impact as part of the process. The veteran paused, noticing something unusual. Encrid's body felt different, as though it had been tempered repeatedly under extreme conditions. When questioned, Encrid offered little explanation. What he carried was not simple training, but the accumulation of countless unseen battles. Each failure had shaped his instincts, leaving behind a faint but undeniable change. He lifted his weapon again, calm and determined. Sparring resumed under the open sky, his movements sharper with each exchange. Even without landing a decisive strike, he continued forward, refining himself through relentless repetition. Encrid moved as the veteran's blade cut through the air, tracing a precise and unfamiliar path. He recognized it immediately, the same technique used by the knight who had killed him again and again. The motion was sharp, efficient, and carried a weight beyond simple strength. He stepped forward and mirrored it. His body followed the memory before his mind could fully process it. The strike lacked power, yet the structure was correct. The veteran reacted with surprise, deflecting the attack as their blades collided mid-motion. Momentum carried them past each other, feet digging into the ground as dust scattered beneath them. For a brief moment, Crid felt the alignment was right. The angle, timing, and intent matched what he had seen before, but something was missing. The veteran halted, observing him closely. There was no impact behind the strike, no weight that could break through a real opponent, and Crid understood the flaw immediately. His body remembered the motion, but not the force that gave it meaning. He steadied his grip and prepared again. The difference was clear now, and closing that gap became his next step forward. Blood spilled across Crid's chest as another strike pierced through him. His grip faltered, his body collapsing under the weight of failure. The same outcome repeated, again and again, each death carving the same realization deeper into him. His blade lacked certainty. Without conviction, every movement remained incomplete. The knight's attack was never hesitant. Each thrust carried a clear purpose to kill. That difference defined the gap between them. Crid began to change. He no longer swung his sword to defend or survive. He drove it forward with intent, forcing his body to follow through without doubt. The battlefield repeated itself across countless days. The same voice, the same motion, the same fatal wound. On the 100th attempt, he still fell. On the 120th, his strike came closer. Each repetition sharpened the alignment between thought and action. Finally, after enduring more deaths than he could count, something shifted. His body no longer resisted the motion. The blade moved cleanly, without hesitation. When the moment came again, he stepped in and thrust forward. This time, his sword carried the same certainty. The young knight drives himself forward, forcing his body to move faster, despite the chaos of battle. His blade rises with clear intent, aimed not at survival but at killing. He closes the distance and strikes, yet the attempt fails. Steel meets resistance, and pain follows immediately. Blood spills as his body is cut, but his focus does not waver. He refuses to blink, refuses to loosen his grip, holding onto his sword as if it is the only thing anchoring him to purpose. Every movement around him feels familiar, the timing, the angle, the outcome. He has lived this moment before. He pushes through the sequence again, trying to force a different result, but the enemy remains ahead. The opposing knight stands firm, barely strained. Observing him with cold judgment, the young knight's body weakens, yet his mind insists on continuing. The blade falls. His vision fades as the strike lands decisively. Soon after, awareness returns. His body is whole again, standing far from the battlefield. The world has reset, unchanged. He moves without hesitation, already preparing. This repetition is no accident. It marks another day, another chance to approach the same end. The camp moves as usual, filled with noise and idle complaints. Yet his presence feels different. The others notice it in passing, sensing something off in the way he watches and acts. He accepts tasks without hesitation, taking on responsibilities others avoid. To them, it seems unusual. When training begins, his body reacts with urgency. Every strike carries weight beyond the moment, as if failure means more than pain. His movements sharpen under pressure, though his body strains to keep up. Even knowing the outcome, he cannot escape it. The same limit stands before him each time, an invisible barrier he has yet to overcome. He considers stopping, letting the cycle continue as it always has. The thought lingers, but he rejects it. Repetition alone will not change anything. He must grow beyond what he was before. In a space shaped by memory and will, he forces himself to improve. His stance adjusts, his blade finds a more precise path, and his resolve hardens. He pushes forward, refusing to abandon what has been given to him. Returning to the battlefield, he is no longer moving blindly. The battlefield fills with movement as soldiers collide in a dense formation. Blades rise and fall in every direction, leaving little room to think. Yet he forces himself to stay aware. He understands that survival here depends on more than strength. Preparation, timing, and control guide each step he takes. He recalls the failures from previous attempts. On one day, his shoulder was shattered by a heavy strike. On another, his footing betrayed him, leaving him exposed. Each mistake remains clear in his mind, forming a path he must correct. This time, his movements shift slightly, his positioning more careful. He adjusts his approach, adding a faster strike before the enemy can react. The sequence changes, but the danger remains constant. Weapons pass close to his body, and the battlefield refuses to slow. A single missed step still leads to collapse. He presses forward, pushing through the confusion. The moment he hesitated before, he now advances. His awareness sharpens as he moves deeper into the fight. At last, he reaches the point he once failed to overcome. The presence ahead stands unchanged. He steadies himself, knowing this is where everything must be different. He finally confronts the opponent who had ended him countless times. The soldier appears ordinary, yet his strength is overwhelming. Each clash confirms it. The man's movements are refined, his control steady, but there is a flaw. His reactions falter when faced with unfamiliar patterns. The knight presses forward, testing that weakness. He abandons predictable strikes and shifts into techniques he has learned through repeated deaths. Variations in timing and angle begin to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. The opponent resists, countering with force, driving him back and nearly breaking his guard. Pain spreads through his body, but his focus remains fixed. He has seen every outcome that leads to failure. This time, he refuses to follow them. His movements grow sharper, guided by memory rather than instinct alone. As the exchange intensifies, the enemy begins to hesitate. That single moment becomes enough. The knight steps in, aligning his strike with precision he never had before. Steel cuts cleanly through the opening he created. The opponent falls. The battlefield quiets around him as he stands over. The result he chased through countless repetitions. This time, the ending changes. The moment his blade pierces through, the fight does not end as expected. Another presence closes in immediately, faster and more aggressive. A heavy strike follows, tearing into him before he can fully recover. A brutal clash unfolded across the devastated battlefield. Incrid lay injured beneath the looming presence of a formidable opposing warrior. The assailant, amused yet contemptuous, ridiculed Incrid's struggle. In spite of the agony, Incrid refused to surrender, his breathing uneven, and his body shaking from fatigue. Above him, the axe came down with deadly force, revealing the executioner's intent. The blade struck the earth, narrowly missing its target. Another fighter, RM, surged into the conflict, deflecting the attack and protecting Incrid. Without hesitation, Rem countered, forcing the enemy backward with crushing blows. Sparks and steel collided midair as Rem's anger erupted through a barrage of fierce strikes. Within the turmoil, Rem advanced relentlessly, driving the attacker into retreat. The battlefield became a blur of motion as weapons and bodies collided. The tide shifted, and Rem took control, shattering the enemy's stance and pressing forward with unstoppable force. Despite the foe's arrogance, Rem's confidence never wavered. He declared his intent to protect Incrid, compelling the enemy to rethink his tactics. Confidence faded from the enemy's eyes, replaced by calculation. Facing someone like Rem demanded far more effort than expected. Recognizing the danger, the enemy withdrew. Rem, glaring, branded him a coward as quiet briefly settled over the battlefield. Rem surged forward again, his axe cutting through enemy ranks with savage precision. His momentum never slowed, as bodies fell before him, blood scattering across the ground. With each strike, he crushed resistance, his presence inspiring allied soldiers around him. Chaos consumed everything, yet Rem moved ahead without hesitation. The opposing line faltered. Watching their elite fall, morale collapsed. Incrid, still wounded, noticed the shift. Raising his voice, he ordered a complete retreat. His command echoed across the field, reaching both friend and foe. Crimson banners waved overhead, signaling withdrawal beneath the red-tinged sky. Abruptly, time and space warped. Darkness consumed Incrid's senses, pulling him into a strange dimension. A voice murmured harsh truths. He had survived a day, yet walls would keep rising. Fate, it claimed, would one day shatter him. Still, instead of despair, defiance rose within him. He stood firm within the void, gaze unwavering. Walls were not meant to confine him, they existed to be broken. Strength returned as he rejected the warning. The entity vowed to wait for his downfall, eager to witness his spirit collapse. Moments later, Incrid awakened in the infirmary tent, wrapped in bandages. Awareness returned gradually. For now, he had survived. 2 days after the clash, Incrid finally regained full consciousness. Injured and sore, he slowly sat upright, noticing Rem nearby. The seasoned warrior casually reminded him of the intense fight against the frog, like enemy. Incrid struggled to remember the final moments but accepted that survival itself was remarkable. His body endured the ordeal, though his mind remained foggy from the encounter. As Rem joked about their connection, Incrid rejected any idea of friendship. Their exchange revealed a past filled with shared battles and unresolved tension. Despite their remarks, both remained grounded in the harsh truth of war. The infirmary around them contrasted quietly with the battlefield's violence. Outside, the camp returned to routine beneath a clear sky. Crace arrived next, loud and demanding compensation for ensuring Incrid's survival. His usual sarcasm masked genuine concern. The red-haired squad member pushed for acknowledgement, while Incrid noticed how skillfully Kratos avoided direct combat. Later that night, Jackson entered the tent, delivering a special ointment with few words. He offered care without explanation before leaving. The gesture surprised Incrid. Before sleep took over again, Auden approached silently. He handed Incrid a familiar balm once given by Jackson, though known for lacking sentiment. Auden's trembling hands spoke more than words ever could. Auden quietly exited the tent, his hands still shaking after leaving the ointment. Incrid, now fully awake, brushed off the concern with a few dry remarks. He lay back, staring at the ceiling, as night covered the camp outside. Silence lingered, broken only by faint footsteps beyond the tent. Alone, Incrid began noticing a pattern. His squad mates had been visiting him one by one in turns. They were always busy, free to come and go. Yet now they stayed close. For the first time he wondered if they truly cared. The thought unsettled him. Ragna's sudden arrival shattered the quiet. With relaxed confidence and an orange in hand, he questioned why their commander was in the infirmary. Incrid watched him, uncertain how to respond. From his bed, he noticed two other patients nearby, one a former rival, the other an expressionless stranger. His thoughts drifted as Incrid considered how someone of his rank ended up there. He studied the unknown soldier, puzzled by the man's empty stare and silent behavior. Something about him felt unnatural. The following morning, a commanding elven woman burst into the tent. Her armor gleamed beneath her cloak. Without pause, she demanded the name of the 444th Squad's commander. Incrid stared back, caught completely off guard. In the infirmary tent, wounded soldiers rested while silence covered the space. Among them, Incrid observed quietly as a notable figure, entered a commanding woman with sharp eyes and elven traits. Her presence alone demanded attention. Without wasting words, she spoke to a soldier who awkwardly referred to her race. Her reply was brief, reminding him of protocol and the respect owed to a superior. She moved to the next bed, where Incrid was recovering. Upon learning his role as the commander of the 4th Squad, she gave short acknowledgement and a formal welcome. Her words suggested high expectations, not praise. Just as quickly as she appeared, she turned to leave. However, her focus shifted to another soldier, whom she suddenly stopped when asked his name. The man hesitated before blurting out Krang, clearly unsure. Incrid watched the uneasy exchange, doubting the man's credibility. Suspicion remained his confidence, and lack of respect seemed out of place. As the commander left the tent, her expression stayed unreadable. Later that night, under a calm sky, Incrid sat up. He clenched and relaxed his fist, testing his recovery. Most of the pain had faded. Determination rose within him. With strength returning to his limbs, he decided it was time to resume training. Incrid rose from his bed before dawn, resolved to continue training. Ignoring the mocking tone from others, he made his way to the training grounds alone. Though seen as the weakest soldier, he was unmoved by ridicule. His focus wasn't on their opinions but on improvement. Once outside, he began visualizing the previous battle in clear detail. Every movement and mistake replayed in his mind. He remembered the enemy's final strike, a moment that had nearly ended him. Rather than fear, he analyzed that memory to find the opening he missed. Krang appeared again, casually watching. Noticing Incrid's twitching hands, he questioned the purpose behind the strange action. Incrid replied with clarity: grip training, battle repetition, survival. His answer was met with doubt and a sharp question: what's the point of surviving if one achieves nothing? Though hesitant, Incrid admitted his goal. Not wealth, not fame, a dream others mocked, yet one he never abandoned. In a world that laughed at ambition, he stood firm. With the sun rising behind him, Incrid declared his aim to become a knight. The sword in his hand reflected his resolve. For the first time, someone didn't laugh. Krang simply listened. Krang suddenly stood, recalling something as he watched Incrid train. Without explaining, he said. Incrid's actions reminded him of what he needed to do. Before leaving, he asked to be remembered not as a rival, but as a friend. The gesture left Incrid silent, experiencing support for the first time from someone who didn't mock his dream. By morning, the camp was alive with chatter. Soldiers joked about breakfast delays, their voices echoing through the tents. Incrid moved among them without engaging, calmly observing the morning chaos. Familiar complaints filled the air, but his thoughts were elsewhere. A squad member greeted him and asked about his condition. He replied simply the medicine had worked. The man's words that followed weren't sentimental, only a reminder to recover quickly and return. Later that night, the barracks returned to silence. A soft candle flame lit the room as Incrid settled into bed. Another soldier wished him good night. He answered without hesitation, yet as he lay staring at the ceiling, the monotony of the day weighed on him. When morning came again, the same complaints echoed. Encrid sat up suddenly, heart racing. The conversations hadn't changed. A realization emerged: time had looped once more. Encrid's suspicions solidified as he listened to the familiar words echoing around camp. Everything was repeating the same greetings, the same conversations, even the same gestures. His heartbeat quickened. This wasn't just defei fei vu, it was confirmation. The same day had started again. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind, warning of another wall ahead, and urging him to survive. Before he could act, Encrid found himself transported into a strange dreamscape. Darkness surrounded him, the sensation eerily familiar. He questioned whether he had died again without realizing it. That possibility disturbed him more than the dream itself. If death had come unnoticed, it meant the enemy was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Returning to his bed, he began analyzing everything logically. The only plausible explanation pointed toward an assassin, someone skilled enough to evade detection, target the medical barracks precisely, and strike lethally. His thoughts turned toward the commander who had visited earlier. Her light footsteps and strange timing made her a potential suspect. With limited options, he devised a trap. He would lie in wait, eyes open for any sign of intrusion. But before he could move, pain shot through him. A needle had struck. He'd failed again, paralyzed and unable to speak. Encrid lay helpless in his bed, the effects of the numbing poison spreading quickly. His eyes darted across the room, recognizing familiar faces. The realization struck: the poison wasn't random. One of the attackers had to be inside the barracks. His suspicion narrowed toward Krang, but before he could act, a cloaked figure appeared. Without hesitation, the assassin drove a blade into Krang's chest. Shock overtook Encrid as he witnessed the swift and silent kill. The enemy wasn't just precise, they were coordinated. A second figure emerged. Encrid's breath caught. It was the company commander, dressed in an assassin's cloak, everything connected. The friendly visit had merely been reconnaissance for this lethal mission. A resounding cheer rang out over the battleground, honoring Cyprus as the champion yet again. Still, within the quiet of his tent, Encrid remained still, troubled by that identical morning replaying itself for 3 consecutive days. However vigilant he stayed, the adversary's trail stayed hidden. He failed to follow the opponent. Success seemed far away, his mind fixated on the enigmatic leader whose actions evaded all notice. Even though he had been pressured and nearly defeated, Encrid had secured victory in their previous clash. Yet that win offered no relief. Anxiety and irritation overwhelmed him. Even while drained, he would not give up. If determination meant anything, then he would discover a path forward as long as he refused to yield. Rising from his cot, Encrid chose to speak with others. Light conversation with fellow troops soon shifted into teasing and arguments. Underneath the jokes, though, Encrid stayed attentive. While his companions joked, he silently assessed the circumstances. The entrance of a lively, fair-haired man altered the atmosphere inside the tent. Though seemingly kind, something about him felt unusual. Encrid watched his arrival closely. Given the attention surrounding this figure, an idea began to take shape in his thoughts. This individual wasn't merely a visitor, he could be the enemy's actual target. Encrid had no desire to force answers the opponent wouldn't share freely. Careless moves often ended badly, and he had witnessed enough reckless men fall that way. Still, recent incidents, especially the assassination attempt he barely escaped, gave him sufficient cause to proceed. With a clear mind, he finally voiced the question lingering within him: who exactly was this individual? Taken by surprise, the blonde stranger paused. The burden of the inquiry lingered between them in silence. Encrid's bluntness had unintentionally unsettled the mood, and he recognized that subtlety was not his strength. Nevertheless, the question remained. The man's unclear reply provided nothing. He acknowledged that the truth was not something he could reveal. Refusing to accept that, another soldier burst out angrily. Mockery turned into offense as suspicion grew. Claims of spying filled the tent. The tension escalated quickly, and the atmosphere shifted from cautious interest to outright hostility. Before matters worsened, the mysterious figure rose and calmly rejected every accusation. From the other side of the tent, Encrid examined his every movement. He noticed the sharp intensity in the man's gaze, and the exactness in his posture. That kind of presence couldn't be imitated. There was no question this individual carried the bearing of a genuine knight. Despite the relaxed humor of the others, Encrid stayed attentive. He understood Krang wasn't simply a knight. The man had displayed no real strength when killers attacked, yet his composure stayed too steady. Something deeper was concealed beneath the surface. As darkness arrived, farewells were spoken, and the tent settled into uneasy quiet. Encrid, however, stayed watchful. His eyes followed movements, especially Krang's. Something about his composure unsettled him. The thought remained, if intruders entered the tent tonight, survival would be impossible. Soon after, a faint sound broke the silence, and Crid stirred. Noticing one of the soldiers preparing to depart, asked about his strange conduct. The man hesitated, but warned them of a coming threat. His statement of an approaching assassination seemed ridiculous until Crid saw the seriousness in his gaze. Even so, the others dismissed it, treating it as nonsense. Then everything shifted. A sudden gleam of metal tore through the tent wall. Assassins attacked with ruthless speed, blood splattered, fear spread. The warning had been true. Crid leapt into motion, his weapon clashing against the enemy. Cries echoed as allies struggled to defend themselves. Amid the disorder, Crid's instincts took over. There was no time for thought, only to strike, to endure, and to shield those nearby. The assault came fast and merciless. One soldier collapsed before he could respond, and chaos overwhelmed the tent again. Crid's instincts activated, yet his reaction came slightly too late. Blood scattered, and the attacker disappeared into darkness. Powerlessness gripped him. Dropping to his knees in frustration, he recognized how lacking his current ability was. Without improvement, he would never protect anyone. Determined, he planned to analyze the patterns, to predict the precise instant the assassins would strike again. If timing could be controlled, perhaps he could shout before the ambush occurred. He tested the idea, listening, observing, predicting. A blade struck again too quickly, he yelled, but the warning came moments after blood had already been shed. The attackers moved like shadows, faster than his sight could track. Outside, he tried to chase them. No allies would reach him in time. He needed to stop them alone. The truth became clear: battling foes he couldn't see, who could detect him easily, was suicide. His sword cut through empty space while they attacked from darkness. Poisoned darts narrowly missed him. He grasped the reality now. Unless he discovered a method to counter their visual advantage, he would die without landing a single strike. Crid accepted his circumstances: 20 failed trials, 20 straight deaths. Every failure revealed another clue, guiding him toward an answer. This time, he decided to concentrate on the assassin's poisoned darts. Deflecting them had to come first. He couldn't fight what he couldn't perceive, unless he could evade what killed him. While walking across the camp, his attention landed on Jackson, a soldier recognized for his unusual techniques. Jackson fought in an unconventional way, relying on speed, deception, and surprise attacks. Though rough, his combat instincts were exceptional. Crid began to wonder whether that unpredictable approach held the solution to surviving an unseen threat. Jackson's previous encounters replayed in his thoughts, never facing opponents directly, striking from behind, then disappearing. The methods were crude, yet effective. As Crid continued observing him, a fresh concept started to develop: to oppose invisible enemies, he would need to become something they couldn't anticipate. Not a noble knight in shining armor, but a wild, elusive hunter, shaped to survive within shadows. Crid stood before the squad leader, who had just failed a sudden assault. The leader, irritated, demanded to know how to overcome this impossible pattern. No ambush had ever been thwarted until now. Unshaken, Crid quietly observed him. He hadn't depended on luck. Every motion, every breath, had an origin. The squad leader cautioned that instincts alone wouldn't be enough. One required awareness in every direction. Confused, Crid listened as the man pointed toward a wagon concealed behind tents. Its placement seemed random, yet something about it caught the man's attention. Intrigued, Crid followed the direction silently. From afar, faint creaking sounds echoed. The squad leader explained the noise came from the axle, which indicated it was close to breaking. Recognizing danger not through sight but through sound, he demonstrated how predictions could be formed with heightened sensory awareness. Crid was impressed. He hadn't even noticed the wagon nearing. The idea fascinated him. Sight wasn't required, sound alone could direct responses. By refining hearing and isolating distinct noises, one could foresee events. Crid listened closely as the squad leader explained, admitting that idleness had kept him quiet before. Now, however, Crid's persistence had drawn out his mentor's effort. The squad leader, recognizing his determination, praised his refusal to quit. Night descended over the camp, but Crid remained uneasy. As he gazed into the sky, a realization struck: he had encountered his second major barrier. This time, it wasn't a test of skill, but survival against an unseen threat. Shrouded in darkness, an assassin crept forward, blade in hand, embodying death without shape or identity. Relying on his instincts, Crid focused on his surroundings. If he could detect his enemy's presence, he had a chance to survive. Quiet footsteps approached, nearly hidden by the crackling fire and wind brushing the tents. His breathing slowed, mind sharpening. Suddenly, he sensed the subtle shift in air as the attacker leapt. Turning instinctively, he attempted to respond. However, his reaction came too slow. The blade struck. Pain surged through his chest. Failure was immediate and harsh. Still, the experience etched itself into memory, every motion, every sound, every mistake. Later, with the squad leader, Incrid reviewed what occurred. Though his body remained unharmed now, it remembered that fatal moment. His mentor explained how intent, direction, and slight vibrations in sound could reveal danger, before sight ever could. Through discipline, hearing could become another set of eyes. To survive, Incrid had to isolate the single sound that truly mattered. A sudden burst of noise drew Incrid's attention. The trainees chattered excitedly about someone's feet, an impossible dodge that avoided a strike aimed at the back of the neck. Watching calmly, Incrid stayed silent. Unlike the others, he didn't depend on spectacle. His training demanded something deeper. With eyes shut, he focused on the wind's flow, the flutter of distant flags, and the vibration of footsteps across the grass. His senses scanned the area like a grid. The wind shifted. 70 tents rustled. 3 pairs of feet moved unnaturally, one far away, 2 nearer. Instead of watching, he listened. The pulse of the ground, the beat of wings overhead, and the familiar rustling leaves formed an image of his surroundings. His mind separated known sounds from unfamiliar ones. A voice interrupted his focus. A blonde trainee, smiling, spoke to him casually. Incrid barely acknowledged the nickname. The newcomer asked about the strange training, but Incrid dismissed it. Sitting still didn't seem impressive. Moments later, instinct flared. A projectile dropped from above. Incrid turned sharply, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike. The attempt failed. Again, another faceless enemy vanished into the darkness. He marked the encounter failure. Number 34. But each failure left behind memory, sharpening instinct and determination. Despite repeated attempts, Incrid still failed to detect the assassin's presence in time. Another silent strike cut through the air, and once again, he was too late to respond. Countless failures stacked behind him, each one revealing the same weakness. Sitting calmly beneath the fluttering flags, he acknowledged the truth. Experience alone wouldn't help him overcome this barrier. Not instincts, nor divine talent would grant the breakthrough he needed. No sudden awakening would carry him forward. What remained was repetition, relentless. Structured practice. He had to persist until the unknown became recognizable, until the once invisible danger became familiar. Time passed, and the cloaked enemy moved again. Yet this time, something changed. A slight shift in the wind, a faint disturbance drew his attention. The moment of silence was broken. His mind registered it not consciously, but through trained perception. Nearby, the blonde trainee approached. He had tried to sneak up again, only to be caught off guard himself. Incrid hadn't opened his eyes. Still, he knew. The patterns once buried in noise began to clarify. When night fell again, the assassin attacked. But Incrid no longer hesitated. His blade moved first, not in panic, but with intent. For the first time, death no longer approached faceless. The killer burst from the darkness, his weapon directed precisely toward Incrid. Instead of recoiling, Incrid pivoted smoothly, anticipating the opponent's motion. Even with the abrupt strike, he stayed composed, gaze fixed on the attacker's purpose. Relying on his instincts, he gestured for his companions to remain behind. This confrontation belonged to him alone. At the same time, across the chamber, others started to respond. Figures shifted, jolted awake from their rest. The golden-haired woman tightened her hold on her staff, ready to step in. Incrid, however, was already in action, moving quicker than doubt could reach him. The opponent's assault was reckless, yet carried clear expertise. Years of battle had refined his attacks. Metal collided in a flash. Incrid's defense wasn't perfect. He suffered a light wound. Clenching his jaw, he planned his next step. He couldn't allow any lapse in focus. The true danger, he understood, wasn't only the figure before him. The one pulling the strings had yet to appear. From above, another silhouette dropped with fierce speed. Reinforcements for the enemy had arrived. Incrid didn't fall back. He surged ahead, evading blades descending like rain. Both forces met in midair, neither showing restraint. The tide shifted rapidly. Triumph would rely not only on power, but on who could adjust more swiftly under strain. Recognizing the hooded woman wasn't aligned with the attackers, Incrid adjusted his approach. Her sudden assistance altered the battlefield instantly. He had mistaken her as a threat, but now she opposed the enemy, protecting their flank. This was the opening he required. Without delay, Incrid advanced. The assassin barely had time to respond before Incrid closed in, delivering a precise strike. Though it didn't finish the fight, it forced the opponent into defense. Sparks burst as steel met steel, and irritation warped the assassin's expression. He withdrew quickly, disappearing into the hallway's darkness. The remaining fighters regrouped, observing the aftermath. One individual pointed out the attacker's likely target had been him. Incrid agreed, already piecing together the reason. This wasn't random revenge played a role. Meanwhile, the elf woman's behavior became questionable. Though she had assisted earlier, her next action suggested betrayal. Her silence and readiness hinted at concealment. Incrid sensed her intention to remove witnesses. Before conflict erupted again, the man with long blonde hair spoke up. He wished to avoid more bloodshed. Incrid hesitated. After a deep breath, the cloaked woman gave a restrained nod. For the moment, weapons were lowered, though unease remained. Uneasiness persisted as the group evaluated the wounded. The blonde man declared that no one, including the unconscious leader, would die under his watch. His statement offered brief comfort. The cloaked woman confirmed possession of the antidote, implying her skills went beyond fighting. Incrid took note her medical ability could become important later. Containment became the next priority. The leader suggested removing all evidence of the assassination attempt. Incrid questioned whether eliminating traces would be enough. The elf proposed a direct answer: burn everything. Flames quickly consumed the tent, spreading chaos throughout the camp. Cries echoed as soldiers rushed toward the fire. Amid the disorder, 2 survivors were dragged from the debris. From afar, Incrid watched, thoughts racing. The cover-up would grant time, but suspicion would inevitably arise. As darkness filled the sky, he realized how near they had come to catastrophe. The group quietly retreated into the forest. Along the path, the elf reflected on Incrid's influence. His involvement had altered her outlook, though unspoken. Something had shifted. As morning neared, Incrid walked ahead alone, deep in thought. Behind him, the others followed. The fire had hidden the truth for now, yet consequences would not stay buried forever. An unfamiliar voice echoed through the dark, telling Incrid he would meet his enemy again. As the sound faded, his sight dissolved into brightness. A new day had begun. The world reset once more, and he opened his eyes beneath the known sky of the military camp. This wasn't the first time Incrid had escaped death only to awaken in the same place. While others moved through the camp unaware, he carried memories from timelines no one else retained. Observing his surroundings, he searched for any trace of the ferry, but found none. There was much to prepare his next move needed to be exact. Nearby, another soldier approached, confused yet thankful. Incrid had rescued him, though the man questioned his intent. Misunderstanding lingered between them. But Incrid gave no explanation, only a simple answer: comradeship. The response surprised him. Returning to his squad, Incrid encountered tension. Whispers spread about curses and bad luck haunting the camp. Another soldier threw insults, attempting to provoke him. The situation escalated quickly, drawing attention from the entire unit. Disorder erupted as punches were thrown. Incrid stood steady, already predicting the result. In this new cycle, the conflict wasn't merely physical. It marked the opening step in shaping what would follow. Furious soldiers wielding axes rushed forward, intensifying the clash. Their cries attracted attention, yet Incrid stayed calm. While turmoil unfolded around him, he studied their actions. Though uninterested in trivial disputes, he knew controlling this encounter would determine future stability. 4 days had gone by since Incrid reclaimed command of his body. Early morning spread a faint glow across the mountains as he woke slowly. The quiet dawn interrupted by the groan of a door. A companion, intending to depart silently, halted upon noticing Incrid was already awake. Without strain, they shared a few words before separating, their connection shaped through mutual hardship. Incrid stood from his bed with intent. Instead of relaxing, he chose to practice. Motivated by his companion's encouragement and reminded to keep advancing, he recognized the value of readiness even during calm periods. With winter limiting enemy movement, the stillness created an uncommon chance. Outside, he drove his body past its boundaries. Each movement beneath the sunlight was purposeful. Muscles tightened, sweat streamed, and concentration stayed firm. Every available moment was spent refining his power. Beneath a tree, Incrid greeted another warrior, Auden, already occupied with his own exercises. Auden remarked on Incrid's increasing stamina, acknowledging his discipline. Though the seasoned soldier possessed great size and strength, he gave a casual critique. Despite their difference in ability, Incrid paid attention, accepting the guidance. Incrid embraced the test. He had not reached his goal yet, but training remained his way ahead. Within the barracks, a harsh crash broke the silence as a massive man burst inside. Without hesitation, he kicked a resting soldier off the bed, enraged over neglected tasks. Yelling followed, and the room filled with strain as the awakened man seized his weapon, sprang up, and attacked with raw fury. Their fight erupted suddenly and wildly, metal striking wood in a frantic clash. Others nearby showed little reaction, accustomed to the disturbance. Incrid, observing quietly, intervened with steady words. He reminded them that pointless fighting served no reason. His calm demeanor eased the tension, guiding them back to routine. Shortly after, squad responsibilities were redistributed. Ragna, with long golden hair, was ordered to cook. Though he agreed, he responded with sarcasm before leaving, inviting further teasing from his companion. Despite the tension, they continued. Camp life remained uneasy even in peace. Later, Incrid approached the same hostile man, who admitted he was merely restless from the absence of combat. Instead of reprimanding him, Incrid directly provoked him. A duel began beneath the moonlight. Their weapons collided fiercely. Sparks flew, strikes traded with force and accuracy. Amid the chaos, Incrid reminded himself he needed to remain composed, even when facing a beast's rage. Their battle intensified under the moonlight, every swing carrying meaning and strength. Incrid moved with precision, blocking incoming attacks using not only sight but sharpened hearing. Every noise directed his reactions. Every tremor acted as warning. He started applying methods practiced endlessly, embedded into muscle memory through countless repetitions. Even with heightened instincts, his opponent's power stayed dominant. Incrid attempted a precise thrust, but it was swiftly deflected. He stumbled under the following strike, barely avoiding harm. The veteran fighter pressed further, challenging Incrid's resolve. Taunts followed, ridiculing the predictability of his techniques. Though he wavered, realization came. He was no longer the same person. The cycle no longer restrained him. For the first time, he could move beyond repetition toward genuine improvement. With determination, he stood steady, weapon ready. Declaring his resolve to grow, he challenged the man to face him again. The opponent recognized Incrid's determination. Though his skill remained behind, the fire within his eyes still burned. That intensity inspired respect. Their clash continued, blades cutting through the air until sudden rain descended from above. As droplets struck metal and soaked the ground, the fight halted. Yet beneath the storm, both warriors understood. Progress had started not only in strength, but in spirit. Rain kept falling unpredictably, drenching the camp and irritating everyone outside. Incrid stood at the tent entrance, watching the rhythm of the rainfall. Others nearby complained about the weather, struggling to dry clothes or finish duties without delay. A red-haired comrade joked about a curse, suggesting the rain was deliberately targeting them. Uneasy, Incrid questioned the statement. The soldier replied more seriously, mentioning strange weather, rising injuries, and misfortune affecting their unit. Nearby, another confirmed hearing talk of a curse impacting their camp. The mention of fire, sickness, and wounded allies strengthened the growing belief. Though doubtful, Incrid admitted the unusual events were difficult to ignore. The erratic weather only intensified the concern. Even so, he stayed committed to training. Standing beneath the rain, he focused on sharpening his awareness. Inside the tent, his behavior drew mixed responses. Some ridiculed his effort while others quietly respected his determination. Even soldiers lying down shared ideas on continuing practice without standing. Gradually, more members of the squad began watching. Words were unnecessary, expressions alone showed recognition, from subtle looks to faint smiles. They noticed what Incrid had become. His progress could no longer be overlooked. Incrid quietly observed the rain-soaked camp, deep in thought, as voices from the command tent echoed nearby. Inside, leaders discussed the increasing disorder among the troops and the difficulties winter would bring. Proposals for a reconnaissance mission emerged to evaluate possible dangers and secure weak points in their defense. Among the gathered officers, a commanding woman turned attention toward the Athi squad. Despite skepticism from others, she suggested sending someone unconventional, someone underestimated. Her choice came not from logic, but from instinct. Later, Incrid stood speechless as the command reached him. He had been selected to scout. Uncertainty showed on his face. Across from him, the officer who chose him remained resolute. Her expression offered no reasoning, only expectation. Whispers rippled among the recruits as Incrid found himself selected for a duty by the cavalry commander. Doubt lingered, no one grasped why he had been picked, and even he wondered the cause. While others murmured, a composed yet strict elf reminded them of Kwang's leaving, signaling that shifts were near. Incrid, despite his concerns, prepared to depart. Inside the training hall, discussions shifted between offers of aid and mockery. One man claimed he could pull Incrid from the trouble, but Incrid rejected the idea, knowing he couldn't oppose a superior. A younger warrior jokingly cautioned his father not to exploit servants, revealing that internal ties were being tested. Strain intensified as uncertainty spread. Ragna, with a steady expression, offered to take Incrid's place. His proposal was met with doubt. Another advised care, teaching that listening to nature was the key to avoiding traps. Incrid stayed quiet, absorbing the teachings, questioning the task set before him. Despite their arguing, none would stop one another from fighting after his departure. Incrid struggled with guilt, but knew he was the most fit for this mission. Memories of being underestimated in the past reminded him how far he'd come. Now, with weapon in hand, Incrid moved without hesitation. This time, he wouldn't waver. Though Incrid had been named as leader, his squad was dismissed as nothing more than remnants. Despite Rem's teasing, he shut down the ridicule, showing a surprising level of calm. Rem questioned his bravery, but one of the men noted that Incrid's earlier action likely saved a life. Heated clashes between teammates highlighted their unstable bond, but Incrid's inner thoughts showed a growing respect for their skill, even if they lacked refinement. That night, beneath a clear double moon, Incrid reflected on his journey. Doubts appeared, but he quickly brushed them aside. He knew his limits. There was no need for overthinking. If he wanted to survive and lead well, he needed to improve. At dawn, they set out, horses racing across the land, with Incrid determined to sharpen his senses during the mission. At the forest's edge, a confrontation formed. Andrew, leader of the scout squad, challenged Incrid with mocking pride. Despite holding equal rank, Andrew displayed authority and questioned Incrid's ability. Tension rose as others mocked Incrid's past. Soon after, tracks were found. Andrew wrongly identified them as new tracks, stirring the group with plans for battle. Incrid, studying the signs, calmly realized they belonged to a gazelle. A single thought emerged: this mission might spiral into chaos. Henry, a former hunter from a mountain town, found Andrew's behavior irritating. Despite that, he quickly warmed up to Incrid, impressed by his calm attitude and seriousness in the field. While the others followed Andrew, Henri took a moment to give Incrid advice, sharing what he knew about scouting and reading terrain clues. That night, frustration increased. Hours had been wasted chasing false new tracks. No sign of enemies, no proof of danger, just exhaustion. Andrew refused to accept the mistake. Desperation replaced reason, as he insisted a new had passed through, demanding results to justify his leadership. The group rested in frustration, morale fading under the moonlight. At dawn, the squad moved toward the next scouting point, a place known for its tall, concealing grass. The terrain reduced visibility and muted sound, a dangerous mix for any scout team. Andrew, undeterred by the danger, ordered the group to move ahead. Despite doubts, the squad followed commands. Incrid remained quiet, observing how the others adjusted. Tall grass scraped at their gear and slowed their pace, but the group moved deeper. What surprised Incrid was Andrew's persistence. Contrary to expectations, he stayed focused and determined. Suspicion grew stronger when Henri noted the lack of animal droppings. Something was driving the wildlife away. Then, a shadow shifted. Incrid's eyes widened. A sudden blur in the grass signaled the ambush. Incrid reacted instantly, pulling Andrew to the ground as a beast lunged. Blood spilled as one soldier fell, caught unaware. From the shadows, masked enemies appeared, surrounding the squad. Panic spread as blades clashed and orders broke down. Most fled without formation. Incrid stayed still, analyzing the chaos from above. In the tall field, enemies moved with precision. What began as a scout mission had turned into a trap. Through the thick meadow, Incrid dashed rapidly, pressing the grass under every deliberate stride. Arrows tore across the air as he surged ahead, barely evading the sudden ambush. Depending on Zokran's lightning method, he sped up, yet something in the enemy's advance disturbed him. Steel rang out afar, pulling Incrid's focus toward the turmoil breaking out nearby. With instinct leading him, he avoided another barrage, blades of grass torn apart around him. Caught within a closing formation, he rapidly concluded that fleeing wouldn't keep him alive much longer. A yell verified the trap. They had expected opposition and prepared in advance. Steadily, Incrid observed their motions, spotting openings appearing as reinforcements flooded the field. Blocked from the north, he left that path as crossbowmen tightened their approach. Agony surged through him when bolts struck his shoulder during a sudden encounter. He swerved left but collided straight into trained spearmen, stopping his escape. Pulling himself low, he slipped under the brush's cover as voices tracked him. From darkness, a masked officer gave soft commands to encircle the area. Near him, a wounded ally clung to life, slowing their movement. The enemy's flags waved above the grass, yet Incrid's determination stayed firm. Steel hit with fatal accuracy as a masked foe eliminated one of Incrid's allies. Blood gathered under a lifeless hand, marking another grim death in the chaos. Nearby troops talked about hauling captives back alive to secure their rewards. Incrid became wary something about the enemy's conduct didn't match a normal ambush. Retreat crossed his thoughts, yet he remained, unwilling to overlook the strange clues. Rejecting withdrawal, he announced his resolve to uncover the truth behind the conflict. Pressure rose as teammates whispered frustrations about Incrid's defiance. Unmoved, he challenged them, pointing out their blind loyalty and the captain's incompetence. Done with the act, he cut off every illusion of obedience. Declaring change, Incrid seized command to avoid further casualties. He understood survival demanded teamwork, not silence or rigid hierarchy. His claim sparked clear anger in the squad leader's gaze. The leader sneered, ridiculing Incrid's authority and demanding proof through combat. With blade ready, he called out a challenge for leadership. Incrid agreed, fully aware of the man's brutal reputation and past mistakes. Andrew doubted Incrid's background, believing he wasn't an ordinary soldier. His motions, smooth and polished, suggested noble training and elite experience. While Andrew rambled about duty, Incrid rejected needing a weapon to face him. Rushing recklessly, Andrew tried to overwhelm through sheer force. That aggression exposed him, leaving his defense completely open mid-strike. A single sidestep was enough for Incrid to shift the momentum. Spinning through the air, Andrew lost balance as the throw finished. He hit the ground hard, face down, defeated before he could recover. Overpowering the fight effortlessly, Incrid stood firm as the undeniable victor. Soldiers traded stunned looks, whispering disbelief at how fast it ended. None had expected Andrew to lose so easily to someone from the lowest ranks. Taking charge, Incrid claimed leadership. None dared oppose him, defeated. Andrew stayed silent, swallowing his pride. Incrid viewed this moment as merely the start. With calm confidence, he guided the squad onward. The first step had begun. As night fell, several troops murmured doubts about Incrid's plan, uncertain of his goals. Interested, he turned to Henry and asked about his ambition. Surprised, Henri revealed a simple dream to marry a florist and live quietly. Another soldier confessed he had just become a father and needed to survive for his child. Others followed. One wishing for a shop, another yearning for home. Andrew finally admitted his aim to restore the honor of House Gardner. Incrid listened, then explained they all desired the same thing: life beyond war. He reminded them those hopes meant nothing if they didn't make it out alive. Resolute, he declared they would survive together. He understood that to lead, he needed their full loyalty. Trust wouldn't come from commands, it had to come from survival. Noticing danger signs, Incrid ordered Henri to shoot at a hidden target. An arrow cut through the grass, striking accurately. Concealed enemies rushed out, confirming Incrid's suspicion. As blades collided, he yelled for Andrew to follow and led the assault. To gain advantage, Incrid intended to strike before the enemy could regroup within the tall grass. He advanced quickly through cover, catching one rival off guard with a precise, fatal blow. A fallen foe's blade shimmered under the dim light. Incrid knew more would arrive soon. Across the shifting grass, Incrid noticed abrupt motion as turmoil erupted across the field. Cries echoed loudly, marking the start of a vicious ambush. Opponents surged ahead without pause. Metal struck flesh. One warrior collapsed immediately, while the assailants pressed on with lethal purpose. A flawless blow claimed yet another life. Incrid intended to seize Andrew, aware it would draw the guard. Expecting retaliation, he acted swiftly. The strategy depended on rapid action and measured danger. Panicked voices resounded: ambush. Discovered far too late, their scattered reaction cost them heavily. From concealment, Incrid's companions appeared with weapons raised. Not a moment was lost. Weapons gleamed, lives fell. The ambush progressed precisely as he had planned. One remaining fighter tried to flee, staggering in fear, desperate to escape the same end. Without warning, a creature leapt into the fray, unsettling both factions equally. A foe attempted to cut it down, yet the beast struck back with brutal strength. Recognition sparked in Incrid's gaze. It was the same creature as before. He remembered how its presence had guided him toward the enemy earlier. Applying that insight, he shifted position quietly, ready for the result to shift. With victory secured, he commanded an immediate withdrawal. No time remained to delay. Piercing eyes from the creature marked the beginning of another loop, one with altered results. Even with repeated attempts, some losses proved unavoidable. though now, more allies endured the clash. Moving without stopping, Encrid drove the group onward, unwilling to squander their fragile edge. Rushing forward recklessly would guarantee death by enemy fire. A misstep Encrid refused to repeat. Altering direction, he led them along a safer route he had memorized from earlier tries. Careful maneuvering enabled him to eliminate separated enemies before they could regroup or retaliate. Tension filled the air as some attempted to escape before darkness concealed their route. Against the plan, Andrew advanced deeper within, insisting it was the sole path. No reasoning followed, only a firm order that silenced protest and stirred discomfort. Intercepting Andrew's movement, Encrid stood resolute, refusing to obey blindly into peril. He argued that retreating was useless, their trail likely overwhelmed by now. Blades drawn, both commanders confronted each other, each holding on to survival differently. Encrid, steady yet wounded, explained that his aim was survival, not defiance. Shock flickered across Andrew's expression, compelled to recognize the strength in Encrid's determination. Burdened by family shame, Andrew glimpsed hope in his companion's resistance. Andrew's thoughts wandered as he recognized something familiar in Encrid's firm expression. Long-forgotten echoes of his father's words returned, "Lead others, even if the family collapses." That instant reminded him of his purpose, to rebuild, inspire, and regain trust. Observing Encrid's determination, Andrew saw the leader he once aspired to become. No longer doubtful, he openly declared his trust and urged the others to follow. Assurance spread among the ranks as Encrid was accepted without question. Rather than argue, the group quietly embraced the change in leadership. Encrid directed them to remain low and advance only on his signal. Their initial objective, shatter the surrounding trap with a sudden assault. Thick fields served as cover as the second phase of escape unfolded. Measured steps guided them through openings, revealed after numerous failed cycles. Light ahead signaled their opportunity. The moment had arrived. Only at this exact stage could they move unseen. Through darkness and quiet, the group advanced without alerting nearby watchers. With Encrid's guidance, they reached the blind zone that allowed escape. Encrid studied the clearing ahead, confirming their formation remained unnoticed so far. Calm and focused, he moved onward, leading his squad across the last stretch of tall grass. Finally, he observed with satisfaction that every action had followed his design flawlessly. Dusk approached, forcing the group into the final phase under rising danger. An unexpected turn awaited. They had unknowingly reached the enemy camp's outer boundary. Understanding the error, the soldiers grew uneasy, yet Encrid's face stayed calm and unwavering. Sudden movement broke out as the enemy prepared for an unseen clash beneath the night sky. Seeing the chance, Encrid prepared his team to strike with speed and accuracy. Without delay, he advanced, certain this ambush would become their path to freedom. At dusk, Encrid unveils his scheme to set the hostile camp ablaze, leaving his allies uneasy. Worry builds within the team, cautioning they've gone too far to attempt such a reckless move. Without pause, he demands the man's name. "Mac," comes the answer. Encrid cautions him sternly. Mac lashes out in irritation, but Encrid silences him, reinforcing authority within their ranks. They rush forward, weaving between tents. Each stride honed by the dim, veiled moonlight, Encrid presses onward. Even lacking orders, he knows their sole choice is to pursue him. A blade rips through cloth as Encrid cuts open the tent without breaking pace. Inside, the area is empty. Unease spreads. How did he anticipate this outcome? They follow behind him, wondering how he's mapping the camp with such precision. Despite crossing tents and guard routes, no foe confronts them. Mac's suspicion deepens. They're within enemy grounds, yet remain unharmed. Scanning their surroundings, they're clearly at the center of the camp, yet isolated. Encrid stops, telling them to hold position as he proceeds alone. He remembers the earlier instant when all eyes in the camp turned toward the flag. It becomes evident. The flag isn't mere symbol. It's the tactical heart the enemy guards above all. As Mac studies the flag, a disturbing idea forms: what happens if it burns? His stare sharpens. The placement feels too exact, too intentional. Thoughts spiral. Did the leader brief Encrid, or is this something beyond that? While the enemy secures the flag, Encrid plans to move unseen. He outlines the distraction, proposing they exploit the chaos to escape. Without delay, Mac steps into the decoy group, surprising everyone present. Though once resistant, Mac now obeys without hesitation. Encrid notices the change but accepts the unexpected support. Unlike prior operations, this one feels altered. There's cohesion now. Flames ignite from Mac's torch as he dashes forward. The enemy notices them, yelling while scrambling to chase. Behind the distraction, Encrid advances, the strategy unfolding as planned. Light from the fire slices through darkness, attracting attention. Each movement brings Incrid nearer to his goal. He doesn't seek belief, only outcomes. This night cannot be wasted. Mac surges ahead, trailing fire and disorder behind him within enemy lines. Cloaked in shadows, a mysterious foe calmly observes, gaze fixed on the clash. Incrid detects danger. This opponent exudes mastery, unlike any he's met before. Holding position, Incrid grows uneasy as the others lag behind. Timing. Puzzlement grips the cloaked figure until flames surge across tents in roaring waves. Enemy troops shout in alarm, scrambling to douse flames and pursue hidden intruders. Commands echo to extinguish the fire before chasing anyone further. Meanwhile, Mac diverts most forces while Incrid slips further into the base. With steady breath, Incrid recalls his training. Every action starts with the foot. One deliberate step forward allows Incrid to enter a smooth, precise combat stance. He spots the flaw in his opponent's guard, a slim yet crucial opening. Without pause, Incrid strikes through with perfect timing and deadly precision. As the foe collapses, blood spreads across the ground beneath the dim night. A sharp exhale leaves Incrid. This was no simple soldier. The blow had to be exact. Even now, he doesn't rejoice. Accuracy is all that counts in this endless war. Incrid confronts a towering enemy who calls him frail, radiating immense power. Understanding dawns at his current state. Incrid knows he has no chance. He remembers the grueling path just to reach here. Already at his limits, each memory flashes battling ambushes in plains and surviving impossible odds. Even with hard-earned wins, Incrid never expected an adversary like this. The figure before him is Todamp's true wall, far beyond any foe encountered. Though wounded, Incrid clings to awareness and steadies his hold. He acknowledges the gap in strength but refuses to yield. Driven by determination, he sharpens his focus, resolved to push through. The opponent strikes first, aiming to finish the fight swiftly. Incrid steadies himself, declaring his resolve to overcome this trial. With weapon lifted high, he prepares to attack with everything remaining. Incrid rushes ahead, weapon raised, targeting straight at the foe's unguarded gap. Their blades meet in midair, sending sparks flying as metal scrapes against metal, pushed away by the recoil. Incrid slams onto the earth, briefly dazed and shaken. Before he regains balance, the armored rival delivers a swift rising slash. Eyes widened. Incrid tries to grasp how that strike emerged from such direction. Accuracy and velocity crush him, leaving almost no chance to form a defense. Whatever he attempts, his actions trail behind by a deadly distance. Avoiding blows turns desperate as their difference in ability becomes clearly visible. Another sharp impact comes, forcing Incrid into a further defensive stance. With a taunt, the opponent parries using the back of his hand, fully composed. Ash and smoke spiral upward as flames consume the border of the battlefield. Seeing the growing fire, Incrid looks toward the camp with rising concern. Fire surges higher, lighting oil, covered terrain and nearby buildings ablaze. Troops yell frantically. The flames surge toward the command banner. A hooded subordinate approaches the leader, warning him about the severe situation unfolding. Incrid meets the enemy's gaze, realizing this foe will not fall quickly. Clenching his jaw, he steadies himself. Knowing the battle is not yet finished, the opponent steps away, leaving a cold vow he will return to face Incrid again. As the foe withdraws toward the flames, Incrid watches with tightened focus. Puzzlement arises: why retreat so suddenly, if he possessed overwhelming strength earlier? Uncertainty grows. Maybe this wasn't the true challenge he needed to overcome today. Holding his weapon tighter, Incrid accepts his current limits with firm determination. Even in defeat, his eyes blaze with resolve. There remains much room to improve. At that moment, a teammate shouts, pulling him from thought and calling for retreat. Encircled by blazing fire, Incrid turns from the battlefield, gaze following the enemy's trail. Surprised, he hears another soldier confirm the order to withdraw immediately. With urgency, he yells the command retreat. The remaining soldiers begin escaping. Sirens echo while the surviving unit runs into darkness, escaping the raging blaze. Among them, Incrid moves quietly, counting losses. Only a handful survive. One soldier wonders about pursuit, yet Incrid believes they won't follow a shattered group. Gasping for air, one man stumbles, while others continue pushing forward in desperation. A commanding shout echoes behind, "Seize them all," before they manage escape. Opponents rush together, weapons drawn, rapidly closing the gap between them. Within the chaos, a soldier falls, struck down without hesitation or mercy. Incrid keeps his eyes forward, urging the others onward without turning back. A companion suggests a concealed path through harsh terrain, narrow, yet hopeful. Without hesitation, Incrid accepts. Trusting their survival to that knowledge, they slip into thick vegetation, concealed beneath leaves and shadows. Soon, the lack of footsteps confirms they have shaken their pursuers. At a secure range, the group slows down to regain breath. Incrid quietly acknowledges each member, especially Andrew, Mac, and Henri, for swift choices. Survival was not chance, it was achieved through unity and determination. Daylight spreads across the skyline as morning finally breaks. The squad returns to camp, catching the attention of worried companions. Incrid breathes out slowly, another exhausting 2-day has passed behind him. Morning comes with clear skies as troops begin recovering from the earlier battle. Charred banners and shattered poles show the aftermath, where the enemy fire spread. A new individual surveys the ruins, commenting on the Grey Dog's failure to halt retreat. Confusion rises among soldiers as they wonder how elite units allowed escape. The Grey Dog group is known as independent, operating with deadly autonomy in missions. Driven to hunt and conquer, they fixate on selected targets with obsession called persistent lovers. The unit carries a reputation for relentless chasing. Mitch Hurrier, the platoon leader, reflects on his lost opportunity to kill the target. He faults the flames for failure and swears it will not repeat. Elsewhere, Incrid sharpens his weapon, thinking about how near death approached. He recognizes the enemy's power but quietly vows to surpass him someday. On both sides, the next chase begins, neither willing to accept defeat again. Reclining upon a bench, Rem twirls his axe above, uneasy from the dull day. He briefly considers whether Incrid lived, admitting the kid had improved lately. Still, Rem suspects that rookies like him rarely survive on actual missions. Close by, Ragna shows indifference, saying nothing thrilling ever occurs here. He stretches idly, barely responding, while the quiet lingers between them. When Rem keeps watching, Ragna eventually looks over and asks what's interesting. Without hesitation, Rem lifts a middle finger, his expression unreadable. Smirking darkly, he murmurs his sudden desire to kill Ragna. Unbothered, Ragna grips his sword, calling him insane as tension rises. Across the chamber, an officer questions Incrid's report, doubtful of his unlikely victory. Calmly, he explains every move was a planned choice that turned fortunate. The officer accepts and sends him away to rest and recover. From a distance, a noblewoman reflects she never expected results this significant. Others silently wonder who this newcomer really is. Grateful soldiers come forward thanking Incrid for saving their lives. One soldier nervously asks if they'll ever meet again, his voice filled with doubt. Incrid answers plainly, leaving it to fate if their paths cross. Without looking back, he walks away as the others stand still, watching him leave. Marching with the unit, Incrid replays the mission's result in his thoughts. Though lives were saved, lingering doubts arise about whether it was enough. 2 of his squad never returned losses he cannot ignore. He takes the blame, believing greater strength might have changed their fate. Thanks to dying and repeating time, he's learned to push far beyond limits. This cycle drives his ambition not just to survive, but to earn knighthood. Sudden shouting erupts. Rem and Ragna clash again, wild and relentless. Onlookers flinch as their strikes shake the ground, echoing raw intensity. Watching closely, Incrid realizes they'd never fought him with such force. Their brutal power stuns him. This is their true strength. Only now does he realize they held back during earlier encounters. He vows to grow stronger, strong enough to make them fight fully against him. Ragna notices Incrid's return and calls out, his tone casual yet direct. Surrounding him quickly, the squad demands an explanation for his silent arrival. One notices an injury, but Incrid dismisses it, saying it's just a scratch. Rem mentions Incrid's earlier defense during Ragna's attack, drawing attention. Brushing off concern, Rem waves it aside and continues unbothered. Turning to Ragna, Incrid asks about his intent behind that strike. Ragna gives a vague reply, unwilling to explain further. Incrid senses more but chooses not to push further. As dusk settles, orders move the battalion closer to the front lines. Ignoring advice to rest, Incrid resumes his personal training. He insists it's short, though his wounds remain fresh. Watching from afar, Rem mutters that overtraining could get him killed. Back in the barracks, Ragna realizes Incrid is gone again. With a shout, he throws aside his blanket and stands. Sword in hand, he declares his skill he won't be left behind. Ragna rushes from the tent, his energy wild despite the early hour. Training and the chance to become a knight came naturally to him. Yet, it all felt hollow. He found no joy or meaning in it anymore. Boredom replaced ambition, and he stopped putting in real effort. With no goal to pursue, he wandered aimlessly through routine drills. Meanwhile, Incrid's relentless training draws Ragna's attention from afar. Each of Incrid's movements shows effort, but flaws in form are clear. Ragna watches quietly, thinking the basics were never properly taught to him. Despite obvious issues, Incrid keeps pushing himself without pause or complaint. Curiosity builds. Ragna can't understand why someone would try so hard with poor form. He finally approaches and asks why Incrid trains this way. Incrid replies simply, to grow stronger, then become a knight. But to him, a knight isn't just a warrior, it's someone who protects others. He dreams of strength used for honor, compassion, and those he loves. Hearing this, Ragna mutters softly, perhaps strength can mean more than a tool. Ragna questions the meaning of being a knight, unsure of his own desires or purpose. He chooses to find answers through action, not thought, walking the path himself. Approaching Incrid, he asks for guidance, ready to truly learn the sword's way.
With focused eyes, Incrid answers firmly, prepared to embrace the road ahead. A striking title appears, signaling the start of a fresh journey, Eternally Regressing Knight. Ragna observes silently, realizing too late that he's beginning to grow careless again. Leaning back, Ragna considers his earlier misunderstanding of Incrid's determination. The young man's piercing stare tells him this practice won't be typical. Ragna starts explaining only essential parts like the beast's heart and organs are worth saving. Bad habits, he cautions, must be removed, or they'll taint new techniques. Without adjustment, advancement halts, and decline inevitably follows. Incrid decides firmly he'll leave everything behind and begin anew. Amazed, Ragna notices uncommon determination in the boy's gaze. Incrid quietly asks which step comes first in this restart. Observing his physique, Ragna offers his longsword, suggesting a more suitable match. Holding the unfamiliar weapon, Incrid corrects his stance under guidance. His rigid grip leads to a correction he had previously learned incorrectly. With a breath, Ragna signals the beginning. Take your stance. A swift strike comes from Ragna, surprising Incrid off guard with immense speed. Incrid tries to defend, but his posture falters as Ragna's blade collides with his. Flinching from impact, Incrid barely regains balance before Ragna reprimands him mid-fight. Instead of approval, Ragna criticizes the stiffness in Incrid's hold, warning it risks injury. He likens Incrid's body to rigid wood, unable to flex under pressure. Perplexed, Incrid attempts to understand the strange comparison while reconsidering his posture. Sunlight glows above as steel clashes once more between mentor and pupil. Ragna highlights Incrid's imbalance, noting the awkward placement of his feet. A badly timed swing causes Ragna to shout another error, another rigid movement, teasing his clumsiness. Ragna asks if Incrid was trying to perform a dance. Incrid stumbles, stepping back after the mistake with visible frustration. Ragna studies him silently, realizing Incrid hasn't grasped the fundamentals at all. Breathing hard, Incrid reflects on the challenge of mastering proper technique. He tightens his grip, struggling to remember each lesson under stress. Ragna narrows his eyes, observing carefully as the real training starts. Incrid stands upright, asking for another round, determined to improve immediately. Ragna, suppressing a smile, advises moving slower and taking smaller steps. Their training session is disrupted as another fighter emerges from the forest. A booming voice mocks them, accusing both of wasting valuable time. He jokingly offers to handle Incrid, only to be warned by Ragna. Incrid, intrigued, asks what caused the sudden visit and shift in tone. The newcomer reveals the cause. A call for deployment has arrived. At a distant camp, leaders give commands as soldiers prepare for battle. Lines of armored troops assemble beneath banners, ready to advance into combat. Among them, Ragna wonders whether Incrid's training came too late. He considers that the young man may not endure without additional support. Despite uncertainty, Ragna intends to watch over him throughout the mission. Dark flags rise on the opposing side, indicating an unusual formation. A masked opponent surveys the battlefield with grim determination. Declaring the end, the enemy advances, driving both sides toward inevitable war. An elven commander senses unnatural magic as thick fog suddenly spreads across field. Forces grow disoriented, their formations collapsing as sight becomes entirely obscured. Incrid grips his blade tightly, unable to see even his nearest companions. Fear spreads as soldiers shout, confused by the overwhelming fog. Incrid narrows his gaze, striving to concentrate amid the turmoil. Distant noises spark alarm. Soldiers call out, unsure what nears from mist. A sudden scream cuts through. Incrid yells, a warning as arrows descend. The battlefield explodes as volleys tear through unprepared formations. A commanding shout orders troops to lift shields, realizing they entered a trap. The enemy mage laughs, pleased with the snare he spent days crafting. He explains the spell's power: constant enchantments infused into fog and rain. He calls it the fog of annihilation, certain it guarantees one-sided devastation. Two allied officers discuss the spell's effect, one noting the near failure from a burning banner. The tactician reflects with irritation it almost failed, yet still prevailed. Meanwhile, Incrid lies on the ground, trapped at the heart of the storm.
A volley of arrows tore across the sky, marking an ambush launched from the enemy line. Responding instantly, Incrid spun his frame to evade the lethal shafts rushing past him. The noise of voices behind confirmed Rem and Ragna were close, battling within distance, his eyes fixed on the far-off caster, out of reach yet clearly directing the assault. Dashing ahead, Incrid's blows hit nothing but air, revealing his weakness and poor control. Though recalling Ragna's lessons, he understood this was not the time to try incomplete skills. A recollection appeared Rem's warning about death if he failed to fight with determination. He tightened his jaw. Doubt meant only one result in war: death. With that harsh certainty, Incrid surged forward once more, refusing to waver. Ragna's signal reached him, sparking a daring plan that could shift the battle. Without delay, he jumped high, cutting through the chaos with fearless drive. Shocked reactions followed as his bold charge stunned both allies and foes alike. His sword landed true, piercing the enemy's neck in one clean final strike. Bloodied yet resolute, Incrid swore to return to Ragna's training stronger than ever. As another opponent neared, he steadied himself, prepared for the next encounter. Crashing down during training, Incrid considered how badly he performed the move. Accepting reality, he saw Ragna's talent made him a poor instructor. Instead of blame, Incrid noticed honest confusion on Ragna's face and questioned his stance. Ragna blinked, clearly uncertain how to answer such a simple inquiry. With reluctance, he adjusted into a posture that barely clarified Incrid's question, unable to depend on guidance. Incrid relied on his strength observation and repetition. As arrows came again, he acted swiftly, recalling Ragna's stance from memory. Strain filled his body, making each motion feel stiff and unnatural. Still, he accepted failure. Each death was a step toward improvement and growth. Leaping upward, Incrid performed a move guided only by instinct and memory. Ragna's surprise was obvious. This was not something he had taught outright. Rather than brag, Incrid credited quiet practice and repeated failure as his real teachers. Practice resumed, with Ragna now attempting to explain his instinctive actions. By correcting his grip and aligning blade with shoulder, he described balance in motion. Even during combat, Incrid felt progress, his stance firmer, his body finally adapting. Arrows cut across the air as Incrid moved with refined instinct and sharpened response. Despite the turmoil, he broke through the barrage, resolve guiding every movement. With each repetition, his present self began to change his Tude, slowly shifting direction. Errors still appeared, but only in pieces, diminishing with every attempt. Ragna observed, noting that while Incrid's angled strike lacked finesse, it had become sharper. What once seemed pointless repetition now built into visible progress, layer by layer. Accuracy improved with experience, as Incrid deflected attacks with better footwork and form. Advancement wasn't instant, but consistent effort forged a path toward mastery. From above, Ragna struck, testing Incrid's response and skill in motion. With flawless timing, Incrid parried the blow, leaving Ragna stunned midair. That instant marked the 100th cycle, his 100th Tude, within this endless loop. Ragna, eyes widened, silently questioned the change happening before him. Facing him head on, Incrid met the look with calm focus and clarity. No longer did Ragna see the same person he once trained without care. Even with limited ability, Incrid's relentless drive forced acknowledgement enough to shake Ragna's belief. Incrid rushed through the storm of blades, moving with speed he had never reached before. Each strike now held intent, surpassing everything he had done in earlier cycles. He fixed his eyes ahead, chasing a vision, one that defined the limit he sought to surpass. Breathing hard, he pushed onward, enduring the pain from every fierce clash. The dream of becoming a knight stayed strong, lying just beyond his reach. Despite wounds and setbacks, he found excitement in battle, a thrill that never faded. Ragna offered to train him seriously, recognizing Incrid's determination without hesitation. Incrid agreed, knowing strength required endless effort and sacrifice. If growth demanded dying again and again, he was ready without fear, without regret. Ragna watches Incrid warily, questioning how someone of his standing could wield such refined ability. Even with doubt, he concedes Incrid's basics are solid, only missing the refinement gained through real battle. All at once a barrage of arrows pours onto the battlefield, signaling the chaos about to unfold. Incrid thinks inwardly, recalling he has relived this very moment more than 200 times already. With steady steps, he slips through the storm of arrows like a dancer, avoiding certain death. Resolve sharpens his focus. He will push beyond limits, applying every skill forged through endless repetition. Rushing ahead through the haze, he delivers a calculated strike against an unaware opponent. A soldier reacts too late, shocked by the sudden appearance of a fleeting figure from the fog. He predicts enemy placements perfectly, refined through repeated loops and flawless recollection. Even with poor visibility, Incrid lands precise blows, guided by instinct and memorized sequences. Fear spreads as warriors collapse, struck by an invisible force moving beyond normal sight. A bewildered knight falters, searching for a foe that disappears in an instant. Weapons collide and fighters fall, spreading chaos across the entire front line. Ragna's teaching lingers: track motion, foresee with your gaze, respond with accuracy, completely focused. Incrid attacks again, his body moving on instinct rather than doubt. A decisive blow fells his opponent as he executes the final piece of Ragna's lesson: control. Laughter bursts from him, fueled by the exhilaration of fighting without restraint. Without pausing, he surges ahead, shouting for opponents with fearless enthusiasm. Mist curls around him as he advances with intent, blade ready for whatever comes next. From concealment, a soldier acknowledges his momentum, yet questions his survival. Instead of hesitating, Incrid calls for a direct confrontation, blade against blade. No deception, no withdrawal. He insists on a pure clash worthy of warriors. Driven forward, he keeps pushing his boundaries, eager to grow through battle. Steel clashes against steel as the duel erupts with fierce intensity. Abruptly, a divine voice ridicules him, labeling him reckless and foolish. Startled awake, Incrid sits upright, unsure whether it was real or imagined. Doubt clouds his mind. Was it a warning, a curse, or something far worse? Rem's voice pulls him back to reality, before memories rush in. Each cycle, Rem had consistently recognized the mysterious spell without error. Across the field, Incrid notices a careless enemy formation clustered tightly around their banner. Curiosity pushes him to ask Rem about spells, and how they truly function. Rem answers lightly, describing the difference between spells and magic. Mentioning magic is more widespread. Their discussion continues as Incrid inquires about the characteristics that define spellcasting. A spell, Rem explains, cannot form without a medium. Its existence depends on something to carry it. That insight hits Incrid. The fog must be produced by the enemy's spell, with the flag as its source. Destroying the banner, he reasons, should disrupt the spell and disperse the battlefield mist. Incrid asks about Rem's people, discovering that spells originated from the Western lands. According to Rem, genuine spell users are uncommon. Most who practice magic are merely hex practitioners. Without delay, Incrid exits the room, declaring his intention to train. Outside, Ragna meets him, noting their pasts appear strangely alike. He mentions the renowned one-sword technique and asks if Incrid knows it. Its beginnings trace to a prodigy born on a sword farm nearly 500 years ago. That child, Leonesis Oniak, drove off bandits using only a fire poker at age 5. Despite his genius, he was cursed, achieving peak mastery early but weakening by 17. Even so, his legacy endures. The Oniak sword technique, blending 5 unique styles into one. Ragna explains that each sword school, northern, western, southern, and eastern, follows its own philosophy. His method stems from the northern heavy sword, emphasizing strength through unwavering concentration. He tells Incrid to block out distractions, focus everything into a single strike, and watch carefully. The blade swings toward Incrid without warning, cutting the air with frightening speed. Shock fills his expression as the sword barely misses, faster than anything Rem demonstrated. Though unharmed, the near-fatal moment leaves him shaken and stunned. Rushing forward, Rem scolds Ragna for nearly killing Incrid during a simple lesson. Calmly, Ragna argues that true focus only arises when one's life is at risk. Half amused and irritated, Incrid mutters that both of them are terrible instructors. Harsh words follow as Rem and Ragna clash over barbarism and southern pride. Without pause, Ragna changes tone and urges Incrid to accept the clarity that comes before death. That inner calm, he says, allows the sword to move exactly as intended. Scanning the battlefield, Incrid observes the shifting fog and disordered formation. The spell feels unnatural, less intuitive than the heart of the beast. Fixating on the enemy banner, he intends to destroy it and break the fog's influence. Incrid pushes forward through the mist, determined to test his training under real danger. Each strike cuts through resistance, yet doubt lingers about whether the method will succeed. Even so, he advances smiling, fully aware that failure now guarantees death. Dying repeatedly countless times taught Incrid the importance of striking with perfect accuracy. He trained his senses through repetition, refining his reactions to endure lethal encounters. Instead of rushing blindly, he started targeting directly at an opponent's center for faster results. A sudden stop of Ragna's blade near Incrid's face reveals a crucial lapse in awareness. Rather than sensing the blade's movement, he stood still, unable to comprehend its motion. His thoughts spiral. Perhaps emotional interference clouds his instinct in high-pressure situations. Ragna tells him to feel the battlefield, not only the weapon threatening him. Though curious, Incrid gets no clear explanation. Ragna says it always came naturally. Realizing he's alone, Incrid shifts his focus toward the mission's main objective. Charging through enemy ranks, he concentrates on reducing harm to allies amid chaos. Blinding smoke and startled cries throw the formation into disorder. With swift thinking, Incrid orders the shield bearers to brace for impact. Metal shards and bodies scatter as his assault cuts through defenses. Mid-air, he defeats soldiers in quick succession before landing. Without pause, Incrid advances, cutting down obstacles on his way to the flag. Shouts burst as Incrid surges forward, alarming enemies who cannot believe his boldness. Rather than slowing, he slips through gaps, cutting down soldiers in rapid succession. With exact movement, he strikes again, leaving fallen enemies behind him. Another strike clears his path as panicked voices yell orders to stop him. Focused on his destination, he ignores the chaos erupting behind him. A leap carries him over another line of shields, blade still ready to kill. Reaching the base, he finally sees the flag he's fought to reach for days. His expression tightens, not with relief, but confusion, as the fog refuses to fade. Though the flag drops, the battle haze remains unnaturally dense. One soldier's words confirm the worst. Several flags are decoys meant to mislead. Scanning the field, Incrid realizes only one target carries real importance. Before deciding, enemy reinforcements close in from the mist. Teammates shout, questioning his reckless push into enemy lines. Without delay, he calculates the odds 1 chance in 5. A call for shields follows as another burst strikes from the fog. Enemies approach as Incrid's squad hesitates, their formation collapsing under pressure. He evades incoming blows, but his commands are ignored in the chaos. Frustration builds. This attempt failed because timing and teamwork didn't align as before. The second flag is reached after enduring 3 more resets, yet it too is false. With each failure, the toll increases. 5 days spent on the third, all for nothing. By the 7th attempt, he reaches a 4th, only to find another decoy. Only 2 targets remain among the sea of flags scattered across enemy lines. If patterns persist, the furthest one is likely the real objective. He charges again, determined to reach it before another false lead wastes time. Chaos erupts again as magical bombardment rains down, blinding the soldiers. Amid the confusion, one soldier calls for Rem to follow, hoping to break through. Reluctantly, Rem answers. Unsure if this gamble is genius or madness, visibility worsens, and the group risks being eliminated before reaching the flag. While enemies scatter, their focus shifts from defense to locating the spell's origin. With urgency rising, Rem demands answers, preparing to intercept the next ambush. Incrid cuts through enemy ranks, pushing forward with sharp focus through flying debris. After over a year of repeating the same day, his final charge begins. He believes the end of the fog is near, striking with determination. Confusion briefly appears as the reality of the moment feels too surreal. Despite chaos around him, he notices a man calmly standing in his path. The unknown figure claims divine fate has allowed this long-awaited encounter to occur. Incrid, confused, asks who the man is and why he targets him directly. The stranger shows deep resentment, implying a shared past Incrid cannot remember. While Incrid stays silent, his mind races to uncover the truth behind this meeting.
The moment remains strained as Incrid's rival interrogates him, failing to identify his quiet stare. Without warning, Incrid surges, halting the questioning and driving forward ahead with deadly accuracy. Steel collides fiercely as his opponent reacts, just in time to deflect the sudden strike. A swift step forward sends debris scattering beneath Incrid's feet as he narrows the gap. He leaps upward, blade positioned for a crushing overhead blow that demands instant defense. Shocked, the foe realizes this is no longer the same novice he once underestimated. Confusion flickers in the man's gaze. How did Incrid gain such speed in one step? Incrid drops mid-air, weapon aimed at a vital weakness with chilling precision. Sweat drips down the man's face as he senses the shift in Incrid's aura. Evading sharply, the seasoned fighter struggles to anticipate the boy's relentless, refined strikes. One wrong move now could break his guard and cost him the battle. He shuts everything else out, eyes fixed entirely on Incrid's motions. Focus tightens. No banner, no victory rules. Only survival and pure instinct remain. The clash peaks as blades meet, sparks bursting from their intersecting steel. Engaged in combat, both fighters fade from their surroundings, consumed by focus and steel. With every sense muted, Incrid concentrates solely on the colliding swords between them. The fight escalates, and sparks explode, as both weapons strike with full commitment. Incrid's rival pulls back, his eyes wide as the weight of the moment settles in. Blood flows from Incrid's lips as the blow connects, yet he stays standing. Despite the injury, he regains control, enduring pain with unyielding determination. Recognition flashes. He remembers the man who once blocked his path near the flagpole. Incrid states his name while kneeling, revealing himself as Nalia's squad leader. The nearby soldiers respond warily, uncertain whether Incrid stands as foe or ally, watching him carefully. Mitch remarks on Incrid's expression, confused by his faint grin. That grin comes from realization. Incrid now grasps what truly sharpened his awareness. Not fear, but competition drove him. A rival who pushed him beyond limits without restraint. For the first time, he sees worth in Ragna's madness, an ally who fought with passion. Time shifts to past memories, where Ragna trained with playful yet earnest remarks. Their interactions seem casual, yet Incrid absorbed every lesson, concealing his resolve. He turns with intent, smiling slightly. "Ragna, let's go." Ragna tilts his head in confusion, unsure what changed within Incrid so suddenly. Instead of exhaustion, he notices renewed strength radiating from his companion's stance. With a smirk, Ragna considers increasing the intensity of their warm-up session. A sudden flash and swirl of dust disrupt their focus, catching soldiers unprepared. Cries echo, arrows rain down from above, forcing shields upward in unified defense. Reacting swiftly, one fighter urges his ally forward to push directly through the chaos. Weapons ready, both warriors surge ahead as the battlefield erupts into full conflict. Incrid's sword moves rapidly, cutting through foes in a blur of motion. Spotting Mitch again, he greets him with calm eyes and firm determination. Mitch lifts an eyebrow and jokes, questioning Incrid's sudden return. Rather than argue, Incrid responds with dry wit, then charges straight into attack. Steel collides mid-air as both combatants engage again with sharpened purpose. Thoughts churn. Incrid realizes his earlier mindset had been too rigid, too restrained. Releasing the pressure, he attempts to return to his natural combat flow. Instinct takes control again, and the battle continues with pure, unfiltered focus.
Summoned into the chamber, Incrid confronted the authoritative elf, who demanded an immediate briefing. He remembered something vital from scouting an odd individual, noted among Aspen forces as the spellcaster. The commander narrowed his gaze and urged Incrid to clarify with complete detail, sensing its significance. Without restraint, Incrid recounted the battlefield turmoil that erupted under intense magical disruption. Thick mist had expanded swiftly, casting opposing soldiers into disorder and shattering their formation immediately. With the conflict turning unpredictably, all Incrid could do was trust his leader's commands. Within the haze, a solitary foe appeared, composed and steady with a weapon in hand. Incrid understood his objective. Clearly this fighter needed to fall to turn the tide. To his astonishment, the man already knew his name, presenting himself as Mitch Hurrier. Mitch confessed he had been anticipating this duel, eager for their destined confrontation. Incrid answered through action, blade unsheathed, resolved to claim victory that day. Their weapons clashed with power, igniting a fierce duel beneath snowfall and steel. Strikes came rapidly from both sides, each combatant equaling the other's power and speed. Mitch became increasingly irritated, unable to secure advantage against Encrid's relentless offense. Steel shimmered in arcs as the two warriors stayed locked in a fierce, decisive struggle. Blades shrieked as Encrid and Mitch collided once more, neither surrendering even an inch of strength. A sharp stare from Mitch showed suspicion had Encrid been hiding his real power all along. Calmly, Encrid admitted it, his confidence now fully displayed in both eyes and posture. Impressed, Mitch murmured Encrid's name quietly, etching it into memory with resolve. Without seeking praise, Encrid swore he'd ensure that name would never fade. Instead of attacking recklessly, he studied Mitch's movement, detecting a subtle shift in his posture. Accuracy was crucial. He fixed his focus onto the precise instant to strike. Mitch's right foot carried extra pressure, revealing the opening Encrid had awaited. In a single smooth motion, he delivered a decisive slash aimed to break through. The opponent staggered backward, shocked that triumph wasn't already his. Irritation turned into disbelief. Was this youth truly overpowering him? Shouting in denial, Mitch refused to accept defeat and drove himself with rage. He realized that blocking alone wouldn't succeed. Something more aggressive was required. To respond, he prepared his final strike, a method refined purely for killing. With deadly intent, he executed his signature move, the wheel cut, a wide circular slash. Realization struck. Encrid he had witnessed this lethal move countless times before. Its real threat had always been its concealed timing, a flaw he no longer feared. With complete awareness, he stepped forward into the attack and deflected it directly. Shock filled Mitch's eyes as his signature technique was stopped mid-motion. Unlike before, Encrid had grown through repetition, discipline, and raw experience across endless failures. Lessons from every fallen mentor and opponent had molded his battle instincts. He didn't just learn swordsmanship, he embodied it, forged by pain and endurance. While others refined their abilities gradually, Encrid had grasped them through necessity. To Mitch, that seemed absurd. Mastery wasn't meant to be achieved so fast. Pride clouded him. Faith in talent alone dulled Mitch's edge. Confidence shifted into regret as his momentum collapsed under pressure. Strikes came slower, more awkward. Mitch realized too late his rhythm was shattered. Stumbling backward, he struggled to maintain his stance steady. Everything he depended on had failed, despite greater strength and skill. Still standing, Encrid met his eyes and declared quiet, undeniable victory. Encrid stood before the weakened Mitch, both drained from battle, yet still aware. A silent moment lingered as Mitch reflected. This duel had been authentic, unlike any before. Before more words emerged, allies rushed in, yelling to shield Mitch from further harm. A blonde commander sprang into motion, instructing others to evacuate their injured leader. Soldiers confirmed Mitch's state and swiftly carried him to safety without delay. While watching the disorder, the commander admitted surprise that one man had caused such havoc, swearing revenge. The commander advanced, warning Encrid he wouldn't fall easily. Recognizing the threat, Encrid remained composed, aware he was now surrounded by enemy troops. Victory meant breaking their ranks and seizing the flag to escape alive. The enemy's defense tightened. Encrid understood today's trial was overcoming that last fortress. Soldiers shouted to attack, lifting their weapons in unified formation. Without hesitation, Encrid dashed ahead, blades ready, prepared to carve his escape path. Encircled by foes, Encrid dashes ahead, blade ready and gaze fixed upon the battlefield. Evading becomes challenging. Strikes arrive from every angle, pushing the limits of his reactions. As he blocks a strike, he finds an opening and quickly strikes down a yelling adversary. One more enemy drops, yet triumph stays far. His advance is merely a drop within chaos. Aiming for the banner becomes vital. It's the sole way to finish this crushing battle. The spell focus, fragile and unstable, will collapse even from the slightest harm inflicted. Encrid repositions, barely escaping a strike directed toward his side. His spear launches with lethal accuracy, cutting the air toward the shining banner. That relic connects directly to the mist covering the battlefield and must be shattered. Enemy formations falter as the haze abruptly clears, exposing a chaotic scene. Despite earlier alerts, leadership failed to answer or send reinforcements. Corruption runs deep. Leaders dispatched, unfit men to manage a crucial front. Fear spreads. Warriors halt at the fading mist. Questions arise over the lost banner as magical defense fades away. With protection gone, one fighter is killed instantly, causing collapse. With the haze gone, a commander notices the enemy exposed and orders an immediate counterattack. Forces react at once. regrouping with renewed vigor as they rush the battlefield. Although momentum changes, the commander wonders who ended the spell so effectively. From afar he notices Incrid and suspects the lone leader could be responsible. Incrid, crouched and injured, faults himself for miscalculating the result of the banner's destruction. While searching for allies, he notices the area deserted and enemy troops closing in. A massive man orders the spellcaster captured, threatening all if he remains missing. Nearby fighters hesitate, shaken by the threat yet unsure how to respond. Silence spreads among them as they absorb the demand and prepare for conflict. A blonde warrior confronts Incrid. Stunned he's not the enemy, and questions his intent. Ignoring the reprimand, Incrid lifts his sword, dismissing calls to yield. He rushes forward, cutting down an enemy before they can react. Abruptly, Incrid notices a shadowed figure and remembers spotting it earlier in the tall grass. A huge black beast with glowing eyes charges in, alarming nearby fighters. Without delay, the creature rips through enemy ranks, scattering them in fear. Disorder erupts as the Black Panther strikes, snapping bowstrings and disabling ranged threats instantly. Incrid stands firm beside the creature, issuing a calm warning for enemies to withdraw. A nearby fighter watches carefully, sensing something unnatural about the predator, protecting its master. A sharp glare defines the face of a new foe rushing forward with weapon raised. Before Incrid moves, another warrior intercepts the attack, shielding him from sudden danger. Their blades collide midair, the newcomer's strength driving back the attacker with raw force. Steel clashes in harsh rhythm, the earth trembling from each heavy strike. Archers hesitate behind the lines, their fear visible as panic increases. The panther returns mid-charge, aiming at another foe with relentless speed. One attacker is flung aside, collapsing as momentum begins to change. Amid the chaos, a fighter with glowing eyes fixes on a crucial target. He sees an opening, quietly stating the moment to act has arrived. A powerful strike approaches too strong to stop by strength alone. Instead of resisting, the swordsman allows the motion to guide his blade. He imitates a legendary method, channeling the force just as Mitch Hurrier once performed. Shock spreads across the opponent's face as he recognizes the sword style copied before him. Incrid's motion reflects a legendary technique, drawing surprise from surrounding soldiers. Without pause, the foe retreats while chaos continues behind him. The commander's attention shifts, then he orders a complete withdrawal from the battlefield. Within the turmoil, a soldier treats Incrid's injury, urging a quick retreat. Incrid demands. They recover the Black Panther, refusing to abandon it. He stumbles briefly, struggling to remain conscious as exhaustion overwhelms him. A dark voice echoes within his thoughts, questioning his persistence in battle. An unseen force probes deeper, wondering what drives him, despite everything. Images of past battles flash through his mind, soaked in the blood of war. Within the darkness, a figure watches, silently observing his determination. The war carries on beyond his awareness, yet something inside refuses to break. Incrid lies unconscious as nearby voices whisper, showing confusion and worry about what occurred during the mission. Someone mentions the squad leader separating, while another says Incrid requires rest and hopes he recovers soon. Suddenly Incrid moves slightly, sensing an odd weight on his hand and a creature resting beside him. Incrid regains awareness, confused by a dark creature sleeping quietly across his chest. His allies gather close, relieved he's alive, admitting they feared he had died from those injuries. A medic assures them no permanent damage remains, and Incrid remembers collapsing during the group's retreat. Now conscious, Incrid watches his companions depart, saying they will rest while he continues recovering. The sun rises above the camp, marking another day endured after the brutal chaos of battle. Rem enters, quietly observing Incrid, commenting about the creature. Incrid shows no liking toward beasts. He asks how Incrid sensed something earlier, suspecting magic. But Incrid avoids revealing the time loop. Instead, Incrid credits it to loyalty and chooses to stay unclear while offering partial truths. Rem recounts his own dealings with settlers, confirming he only guessed from a familiar story. Rem respects Incrid's silence, warning caution with magic, and accepts the half-truth without pressing further. He asks what Incrid did during the fight. Incrid learns Rem killed the enemy standard-bearer. As Aram exits, Incrid quietly plays with the beast's paws, reflecting on the strange happenings. Incrid tightly restrained a blue-eyed panther, its fangs exposed in defiance. Its danger was real, yet he stayed calm. A nearby soldier remarked on the creature's worth, saying its claws valued 10,000 krona due to stored land energy, the panther's claws kept regenerating, making it a renewable source of riches exceeding the man's wages. After an earlier collapse, Incrid remembered how the battle was won once the thick fog disappeared. Despite apparent victory, the battle's outcome stayed uncertain. Since then, the army paused further progress. As he moved weakly, Incrid wondered whether the sword technique he used before could be repeated. Ragna scolded Incrid for blocking the corridor. Their exchange created a brief moment of tension. Incrid spoke about using an unfamiliar sword technique during combat, questioning if that was considered normal. Rem explained it wasn't unusual. His beast heart let him sense enemy movement and strength patterns, focus and observation. However, Rem added such growth normally required countless battles. Incrid had advanced at an abnormal pace. Incrid accepted this silently. His days were filled with relentless effort and repeated trials far beyond normal experience. Though lacking natural talent, Incrid believed he could still become stronger through pure persistence. He called out to Rem and Ragna, determination blazing clearly within his eyes. Incrid declared his wish to duel, despite doubts about his current physical condition. Incrid's state eliminated any chance of a duel, according to the commander's firm judgment. Unexpectedly, she directly confronted him about the spell, asking if he was responsible. Instead of hiding, Incrid admitted his involvement, explaining he recognized the trap while on patrol. "I guessed," she replied bluntly, when asked how she identified the true decoy among several. Her presence wasn't only for questioning, she wanted to meet Incrid personally. According to her, their meeting wasn't coincidence. Fate, she claimed, had connected their paths. The idea of fate left Incrid puzzled, unsure of what she truly meant. From nearby, Rem and Ragna joked about Incrid's hidden abilities and unusual charm. Before he answered, urgent news from outside interrupted the conversation abruptly. A knight of the Scarlet Cloak Order had arrived, signaling a major change. Their presence overwhelmed the atmosphere. These were warriors who once dominated humanity. That realization made Incrid tense. The threat had reached an entirely new level. Everyone began moving, the call to battle echoing without hesitation. Though left behind, Incrid remained still, his resolve forming silently within. He wasn't seeking war, he wanted to confront someone directly face to face. Rem gave a nod of approval, allowing Incrid to join the march, despite his condition. Stretching across the horizon, a sea of soldiers gathered beneath a sky colored in crimson shades. For Incrid, a lifelong vision began to appear. Part of his dream now became real. From atop the ridge, he noticed a lone figure charging straight into the open battlefield. With incredible speed, the red-cloaked knight dashed forward, carving a path toward the front. Archers positioned themselves instantly, preparing their bows as the advancing target entered range. A commander's shout echoed across the field, signaling the archers to release a storm of arrows. Thousands of arrows poured from above, a deadly rain darkening the fading light. Unshaken, the knight in red observed the incoming barrage without stepping back. In an instant, the knight spun, producing a wind-like force swirling around his armored body. Observers stared in shock as he redirected arrows mid-air using pure movement alone. What followed was a stunning display of mastery, an upward surge scattering death like petals. Incrid stood frozen, eyes fixed on the knight who now moved through chaos, untouched. Each step forward carved a path, sending soldiers flying like debris in a storm. Struck speechless, Incrid could only watch, witnessing power that defied all expectation. Through the sky, Incrid descended onto the battlefield, landing straight within enemy ranks with accuracy. The force of his landing broke their formation, bodies collapsing as he advanced with strength. Without delay, he surged forward again, slicing through soldiers who failed to respond in time. Cries of retreat rang out as fear seized the enemy lines, unable to endure the pressure. Yelling in panic, the commander called his troops to reform, yet disorder consumed them. From his mount, another knight fell quickly, powerless to halt Incrid's progression. He kept advancing relentlessly, showing no hint of slowing as corpses gathered around him. A distant fighter's eyes widened, examining Incrid's movements with sharp focus and astonishment. Evidently, such mastery was unusual. It rivaled seasoned battlefield veterans. Noticing the enemy's mistakes, a tactician murmured about lost opportunities to stop the lone fighter. Close by, an ally whispered a prayer, convinced the battle would conclude quickly. The blade techniques confused them too intricate to belong to a single tradition. Certain attacks mirrored the righteous sword, designed to lure and counter. Others struck like the heavy sword, or flowed with the swift sword's pace. Every motion intertwined, baffling, seamless, and overpowering simultaneously. Though the heavy and swift swords oppose each other, Incrid wields both styles in balance. His posture revealed that contrast, puzzling watchers who wondered how such opposition could coexist. In the end, all 5 sword styles originated from one shared unified base. To command them all, one must grasp their common source and how they connect. Seeing the sword as a living partner, rather than merely a tool, is vital. As this understanding developed, enemy troops charged again without pause. Within the advancing ranks, composed warriors felt something deeper awakening inside Encrid. One fighter smiled knowingly, sensing the shift as a point of realization. Others stepped in to guard the area around him, preventing disruption from hostile forces. Despite awareness, Encrid remained unchanged, standing alone in silence within a mental emptiness. The quiet exposed an immense obstacle. Progress still lay far beyond his reach. This vision did not weaken him. Instead, it showed where he must ascend. With allies gathering nearby, Encrid murmured his oath softly. Clenching his hand, he imagined himself climbing that impossible barrier alone. Regardless of sacrifice, he would reach the summit. From the foot of the vast wall, Encrid looked upward, resolved to rise, no matter the distance. On the battlefield beneath, shouts of war filled the air as soldiers advanced with full strength. Within the turmoil, Encrid tightened his fist, quietly prepared to shape the result with determination. Triumph felt close as Encrid stood firm, his eyes unwavering beneath the dimming light. Across the region, the war's conclusion approached, signaling a demanding period of restoration. 3 dominant families ruled Aspen, and fresh tension formed behind political barriers. At their center stood Aspen, the ruler, furious over betrayal and driven by revenge. Hurrier and Atkins spoke about the battlefield error, faulting the Frog General for reckless defiance. Although reasons were given, both understood the result would not have differed. The king burned with anger, swearing vengeance upon the Greyhounds for ruining their scheme. Hurrier concurred retaliation was certain, and the price would be harsh. As the war concluded, both factions retreated, bringing unrest back to their domains. Within the stronghold city of Border Guard, troops returned and champions were celebrated. Applause rang for the Narvila fighters, while commanders recognized the courage of lower ranks. Encrid, once ignored, now stood acknowledged, named as the one who broke Aspen's forbidden magic. Murmurs spread among the soldiers as they ridiculed Encrid, doubting he deserved such credit. Honestly, one man quieted them, insisting Encrid's deeds were not to be dismissed. Their faces changed as they accepted Encrid's presence without further argument. Another fighter claimed Encrid was far greater than what others judged from appearances. In silence, Encrid held his reward, absorbing everything around him. His allies joked about rewards, yet Encrid gave no reply, only listening. Rather than indulgence, Encrid searched for the finest blacksmith in the city to prepare for what came next. He declared firmly his wish to grow stronger, achieve knighthood, and move past the battlefield with determination. He lifted his sword, announcing the end of his life as a common soldier. Crace feels startled when Encrid shows interest in the promotion test, an aim he previously dismissed. In Norilla, army ranks from lowest to highest define status, privileges, and treatment. Only those labeled special rise beyond the structure, while others must win duels to progress. These contests draw attention, turning into a stage for wagers and spectacle among the troops. Some ridicule Encrid, questioning how the lowest-ranked soldier could jump straight to medium. His rival is well regarded, a seasoned fighter from a mercenary band with proven ability. Encrid knows this duel holds little real danger, yet the outcome bears lasting consequences. Visions of endless deaths echo in his thoughts. This time, there is no reset. He confronts warriors he once dreaded, now equipped only with effort and resolve. Each motion is calculated as he prepares for the opponent's incoming charge. A brief opening forms. Instinct directs his counterstrike. The weapon slips from the enemy's grasp, an opportunity forged through relentless practice. Agony bursts as fingers are cut. Shock overwhelms the opponent. Without hesitation, Encrid delivers a precise strike, finishing the battle. Victorious at last, he stands steady as silence replaces the earlier mockery. Confused, Encrid wonders how a medium-ranked rival could fall with such minimal resistance. A nearby soldier reacts in disbelief, having only wagered to avoid an empty pool. Instead of boasting, Craze encourages his comrades to show faith in their leader's potential. Uncertainty remains, but Encrid turns attention to the next duel, instead of celebrating early. From the crowd emerges a heavy infantryman, known for power and accuracy with a spear, rather than strike. He subtly adjusts his posture, attempting to lure Encrid into error. When the attack arrives, it is a simple thrust, quicker than expected, but lacking true danger. Encrid blocks smoothly, confused by the lack of follow-up or hidden tactics. Observing his opponent's face, he realizes that weak blow was the man's full effort.
A rapid counter leaves the opponent sprawled, securing another clear victory. Excitement ripples through the crowd as whispers become stunned cheers. No longer luck. Encrid's second triumph quiets the skeptics. With tension building, Crace calls out to anyone bold enough to step forward. Former doubters now murmur uneasily, too uncertain to challenge him again. Among them, even past foes admit, Encrid's strength is now unquestionable. Within the strained silence, one soldier is pushed forward by a mocking companion. The reluctant challenger stumbles ahead, confused and irritated by the sudden shove. Laughter erupts as others mock his hesitation, recalling his earlier arrogance. As the chaos unfolds, Encrid reflects on how hardship once felt ordinary. He remembers the enemies he faced in past loops, deadly killers who tested his limits. Thoughts of Mitch Hurrier and others surge back, each fight driving him toward mastery. Even training with his squad now feels effortless compared to what he has endured. Certainty settles in his failures were not weakness, but part of a steep ascent. That thought fades as his opponent interrupts, pulling his focus back to combat. A smug remark sparks Encrid's quiet confidence, no longer shaken by taunts, rather than brag. He accepts his strength with a composed smile. His blade moves first, swift, precise, and faster than anticipated. Norelia values strength above all. Today, Encrid aims to prove his. Steel collides as he dominates again, crushing his opponent's defense. At this instant, he realizes he fights not to survive, but to rise above. Encrid delivers another exact strike, leaving his opponent shaken and speechless. One more win confirms his ascent this time. Even the crowd watches in silent awe. Standing firm, he scans the spectators, now unsure whether to fear or admire him. Gasps spread as a fallen soldier identifies him aloud, the Spellbreaker. The title was no mere rumor. Destroying the enemy banner had been his act after all. Until now, most assumed his success came from teamwork. But truth begins to surface. Voices grow as soldiers start chanting. One name repeating again and again, Spellbreaker. Those who once mocked now cheer, grateful he had saved many of them. From the heart of the crowd, Encrid hears it all, his legend beginning to form. Crace congratulates him, declaring his promotion to medium rank with pride. Despite the praise, Encrid stays focused. His aim reaches beyond this point. A sharp voice cuts in as someone new steps into the arena, watching with interest. Gasps return when the crowd spots the eagle insignia on the newcomer's shoulder. He belongs to the Border Guard, an elite force, serving the crown directly. With a confident grin, the man challenges Encrid, raising the stakes yet again. Amid the training field, Encrid moves ahead, capturing focus from soldiers and onlookers alike. Sitting close by, two fighters assess him, aware of the challenge posed by a border guard. Awareness dawns his opponent might match Hurrier, a frightening possibility even for veteran warriors. The idea persists. What might occur if he faced someone of that level, and survived? With blade in grip, Encrid steadily confronts Rem, welcoming the duel without doubt or fear. Entertained, Rem observes the absence of fear, sensing an unusual curiosity in the youth's calm nature. Onlookers yell support, cautioning Rem not to lose honor before the Special Forces' voices rise, proclaiming the infantry as peerless fighters and demanding a display of power. With resolve, Rem lunges, intending to break the newcomer's spirit and remind him of rank. Blades meet in a surge of force, Encrid responding with steady accuracy. Even Rem, skilled and quick, senses the strain of the young knight's timing. That flow and sharpness in movement push Rem to reevaluate his rival's strength. Encrid shifts quickly, readying himself for the next strike with tightened concentration. Rem strikes back fiercely, aiming to crush the youth in one final blow. Weapons collide once more, ringing across the ground, as power meets firm determination. Rem's senses warn him what appears in Encrid's gaze is unmistakable killing intent. Before doubt can form, the blade flashes, forcing Rem to defend instantly. Steel crashes hard as they trade strikes, kicking up dust and drawing gasps from watchers. Instead of backing off, Encrid advances, breaking Rem's flow with constant pressure. A swift change surprises Rem, causing him to falter under mounting force. Though rattled, he regains balance, studying Encrid with sharper attention and wary respect. Shouts explode from the infantry, declaring themselves the strongest fighters on the field. Irritated, Aram thinks to himself they forget he belongs to infantry as well. Driving forward with intent, he seeks to prove a point with this young rival. Nearby troops stay still, aware that stepping in would disgrace the duel. The remaining squad observes, quietly impressed by Encrid's daring. From behind, jealousy rises in a few, murmuring about Rem's luck and opponents. At last, the fight ends in a draw,
both warriors exhausted yet standing firm, breaking the quiet. Rem states his name as Torres, leader of the border guards, with calm confidence, and Crid responds, revealing his own commanding status to shocked witnesses. Lively whispers spread among the ranks. Encrid's performance marks him as a high-ranking soldier. Cheers burst from fellow fighters, many calling his name with awe and surprise. Encrid greets the crowd, lifting his fist as Torres offers a strong farewell handshake. As the noise fades, Encrid reflects silently on how far he has advanced. Reaching high rank signals true progress one step nearer to his greater ambition. As evening settles over the camp, a different voice calls out to him with intent. Graham, head of the first company, presents a bold invitation to join his unit. Though respected, Encrid weighs the outcome. Joining elite forces might alter his journey. Despite the honor, he declines politely, explaining it is not about loyalty or hierarchy. They walk side by side, discussing survival and the respect earned in their last encounter. Elsewhere, companions joke about Encrid refusing yet another offer. Questions arise, but he avoids answering. His reasons remain personal, and doubt lingers. Abruptly, another officer appears and confidently calls out to Encrid. Attention shifts as the man steps forward with clear purpose. Without pause, he delivers a straightforward offer: join the border guards. Encrid is surprised by the proposal, realizing the border guards answer directly to the crown. From afar, soldiers murmur in awe. This chance exceeds anything he has been offered before. Torres, reading Encrid's intent, explains he sensed from the start that Encrid seeks harder trials. With firm resolve, Torres assures harsh training and ordeals if Encrid chooses to join. To him, entering the border guards means not only duty but unlocking real potential. Meanwhile, others observe quietly, unsure if Encrid will accept or refuse again. Encrid listens in silence, then states if severe training is needed, nowhere surpasses his current place. Instead of being shaped, he aims to exceed limits, not simply reach them. What he desires is not merely strength but to rise beyond it altogether. Cold breeze rushes over the leafless trees while a timber cabin remains quiet beneath the dull sky. Within, Rem bundles himself firmly in blankets, hoping he might fight the chill with his axe. Auden, always insistent, proposes training, yet Rem declines, sunk in comfort and endless grumbling. Auden attempts again, recommending movement to heat stiff limbs, but Encrid refuses because of patrol duty. From beneath the covers, Rem shouts for heated stones as Encrid walks outside. He looks upward, noticing how swiftly autumn disappeared and winter settled in. Market stalls crowd the plaza, vendors shouting bargains while vapor lifts from warm bread. Two guards, Jack and Bo, present themselves and accompany Encrid on the day's patrol. Their names spark faint recollections, leading Encrid to wonder if they joined a prior mission. Bo praises Encrid's rapid promotion, impressed by his climb from the lowest position. A light duel invitation arises, Encrid agrees, willing to test his power afterward. As they move, Bo stays near, using Encrid as protection from wind without permission. The patrol passes through the busy street where sellers promote dried fruits and merchandise. Abruptly, a tiny figure trips nearby, drawing Encrid's focus mid-stride. Crouching beside the child, he checks for injuries, tension briefly interrupting the routine. From the crowd, a hooded attacker charges, a blade glinting with lethal purpose. Encrid instinctively blocks the attack, grabbing the assailant's wrist before the weapon strikes. Instead of alarm, his companions react casually, pretending concern while Encrid becomes more doubtful. Standing around him, Jack and Bo conceal the situation, hiding the clash from public sight. The cloaked figure taunts Encrid, declaring loyalty to the Greyhounds and Aspen's command. Realization dawns: this half-fairy killer was dispatched for revenge. After disrupting the forbidden ritual, weapons collide as Encrid parries the attack, narrowly escaping severe harm. Withdrawing without struggle, the foe disappears while Jack calmly notes the mission's success. Instantly, everything aligns. These men once worked under Aspen within the rogue magician unit. Memories of treachery return. Their false assignment had hidden a covert alliance. Struck from all sides, Encrid is driven down, overwhelmed and taken by surprise. Nearby civilians glance over, confused by the turmoil unfolding in the marketplace. Rather than fear, he steadies himself. This ambush may prove more thrilling than expected. Back at camp, Encrid suddenly wakes, telling Auden he wishes to begin properly. From beneath the blankets, Rem complains again, still asking for his heated stones. Auden outlines his training approach, stressing the value of bare body endurance during winter. With focus and determination, Encrid requests instruction without any hesitation. Recognizing the need for preparedness, he commits to strengthening himself through Auden's harsh routines. While practicing, Incrid considers his earlier mistake. He noticed the blade but failed to respond. His unready muscles slowed him down, forcing him now to endure painful stances. Regret remains. If he had reacted sooner, the assassin might not have escaped so easily. Resolved, he promises to defeat his foes one at a time, beginning today. Jack and Bo greet him once more, unaware of his rising suspicion. Despite the freezing air, Incrid walks firmly, proud of his improved strength. Under Auden's training, his senses sharpen as he detects motion. The time to act has come. Without hesitation, Incrid pivots and attacks, surprising both opponents instantly. Fast, accurate strikes unbalance them, attracting attention from nearby guards. Bo panics, asking whether Incrid realized their betrayal. While rushing forward, Incrid intends to finish them swiftly before reinforcements appear. Suddenly, an unusual sound slices through the air, stopping him mid-charge in confusion. Incrid's eyes widen as he sees a thrown blade flying directly toward him. Despite distance and crowd, the attacker's precision sends the weapon close to Incrid's side. He identifies the attacker, one of the greyhounds, relentless and still hunting his marked prey. Before reacting, another blade moves faster than sound, fatally striking a nearby civilian. Terrified, witnesses scream as Incrid understands the threat now includes innocent people around him. He steadies himself, aware he must confront both hidden and ranged dangers immediately. Watching his rival's cadence, Incrid detects a basic sequence strike at close, toss from distance. The idea is simple, but executing it amid stress becomes brutal. Auden drives him hard into the ground, gasping. Incrid accepts his near loss. Not a warning. A red-haired teammate cuts in, showing correct technique with smooth control. Practice carries on without pause. Incrid, still winded, observes others grind through cycles. Sharpened now, he considers how to redirect the next incoming blade. Slicing through the air, the dagger hits with unnatural speed and precision. Intrigued, Incrid studies the weapon's strange form. Its curved edge guides sound and force. His ally explains, whistle dagger. Quiet and deadly when mastered, best used from range. Assurance rises. If he stops it before release, the strike loses danger. Leaping ahead, he tries to shut distance before the blade leaves the grip. The foe stumbles, briefly surprised by Incrid's sudden forward push. Moving swiftly, Incrid shifts the weapon's path with a reflexive deflection. He seizes his opponent, disrupting the throwing posture completely. 3 blades, shock fills his thoughts. He never noticed them leave the hand. A cloaked adversary launches an attack with a wicked smile, energy crackling in his palm. The impact tears through the area violently. Companions are hurled aside. Disorder spreads across the field. Standing close, he commends Incrid's effort. Yet behind the grin hides a cold warning. Blood slips from Incrid's mouth, yet he whispers one word thankfully, as pain spreads. Taunted for his calm tone near death, the attacker drives his foot forward, impaled through the stomach. Incrid chokes. He misjudged the danger and paid dearly. Even wounded, he shows a faint smile. A barrier, in the end, remains a barrier. Dark power coils as the attacker relishes the instant, certain the curse favors him. As laughter rings out, the scene dims into darkness. Incrid wakes again alive, in bed. He refuses despair entirely. To him this return feels like grace. Searching for clarity, he approaches Jackson, intrigued by the strange whistle dagger. Jackson hesitates, then starts explaining with growing interest in Incrid's focus. The weapon's build, multiple thin edges, produces the sharp whistle when hurled at full strength. Once called, the dagger only heard. It's almost impossible to follow with sight. Still, Incrid insists. If required, he'll discover a way to evade it. Jackson appears stunned. Instead of tracking mid-flight, Jackson emphasizes watching the thrower's fingers. The path, he explains, is fixed the instant. It leaves the hand not afterward. Though interested, Incrid meets skepticism. His habits now wouldn't allow such precision. Unexpectedly, Jackson offers guidance. That offer surprises Incrid without pause. He accepts at once, gaze firm with purpose. In the nearby market, whispers rise. His pairing with a known mentor sparks quiet admiration. Training starts with stance control. Timing determines everything in throwing. Syncing reaction with release. Incrid learns that sight and evasion cannot be separated. A sudden danger appears. He acts instantly before doubt can surface. Blood stains the ground. Cries erupt as fear spreads among onlookers. From every direction people scatter. Someone shouts, "Murder!" and panic unfolds. Unshaken, Incrid recalls. Never lose track of your enemy. Instant clarity replaces calm. A mental shift is all that's needed. Survival relies on guarding vital spots before the dagger strikes. Fixated on the thrower's fingertips, he moves as the whistle begins. Incrid twists mid-air as a blade cuts past. Speed nearly overwhelms his senses. Though lasting a moment, he notices a flash, a shimmer in motion. That glimmer proves it. Even briefly, he managed to trace the dagger's course. Confidence strengthens. He locks eyes with his opponent, memorizing each motion with sharp focus. Instead of fear, he recognizes chance. Incrid sees his enemy repeat certain patterns. With further clashes, he'll master those rhythms and reveal every hidden move in time. With a surge of speed, Incrid rushed and plunged his weapon into the soldier's flank. Taken by surprise, the other man hardly responded before falling from a fatal injury. Close guards panicked while yelling erupted, the situation rapidly turning into chaos. Resolve filled the blue-eyed fighter as he cast off his self. Power surged through his weapon, cutting ahead with heightened precision. Assurance replaced uncertainty. He trusted effort alone would forge a victory. Gliding along the ground, he initiated an assault from beneath, leaving foes off balance. Rather than withdrawing, he spun mid-motion and darted sideways. A rising feint diverted the opponent before he leaped into the air. Incrid parried the blow and adapted mid-swing. The opponent's weapon fascinated him, reacting smoothly to motion. Impressed, he smiled through the pain. He desired that weapon. A disc sailed cleanly through a fruit mid-air. Nearby, one soldier remarked the weapon wasn't regular issue. Incrid smirked. Soon, he'd carry a true one. Incrid strolled beside his ally in silence, readying for another repeat of the same day. He hurled his weapons again. This was already the 8th instance he'd faced this moment. Evading quickly, he read the opponent's ploy and struck firmly before the man could respond. The 9th day started, and Incrid didn't pause to strike the foe head. On spinning in mid-air, he released a whistle dagger with flawless control. A single error from the opponent left him exposed as the blade whirled through the air. His sparring partner examined Incrid's technique, wondering what else he could truly need, though unseasoned. Incrid stated he merely copied what he had seen before. The man became wary. Incrid's abilities were too exact to be mere imitation. A lesson followed, detailing the history of the whistle dagger's beginnings. Georg, an assassin, had forged the weapon to remain silent and lethal. The tale captivated Incrid, who listened closely, absorbing each detail. Noticing Incrid's natural movement, the man commented how his form fit the weapon. Now on the 10th cycle, Incrid selected a different patrol path than assigned. Despite protests, he assumed command, vowing to take full responsibility for the change. Incrid guided the patrol toward unknown terrain, sensing something off beneath the surface. Despite their doubt, he pushed onward, convinced the marketplace was a trap. Suddenly, he turned against his comrades, revealing their betrayal before they could react. One traitor rushed in desperation, but Incrid dodged and countered instantly. Another came, blades swinging wildly, only to be parried by calm precision. Encircled yet unfazed, Incrid stood prepared for the next wave of attackers. Reinforcements arrived, yet Incrid faced them down without hesitation. He confronted the masked figure, daring him to strike. Focusing solely on his target's hand motions, he prepared to strike without delay. As the blade was hurled, Incrid moved at the precise right moment. The enemy yelled too late. His ally had already fallen. In a flash, Incrid threw a dagger toward the last foe's exposed side. His opponent hesitated, puzzled by Incrid's calm demeanor and readiness. Lowering his stance, Incrid brushed the question with cold confidence. Smirking, he casually asked how many more weapons the man still carried. Incrid studies his opponent's style, recognizing the assassin's knife, throwing accuracy as that of a highly trained killer. Instead of showing worry, he calmly comments that only one blade struck, quietly taunting his foe. The assassin threatens death if another knife is thrown, yet Incrid remains composed, weapon at the ready. Rather than focusing on the hands, Incrid watches body alignment to predict the assassin's next action. Centering on rhythm and movement, he prepares to evade, trusting his honed instincts. Two blades are hurled at once, a sudden escalation demanding instant response. With quick reflexes, Incrid narrowly dodges, gaze fixed on concealed weapons. As anticipated, additional knives appear, proving the assassin's unyielding persistence. Advancing forward, Incrid initiates his counterstrike with steady precision. The assassin answers aggressively, cutting through the air with intensified force. Noticing a shift, Incrid detects a new technique developing during the clash. Dropping low, the assassin spins upward, launching a swift and deadly attack. Incrid remains steady, bracing before countering the rising strike without pause. Fear flickers across the assassin's expression as the blade connects. The outcome is decided as Incrid delivers the finishing strike, ending the lethal fight. A final blow lands with crushing power, sending the assassin collapsing in defeat. Incrid stands over the fallen body, bloodied yet composed, aware of how many tries it required, 10 attempts, 10 deaths. Now at last, he has surpassed this deadly challenge. He exhales after the battle, energized by the rush of survival and triumph. A faint grin appears as he surveys the defeated enemies scattered around him. Though quiet, his sharp eyes settle on a suspicious dagger belt worn by one corpse. The silent village welcomes him as he walks back toward the command center. Inside, a superior questions the encounter, impressed by Incrid's improbable survival. He shrugs off the praise, calling it chance, but the elven commander remains unconvinced. Her gaze lingers, yet she allows him to return to his post. Incrid leaves silently, stepping once again into the cold air. He pushes open the door, ready to resume his tasks, unaware of what awaits. A sudden kick flies toward his face, but his reflexes react just in time. His comrade laughs, impressed by the dodge and the day's intense training. Without hesitation, Incrid responds with a playful yet spirited counterattack. Startled, the soldier grabs a heated stone, crying out as Incrid watches calmly, checking the slight burn on his hair. Incrid casually remarks that he needs a trim. Nearby, a red-haired ally offers to cut his hair after some light-hearted bargaining over cost. Snow begins to fall as the chill deepens around the group. While Incrid gets his hair cut, his comrades remain alert, quietly guarding him from danger. In the calm, doubts resurface that someone within the guard may have aided the assassin. Questions emerge about the dead, Jack, Bo, and Rotten, each with questionable histories, criminal pasts, offenses against nobles, and mercenary links tie them together. From the evidence, Incrid concludes they likely belong to the same hidden organization. One name matches perfectly: the Thieves' Guild, a refuge for criminals, disguised as adventurers when questioned. Jackson claims his guild contact disappeared after internal changes. With his haircut, Incrid brushes snow from his shoulders, still deep in thought. Jackson casually mentions heading into the city, immediately raising suspicion. Instead of accusing him, another suggests taking on a mission to avoid snow duty. Without delay, Incrid agrees, preferring action over idle, waiting. One soldier eagerly prepares to depart, clearly more interested in avoiding chores than fulfilling duty. Meanwhile, Incrid reminds another to secure proper authorization before proceeding. Despite the delay, the group pushes forward, urging him to gain approval quickly. Inside the office, Incrid presents his theory that the Thieves' Guild supported the assassins. The commander listens closely, questioning his real motive for proposing the mission. Realizing she sees through his reasoning, Incrid silently acknowledges her keen perception. Snow covered the town as Incrid and his allies arrived, unease lingering within the icy air. Their discussion shifted toward the hidden Gilfin Guild, a name wrapped in mystery and distrust. Without solid direction, Incrid was assigned to find their location, his orders blunt and unclear. He took on the unclear task quietly, while another companion voiced concern about the plan. Meanwhile, the others entered the warmth of Vanessa's pumpkin soup, seeking refuge and strategy. While sitting, worries surfaced about the guild's guilt, yet the leader dismissed them as criminals regardless. Debates went on, some strongly convinced the guild needed to be destroyed. As Lisa came over with a smile, one of them quickly drew her aside to speak softly. The leader started questioning whether Incrid had been sent out with insufficient guidance. High above the streets, Incrid observed from a snowy rooftop, eyes searching for signs. Carefully, he examined movements below, assembling patterns. A spark of recognition sharpened his focus. He had noticed something. Two cloaked figures rushed through the alley beneath. Inside the inn, cheerful chatter concealed quiet alertness. Without delay, Incrid returned and confirmed what they required. He had found their target. Incrid came back to the inn, offering food to a companion, but his gesture was refused immediately. Refusing to rest, the man insisted they depart at once despite the severe weather. Others objected, mentioning the cold, but the urgency to act outweighed comfort. Plans to move were postponed by heavy snowfall that made travel dangerous and slow. He gazed at the snow through the window, the storm showing no signs of ending. Ignoring hesitation, he declared it was time and stepped outside, certain they'd waited long enough. Their group advanced into the freezing streets, bodies braced against the cold. From the darkness, Masked assassins appeared, blades drawn with deadly intent. A sudden ambush erupted, forcing the group into battle beneath the falling snow. One attacker fell quickly, cut down by a newcomer whose arrival stunned the group. Assuming he belonged to the guild, they followed his lead toward a hidden route. They reached a sealed entrance and Crid noticed the beggars served as guards for the hideout. A large man stepped forward, smashing the door down with a powerful strike. Inside, darkness stretched ahead, revealing the concealed base. Grinning, Crid nodded, forceful or not. The way was now open. As they moved deeper into the hideout, one member casually asked what Crid intended to ask the guild. Crid, focused and alert, answered that questions could wait. Subduing them came first. The team advanced through the dim passage, their objective drawing nearer. Inside, guild members discussed whether the squad leader would truly appear. They admitted failure would have brought consequences, yet believed they could handle things themselves. Some questioned the threat, but their overconfidence blinded them. Boasting turned into shouting as Crid's group arrived, interrupting their talk. One guild member yelled for blood, while Crid calmly presented three choices. They could surrender, submit to justice, or die. He left no space for negotiation. Crid's bold stance caused even his allies to briefly reconsider their method, but the guild scoffed, mocking him as merely another pawn. A companion warned that logic would not work, they would only respond to force. Crid demanded to face their strongest fighter. The guild proudly introduced Wyvern, their elite swordsman. Without hesitation, Wyvern stepped forward, accepting the challenge. Wyvern prepared to attack, taunting Crid and lifting his sword with confidence. With a loud shout, he lunged ahead, attempting a heavy downward strike, dodged the attack mid-air, delivering a sharp counter that sent Wyvern crashing down. Crid stood quietly, reflecting on his past struggles with hesitation and doubt. He observed the fallen fighter and decided there was no need to see further. With firm resolve, he gave the enemies one last choice: submit or perish. The guild members hesitated, shocked by Wyvern's rapid defeat. From behind, whispers spread, uncertain whether Crid was serious or only bluffing. Even as they doubted him, his unwavering stance made them question their next action. Crid confronted the bandits with calm determination. One man, overwhelmed by terror, let his spear fall and lifted both hands. A sharp metallic ring sounded as the weapon struck the ground, prompting uneasy looks from the others. The strain broke when another yelled in anger, condemning the surrender as shameful. Without pause, the furious fighter rushed toward his trembling companion. Crid moved in quickly, stopping the blow mid-swing with precise control. With a seamless motion, he slammed the man down, leaving everyone stunned. Several onlookers bit down hard, unable to overlook the flawless display of skill. Reluctant admiration appeared among Crid's allies, though none voiced it openly. He remained still, gaze fixed forward, disregarding murmurs behind him. The remaining members dropped to their knees, yielding together. One man advanced, taking blame and stating his name was Gilfin. He begged for mercy for the group, offering his own life in exchange. Doubts surfaced, yet Gilfin explained the name was only an alias. Their actual leader had already been defeated. Lowering his head, Gilfin waited for a verdict, and Crid stayed silent. The prisoners hurried ahead, shielding Gilfin and pleading desperately for him. Their cries merged in fear. Each appeal described Gilfin as compassionate, someone who helped the ill and cared for people. One even blamed Crid for harshness, forgetting they had earlier called for execution. Gilfin, desperate, offered the guild's riches for mercy. A snow-covered lodge concealed the wealth, secured within a solid vault. They considered searching for the key, but one brute chose to break it open instead. Crid allowed the attempt. Disorder followed, as treasures spilled and men lunged for valuables. Amid the heaps, Crid discovered tough leather armor and inspected it closely. The material was resilient, yet supple, ideal for battle. He took it without delay. His companion came closer, proposing they seize control of the guild, and Crid challenged the suggestion, cautious of turning into a criminal. But the redhead explained, not a murderer, just a stronger leader. Replacing the guild wouldn't end wrongdoing. Governing it might. They would use Gilfin as a symbol. Crid recalled a past discussion, sensing everything had been arranged beforehand. His friend confirmed it, having assembled everyone for this purpose. He offered Crid reward and knowledge. Crid, indifferent, answered, he had no interest in wealth. Gilfin accepts the proposal. The guild will now function without killing, changing from within. His consent activates the plan. They will detain dangerous members and reorganize step by step. Yet Gilfin cautions about Aspen's attention. If their sponsors learn of the guild's fall, retaliation will follow. Gilfin reveals the guild was monitored, A monster frog is expected to arrive for inspection soon. Crais dismisses the danger, stating they possess monsters of their own. Incrid, unaffected, instructs everyone to finish up and get ready to depart. Others reflect on their choices. One intends to spread teachings more sincerely from now on. Another quietly leaves, needing solitude. Watching them depart, quietly understands how little he knew about their inner burdens. Inside the lodge, calm returns. Incrid rests with the others. Outside, snow covers the earth. The structure radiates warmth. Elsewhere, their commander reports success, unaware of the guild's real outcome. A keen-eyed officer questions Incrid about missing snow duty. Pretending ignorance, he sidesteps the accusation. She changes subject to duels, and Incrid, with a faint smile, admits he seldom refuses them. A silver-haired officer suggests a sparring session. Incrid agrees, caught off guard by the sudden challenge. She moves quickly. Incrid defends, confused by her motive, and assuming it might be discipline. With one rapid action, she throws him off balance and sends him crashing down. Incrid reaches for his sword, attempting to recover before another hit lands. She strikes mid-air, her blade flexing strangely like a whip, overpowering him. Puzzled by her style, Incrid struggles to respond. Her weapon's speed and motion surprise him. She orders him to stand again. Incrid grinds his teeth, unarmed and irritated. From her perspective, his ability has disappeared. He seems unfamiliar and disoriented. She considers his previous achievements, but now doubts who he truly is. As snow descends, she departs, saying she will keep observing. Incrid, embarrassed, realizes his dependence on the sword has made him exposed. Now recognizing his flaw, he decides to start learning martial arts. A towering man yanks a tree from the ground with raw strength, displaying the outcome of extreme physical training. Snow explodes outward as the trunk slams down, hurled easily across the clearing. He stresses that physical control forms the foundation of martial arts. Incrid listens silently, explaining a savage method known as the isolation method. The man describes its aim to push the body to its utmost limit. Surviving it, he says, demands abandoning thoughts of living and accepting death within the mind. Without pause, Incrid claims this mentality fits him perfectly. Weighted by a massive burden, Incrid pushes up a slope, legs shaking. According to the instructor, driving muscles beyond their limits leads to true development. Though collapsing from strain, Incrid is reminded his boundaries extend further than he believes. A grin forms as the man questions why Incrid hadn't started earlier. Resolutely, Incrid answers that dwelling on the past has no place in his present. Still carrying the weight, he insists on learning more. Impressed, the trainer quietly respects Incrid's firm resolve. He acknowledges him with honor, calling him brother. Training continues. Incrid must crawl forward on all fours. Incrid cries out in agony while enduring intense weight exercises. His mentor urges him to persist. Nearby, an unusual violet panther observes curiously as Incrid continues training, pushing past pain. Though soaked in sweat and clearly unsteady, Incrid maintains his posture under his master's watch. Later that evening, Incrid returns to the dorm, drained, while others glance toward his state. One companion asks why he always comes back so injured, suspecting something is wrong. Incrid merely replies that his training is ordinary. The panther appears beside him, seemingly attached. A fellow trainee wonders if Incrid plans to keep the panther and suggests giving it a name. As Incrid tries names like Heater and Blackie Blue, the panther reacts aggressively. Finding those names unsuitable, Incrid decides to think further about a better one. The panther settles beside Incrid's bed. He quietly speaks, considering the panther's presence. Eventually, Incrid drifts into sleep, calm and unmoving. His dream carries him into a radiant field of blue flowers, peaceful and surreal. Incrid awakens within the dream, confused and uncertain of his location. He moves ahead, crossing glowing surroundings filled with gentle petals and light. Assuming it is a dream, he notices the absence of the boatswain and senses something deeper. While wandering across the dreamlike field, Incrid notices a mysterious figure standing before him. The outline sharpens. A woman with long dark hair walks peacefully through the glowing field. As petals drift around her, her eyes slowly open, locking onto his with quiet intensity. Incrid observes carefully as the girl approaches. Her name Esther echoes within the dream. Without speaking further, she stands before him, presenting herself with a composed expression. He awakens in his bed, the vision still clear, unsure if what he witnessed was real. Esther now lies beside him beneath the same blanket. She appears tangible, not imagined. Their bodies lie close together as the moon rests silently above the quiet village. Eyes still open, Esther listens to the breeze, uncertain of her own existence. Blushing slightly, she hears Incrid softly whisper her name. His voice is gentle and sincere. He bids her good night as he wraps his arms around her. In the shared dorm, they fall asleep together while the others rest peacefully. Morning arrives. The mountains shine under sunlight as another day begins. A fellow trainee asks if Incrid is heading out again, surprised by his resolve. Though aching, Incrid feels lighter. The panther watches knowingly, sensing a shift within him. Incrid remembers the words from his dream someone had asked him to break their curse. He wakes thinking about that message while talking to a fellow soldier. He denies meeting anyone mystical but admits dreaming of a strange woman. He hesitates to describe her, yet her vivid image remains clear in his mind. He quietly admits she was beautiful, though he cannot fully grasp the dream's meaning. Meanwhile, the panther reflects internally on its past, revealing it was cursed while seeking magical knowledge. Trapped in beast form, it had followed the trace of a powerful curse, one that led it straight to Incrid. The panther watches Incrid's training and comments on his swift physical recovery. It snarls when called by a nickname, warning that names carry power in the realm of magic. Esther observes from a distance, explaining that names can reduce magical strength when used improperly. She regrets a small error but feels relieved. Incrid remains unaware of her true identity. From her observation, she confirms Incrid bears a strong curse not yet fully awakened. By staying nearby, she hopes to draw in his curse's power and gradually restore her own. Under a dim sky, breeze moved the limbs as quiet covered the village. A huge warrior rushed with no pause, his muscles tensed with power as he dashed toward Incrid. In a quick movement, Incrid dipped low and shifted aside, barely avoiding the approaching strike. The attacker responded at once, delivering a powerful kick that tore the air, almost unable to respond. Incrid spun away again. Yet the distance between them closed. His foe grabbed him mid-motion and drove him down, showing that delay would bring defeat. Injured yet resolute, Incrid listened as his attempts were at last recognized. Moments past snow turned into life, and with it arrived slight shifts in his motion during practice. He started to read strikes, adapting quicker and answering with assurance. A training partner smiled, glad to finally meet someone who could match pace. Nearby, a fighter struck his spoon down, marking another cycle of exercises. Though still eating, Ragna stood, prepared for yet another round. Beneath dimming sunlight, Incrid trained until drained, sweat marking his jawline. He was told his basics were solid, yet adjustment required effort. With determination in his gaze, he answered endurance was something he had mastered. Moonlight covered the silent village as Incrid stayed awake, thinking about his progress. Though he appreciated group training, he desired real experience beyond routine. All at once, a figure dropped from above. He blocked it just in time, moving by instinct. Asia commended his awareness, noting how far he'd advanced since early sessions. Irritated by dust, a tired comrade complained from bed, telling him to train elsewhere. Another half-asleep soldier murmured about missing belongings, while doubt remained over Incrid's real discipline. Outside, the silver-haired leader stepped forward, her presence sharp beneath the moonlit sky. She called Incrid, telling him of a fresh task from the mercenary board. That system let citizens hire trained fighters, a useful yet demanding role. Incrid agreed without delay, eager to test himself further through real missions. As soldiers walked by yawning, news of the new task spread fast. He was instructed to choose a teammate. The leader herself would be the third. The choice startled him most, didn't expect her to directly join. Whispers moved among soldiers, guessing about the bond between her and Incrid. She faced him straight, asking if it troubled him to fight beside her. A soldier caught whispers nearby, his expression tightening as rumors spread. Others talked openly about the company leader and the Spellbreaker's rumored connection. They guessed boldly, saying the two were together long before entering the army, some even claiming they had children. From afar, a few mocked Incrid's face, wondering how he impressed a fairy. Despite the remarks, they admitted he and the leader appeared well matched. Incrid, hearing the noise, looked confused until a loud greeting called him Papa, increasing the misunderstanding. He explained to his comrades that the rumors were untrue, nothing beyond guesses. Still, teasing went on. The others joked about outings and training together. Incrid remained firm, saying he wasn't taking them on the mission, ending the chatter. Confused and annoyed, the rejected man asked who else would come. Incrid gestured toward Asia, confirming she was prepared. Shock shifted to anger. He'd chosen the Catwoman, not the axe-carrying brute.
Stepping outside, she asked if he picked her for her calm nature. He answered that her experience was the reason, not character. She gave advice: don't give your heart to one woman, or it may hurt. Incrid answered coldly, he didn't need advice like that. While moving through the market road, Incrid asked when the commissioner would come. His companions expected delays. The leader, walking beside him, suddenly asked whether they had ever done anything that made others believe they had children. Incrid replied plainly with a no, while the red-haired woman walking behind them struggled to hide her laughter. He noticed her reaction and mentioned it, but she acted innocent. Commander then started asking him more personally, wondering if her questions made him uneasy or pleased. Before Incrid could answer clearly, the commissioner's cart arrived, cutting off the awkward moment. The mission briefing showed they were to escort a merchant heir. Their duty was to ensure both heirs didn't cause trouble during the succession conflict. Conflict focused on who would inherit the powerful Roguefried trading company. Incrid expected someone selfish, but was surprised by the heir's look. A confident young woman stepped ahead and introduced herself. She was Leona, one of the heirs, now under their guard.
A calm town framed their arrival, its worn buildings standing as silent witnesses. No words passed between them. The noble girl relied solely on her maid to speak. To the others, their role was nothing more than an escort, detached and uninvolved. Tactical instincts surfaced as Incrid recalled old lessons: posture, movement, even the direction of one's gaze revealed intent. He noted the guard's left-handed grip and heavy gait, signs of strength and confidence. By his judgment, none carried the bearing or discipline of a top-tier warrior. Breaking the silence, Crace proposed a game of identifying sounds. Footsteps, rustling bags, and distant hammering began to form an audible map of the area. Despite his effort, Incrid missed a cue his companion had already named the source. Inside the inn, the group took their seats as one of them secured lodging upstairs. Sharp ears picked up the grind of a blade, the whisper of an unsheathing dagger, and faint breathing nearby. A creeping unease began to replace focus. Movement beneath a table caught his attention. Someone lurked there, silent, precise. Without warning, blades flew. An ambush had begun. Steel flashed as the white-haired warrior stepped forward, cutting down the first assassin with swift precision. Guards shouted warnings as more enemies burst in. Weapons drawn and faces masked, blades clashed. Incrid joined the fray without hesitation, driving his strike cleanly through his opponent's chest. An arrow sliced past as he scanned the chaos. Already thinking 2 steps ahead, while others panicked, he moved with purpose, positioning himself to intercept the next attacker. Another enemy lunged, only to be intercepted mid-air by a counterstrike from one of Incrid's companions. Confusion spread among the assassins, caught off guard by the squad's overwhelming strength. Despite being outnumbered, Incrid's group maintained flawless cohesion under pressure. Their unity drew the attention of the enemy commander, who wondered what force had trained such elite fighters. The silver-haired warrior cut down another assassin, while Incrid dispatched 2 more with clean, efficient movements. Though the assault pressed in on all sides, Incrid remained calm, recalling past battles that had hardened his instincts. Confidence surged. He refused to be shaken by ambushes any longer. Every motion sharpened, he could feel his growth in each strike. Even as enemies shouted their loyalty to Aspen, Incrid answered with precise, unwavering blows. Victory no longer felt like hope, it felt inevitable. Screams rang out as a cloaked figure lunged toward the noblewoman. Throwing daggers would be too risky. The attacker was already within striking distance. Instead of gambling on range, Incrid measured the gap. A direct charge might close it if he moved fast enough. With a powerful push, his boots cracked the stone floor. Speed surged through his body. He recalled the explosive step he had once seen executed by a seasoned warrior, though imperfect. The burst of momentum launched him forward, like a bolt through the air. Incrid intercepted the assassin mid-swing. Their blades collided with a fierce clash. Pain flared along his side, but his reinforced leather armor absorbed the worst of it. Rather than retreat, he seized the enemy's cloak and spoke coldly, suggesting they continue the fight elsewhere. Before the assassin could resist, Incrid hurled them both through the shattered window. They plummeted into open air, boards splintering beneath their fall. The enemy struck first, cushioning Incrid's landing with a groan of agony, rising smoothly. Incrid glanced upward, signaling that the second floor was secure. No further threats appeared above, only shaken allies peering down. Despite his injuries, the assassin forced himself upright, fury blazing in his eyes. The fight was not over. Incrid faced him as he drew 2 swords of uneven length, wielding them with firm control. Studying his stance, Incrid anticipated a flowing sword style and began forming counters. The enemy issued threats,
But Incrid remained silent, analyzing every movement. Words held no value here, only timing, precision, and intent. His opponent charged first, closing the distance with testing strikes. Incrid stood ready, composed and patient, waiting for the exact moment to make his move. A formidable foe lunges ahead, crashing his weapon down with fierce strength toward Incrid's spot. Instead of fear, Incrid steadily analyzes the pattern, two swords moving in unison. It's the Valen duet, a coordinated method, and he quickly readies himself for impact. Weapons clash with savage speed as Incrid confronts the assault directly, deflecting the opening blow, shifting his frame. He barely evades the follow-up strike, stepping back with careful control. He remains steady, his gaze locked onto the cadence of his enemy's offense. The swordsman pauses, shocked by Incrid's perfect dodges and composed posture. Even without innate skill, Incrid notes how practice refined his reactions. His foe, growing irritated, rushes wildly while Incrid stays composed. A recollection appears. Incrid once witnessed a comparable technique in a past battle. Concentrating deeply, he imagines the opponent's motion before it completely happens. With sharpened perception, he traces the precise path of the incoming attack. Grasping the chance, Incrid turns and thrusts his blade upward. The retaliation strikes through, stopping his rival during the assault. He looks at the injury, knowing he targeted the heart but missed slightly. Blood erupts from the warrior's chest as Incrid's weapon hits true, leaving his enemy struggling in agony. Even after triumph, Incrid quietly admits he still has more to master and refine. He thinks about practicing with stronger companions, maybe Ragna, or perhaps Jackson, to extend his limits further. Incrid remains composed while fear spreads among opponents, who begin fleeing in terror. A crimson-haired woman tells him his fight attracted too much notice as the enemies withdraw. He answers they weren't contracted to pursue fugitives, only to guard the commissioner. The elf leader praises Incrid's display, though her face stays unreadable. When questioned if she's fine, she stays silent, yet her thoughts clearly drift elsewhere. She admits worry for someone important to her, unsettled by her own feelings. A companion casually questions if Incrid and the commander share a romantic bond. He firmly rejects it, which surprises the commander, who believed their connection was deeper. Perplexed, Incrid questions everyone's odd actions and states his name when requested. The fair-haired woman expresses sincere gratitude for saving her during the task. Though she proposes repaying him later, Incrid replies it was merely his responsibility. She watches him quietly as the moment dissolves into the stillness of the snowy evening. Captured assailants were delivered to the military, while backup forces were stationed in case of another strike. During a calm night, a conversation starts regarding the mysterious faction behind the attack. Incrid determines their ability and teamwork imply a political agenda, likely from competing heirs from above. The commissioner observes quietly as Incrid sits lost in thought. Moving closer, she comments on his early watch, receiving a composed reply. She invites Incrid to enter her personal forces, offering him a different future. She confidently describes her Rokreed company's influence and its top-tier allies from perilous lands. Groups like the Shepherds of the Beast Lands and Glacial Rangers are mentioned. She explains their maps worth able to guarantee a lifetime of riches if traded. Everything, she insists, is too vital to entrust to incapable successors. She outlines her need for rare people, capable, faithful, and uninterested in excessive gain. Incrid hears her calmly, then declines with a decisive refusal. The commissioner is taken aback by his instant answer and questions his reason. Without pause, Incrid leaves, stating persistence after refusal is unpleasant. She remains standing, quietly accepting his determination with a single remark, "So it is." Incrid tells the noblewoman that the other heirs of the association will arrive by midday. As she departs to prepare, his red-haired ally approaches with playful comments. He rejects the claims, but tension builds when the commander faces him. Feeling hurt, he calmly apologizes, though his tone carries a subtle edge. He says his interests have changed, leaving both women astonished by his statement. As murmurs spread behind them, the commander reveals a surprising smile. Witnesses from a nearby window misunderstand events and rumors spread rapidly. Incrid quietly endures the attention, resting alone by candlelight as stories circulate. Morning arrives, and the inn stays tranquil beneath a clear sky. A red-haired companion rushes in, joking about the gossip and overstating Incrid's role. Rather than reply, Incrid listens as the companion shifts discussion to the guild. He asks for assistance. He intends to pursue the fugitives who escaped earlier. Reno's Rokreed, formerly the leader of the Rokreed Merchant Association, was respected for his honesty and remarkable commercial insight. Although he acknowledged his stepdaughter Leona's sharp mind, he could not set aside his paternal allegiance toward his son. Without appointing a clear heir, Renos left the association exposed after his unexpected passing. As a carriage moved across the town, quiet murmurs disclosed the failure of a planned assassination. Inside, Palide Rokreed, Renos's son, expressed irritation over the lost chance to remove a danger. A companion, hidden in motive, assured him that their partnership still stood firm. Selfish assurances were traded, yet one quiet swordsman remained apart, unreadable and vigilant. When Leona entered, the atmosphere tightened, her deliberate arrival unsettling the group's artificial peace. Incrid, silently studying the scene, detected the change in control. The quiet man's presence suggested experience, his posture steady and cautious. Observing carefully, Incrid perceived raw power beneath the calm exterior. A brief look shared between them suggested mutual awareness. Palide's tone sharpened as he commanded someone to bring Leona forward. Thinking of Jackson's patience, Incrid believed Rem would have acted already. As tension rose, he nudged the red-haired girl forward to take action. Leona appeared composed, instantly cutting off Palide's yelling with a cold remark about his poor etiquette. Facing him directly, she noted his lateness before he could continue complaining. Rather than respond, Palide answered with insults and rushed at her, but she reacted swiftly with a forceful strike. From the side, Incrid watched the sudden aggression unaffected by the disorder. As Palide staggered from the hit, Leona criticized his recklessness with firm words. She cautioned him about the repercussions, revealing her role as a border guard mercenary, leaving Palide shaken with fear. Blame was thrown around as Palide attempted to shift responsibility onto his ally. He burst out yelling at Leona for daring to oppose him, unfazed. She reminded him that despite being adopted, she still held abilities he lacked: business knowledge and financial judgment. Palide claimed such duties belonged to his servants, avoiding responsibility. She rejected his reasoning, pointing out that the unclear will only extended pointless conflict. Incrid quietly concluded that Leona clearly surpassed Palide in leadership. Ridiculing his lack of awareness, Leona delivered a biting remark about his looks. Palide, overwhelmed with fury, spat a harsh insult and charged at her. Before he could land a blow, Incrid moved instantly, stopping the attack. With a composed face, the swordsman stepped forward, gripping his weapon without hesitation. A single swift motion sent a ripple of tension through the crowd as his foot hit the ground. Guards encircled Palide defensively, while Incrid stood ready, his blade reflecting light. Locked in a standoff, Palide trembled as cold steel pressed against his throat. Incrid quietly examined the swordsman's posture, identifying a technique called the swift sword. He assessed the rival's speed, comparing it to legendary weapons, his focus unwavering. Before the confrontation erupted, a commanding voice cut through, ordering everyone to stop. The border guards, loyal to the crown, raised their weapons to assert authority. Their warning was unmistakable: any further hostility would be treated as treason. Fear spread across Palide's face as he stepped back, understanding the gravity of the moment. Incrid lowered his blade, choosing restraint instead of escalation. Nearby, Jackson muttered in annoyance, while Incrid reflected on how turmoil always followed him. Jackson, unimpressed, remarked on the ridiculousness of everyone's actions with a weary sigh. The guards announced they had apprehended the assassins, revealing they were hired by a merchant faction. As blame circulated, one guard suggested the motive was likely connected to the inheritance dispute. A guard stepped forward, proposing a solution to ease the tension and reach a fair outcome. He recommended that both Leona and Palide be held temporarily while more evidence was collected. Palide panicked at the suggestion, while Incrid felt confused by Leona's calm acceptance. Leona explained that the captured assassins were merely pawns, offering no meaningful information. Several suspects had already fled earlier, possibly including the true mastermind. Her strategy was simple: track down the fugitives before making a final decision. If no answers appeared, the border guards would resolve the issue officially. Leona asked to return to the city, promising all suspects would come back if summoned. Meanwhile, Incrid quietly considered the risk she would lose protection once she departed. He believed Palide's men, especially the rapier user, were a serious threat outside the city. Despite this awareness, Leona remained calm, offering a reward for anyone who captured the fleeing attackers. She revealed the reward: a rare dagger from the Carmen collection, shocking the crowd. Jackson stepped forward, motivated by interest or reasons unknown. Incrid observed closely, questioning the sudden drive behind Jackson's choice. His gaze fixed on the weapon. Something about that dagger sparked deeper curiosity. A disturbance breaks out beyond the inn as Leona raises a weapon known as Carmen's stiletto. Surprise rapidly spreads among the spectators. One man lashes out in rage, furious that she would draw something so rare. Leona, undisturbed, declares complete ownership of the blade. Interested, Encrid listens while another reveals the weapon was made by the famed blacksmith Carmen. Once enslaved, Carmen became an assassin, creating 7 lethal weapons for his personal revenge. Among them, the stiletto ranked 4th, rumored to be invaluable and deadly. Border guards are swiftly commanded to lock down the area. Despite the tension, Encrid stays calm and reassures everyone that the weapon is secured. He explains that Craze moved ahead earlier and should return shortly. While others lose composure, Encrid's quiet certainty remains steady. His calm presence unsettles them more than panic. His focused gaze reveals he's ready to act. Kras, responding to a signal, gets ready to depart. Without a word, the 2 men proceed together along the hallway. A sealed window conceals their movement from sight. Inside, those involved worry about the consequences. Conversations turn toward succession, in case leadership becomes uncertain. One man notices an opportunity, already proposing deals while others remain beaten outside. Encrid practices with a heavy weight secured to his back. Jumping between trees, he concentrates fully on balance and endurance. Torres observes from the side, amused, suggesting Encrid should take it easy during this break. Instead of agreeing, Encrid describes the gap in ability between himself and others. What takes them days could take him months. Determined to close that gap, he insists every day matters, hauling water containers as part of his self-driven routine. With resolve, he uses each repetition to build his future, while Torres watches quietly. Torres attempts to lighten the mood, telling Encrid to slow down and reminding him of their recent tied match. Encrid hears him but doesn't answer right away, sweat dropping into the cold night air. His eyes sharpen, not from ego, but drive, knowing the tie won't happen again. They continue sparring under moonlight, weapons colliding as Torres acknowledges Encrid's improved skill. A sudden counter surprises Torres, briefly turning momentum toward Encrid. Cheers rise from the watchers, some teasing, others impressed by the shift in dominance. Even after several rounds, Encrid shows no intention of stopping, pushing beyond fatigue. Challenges pour in from others eager to face him, motivated by his persistence. Meanwhile, nearby villagers watch the late-night commotion, puzzled by the fighter's intense energy. Encrid is thrown hard to the ground mid-fight, rolling heavily. A quiet observer watches, intrigued by the intensity. Getting back up, Encrid immediately asks to repeat the move, showing no irritation. The observer comments on Encrid's mindset. His pride stays intact even after defeat. To him, Encrid seems like a curious child who's found something fascinating. Even while acknowledging his opponent's greater strength, Encrid remains openly defiant. He's seen as unusual, lacking skill but full of determination. Still, he fights again. Repeated errors reveal Encrid's flaws. He continues falling for the same tactics. Others surpass him, yet he keeps standing back up. Then unexpectedly, he counters his first real victory after many failures. Cheers break out around him. Teammates recognize his progress. Meanwhile, casual talk leads to a surprising reveal: someone claims to have a spouse and child. As the chatter continues, Encrid grows impatient and gets ready to speak. He asks to enter another round. Everyone's attention shifts toward him. Interest grows among the onlookers. They question what motivates him, although his talent is limited. One man admits he feels driven to train him anyway. A soldier tells Encrid he should stay out, implying he doesn't belong in the fight. Encrid refuses, revealing he has been waiting for this exact opportunity. His calm yet firm stare shows his resolve, drawing a serious reaction from his opponent. Spectators go quiet as tension rises. One focuses closely on Encrid's presence. Even holding only a wooden stick, Encrid is seen as a threat. His opponent tightens his grip, already cautious before the match starts, ready to engage. The man steadies himself against Encrid's advancing posture. Both charge at once, lifting their weapons mid-movement. They collide in a balanced exchange, eyes locked, testing each other's ability from the very first strike. Encrid walks into the training ground where many soldiers stand in rigid formation. A figure moves forward from the crowd, weapon lifted with obvious purpose. Holding his blade firmly, Encrid feels something more intense than practice. This man isn't restraining himself. His instincts shout with recognition. In a heartbeat, visions of battle surge through his thoughts. The icy dread resurfaces. This isn't practice. It's war again. With startling speed, the challenger lunges. Incrid scarcely finds time to respond. His gaze sharpens with strange precision, every motion of the weapon becomes clear, traced in light. Even understanding the strike, his body cannot keep up. A concealed blow targets straight at his neck. He tries to guard, adjusting stance to redirect. The attack slices his shoulder, blood scattering. Agony rushes through him, yet he clenches his jaw. Giving up is not possible. The exchange halts for a moment. Onlookers murmur quietly, impressed by his will. Recognizing his awareness, the opponent remarks on his lack of speed. Incrid understands he misjudged the velocity. His progress still falls short. A vast divide stretches before him, tall, distant, and untouchable. Still, he rises once more, resolve blazing, rejecting loss. He whispers. One more, the fight continues beneath the moon's faint glow. Nearby students react in amazement at the echo of strikes and their strength. Witnesses recoil as the same rapid movement repeats. Incrid's eyes widen. He senses the hopelessness of facing an invincible foe. Though pushed back, he refuses to yield. Clenching his teeth, he advances again, rejecting defeat despite the pain. His rival, observing quietly, considers the impossible distance revealed. Yet curiosity grows inside. Why doesn't Incrid surrender? Breathing hard yet unbroken, Incrid staggers back into stance. He observes that Incrid's body cannot equal his perception. Without speed, he'll never overcome the barrier ahead, but perhaps now is the time to show him how. The battle concludes. The instructor signals a break, acknowledging the effort drained. Incrid exhales deeply but smiles. His respect is genuine. Looking forward, he swears to master the swift blade. It's not a fantasy, it's a target. A quiet chuckle escapes the instructor. He admits his respect for Incrid's persistence. Morning comes. Kraze reports the capture of the escaping mercenaries. Satisfied, Incrid praises him softly. His thoughts still sharp, Kraze minimizes his part, crediting success to simple tracking. Another voice confirms the captives were former squad members. Incrid thanks her with a nod. Interrogation begins. A soldier demands identities. The captured man sweats nervously. One prisoner quietly says a name, Aspen. The room stiffens as realization spreads. Incrid narrows his gaze, recognizing it. A merchant guild, not a military group, backs the mercenaries. Their aim was territorial growth within war zones. Responsibility for the next steps falls to the border guard. A woman implies she expected a certain mastermind behind the assault. Her partner mocks the idea, assuming she wanted that ugly fool blamed for advantage. She admits it directly, saying she would have exchanged it for a reward. Still, the guards accept it's their duty to proceed. Outside, a convoy prepares to leave. A man draws his weapon eagerly, only to be reprimanded. Allies observe his actions. Though disciplined, Incrid's team shares a relaxed bond. They discuss Leona's fierce attitude and wonder about hidden motives behind the situation. Kraze questions the captured criminals. Their links to the Gilfin Guild reveal more than expected. He declares himself a servant of Leona, not merely a squad member. The ties grow deeper. Their scheme was to bribe the army and bury the truth with deception. Incrid questions the wider political scheme. Is Leona being controlled? Another voice reassures him Polyd's innocence protects his name. Still reflecting, Incrid wonders if it concerns loyalty. Before leaving, Incrid voices concern about safety beyond the border's guard. Leona calmly assures him it's already resolved. Whatever threat Polyd posed has been removed. Outside, ranks of soldiers line up with strict precision as a convoy readies for escort. Commander Mattis of the Rokefried Merchant Guard steps forward with command. He declares Leona as the new leader, unanimously selected by stakeholders. Incrid realizes she used her 2-day delay to secure the vote fast and calculated. Her influence expands. Instead of pleading for support, Leona speaks with grace, honoring Incrid's independence. He admires her skill to inspire loyalty. She offers future cooperation not as partners, but as companions. A silence follows. Then Incrid agrees, shaking her hand with shared respect. Suddenly, the prisoner cries out in protest, accusing Mattis of treachery. The noise shatters the calm. With cold resolve, Mattis silences him. He chooses honor over lineage, watching from afar. Hidden enemies consider their failure, yet also new dangers. They admit loss. Still within this defeat, two truths appear. First, Leona Rokefried is far more threatening than expected. Second, an unusual soldier named Incrid has now gained their attention. His blade remains lifted even after the command to lower it. Speaking firmly, the man acknowledges Incrid's determination yet points out his absence of innate talent. Although those words once hurt, Incrid has encountered them repeatedly. He never allowed them to halt him, and he won't now. Facing away, the knight departs without a word. His exit signals the conclusion of their encounter one-sided, yet meaningful. Morning light spreads across a wide valley and still village, marking the beginning of another chapter. Awakened abruptly, Incrid is reprimanded by a companion upset about his training decisions. Rather than debating, he conveys an honest wish to grow. Training is not optional, it's essential. Taken aback, the comrade responds. Incrid maintains he requires this to become stronger. Their duel starts. Each step and movement is deliberately selected. The rival charges ahead, weapon lifted for a finishing strike. Anticipating the move, Incrid answers with exact motion. A swift burst allows him to cut cleanly through the gap. Shock appears on the older man's face as his guard collapses. Without pause, Incrid advances. His technique is cleaner, more refined. With improved agility and better muscle coordination, he's quicker than Rem and finally proving it. Rem reacts with surprise, admitting Incrid's progress, grinning with thrill. Rem cautions that he won't restrain himself either. Incrid, surprised by Rem's sudden rush, prepares for the hit, but is struck before reacting fully. Regaining composure, Incrid begins his counterattack. He shifts his footing and prepares for the following strike. A violent exchange ensues. Incrid senses a slight difference. The axe moves even quicker than before. Incrid is driven backward, stunned by the rising intensity of their spar. Even so, Incrid stands firm. He understands his current growth is only the start. Afterward, he practices with a red-haired woman. She commends his keen perception in battle. She informs him he has advanced enough to proceed, without relying only on sight and hearing. Still puzzled, Incrid listens as she explains her purpose. Her voice is firm yet concise. Incrid is suddenly struck. A sharp hit forces him to respond instinctively. He evades just in time, narrowly escaping a lethal blow aimed at his head. Asia begins instructing, speaking about killing intent, the desire to end life. She explains that when ordinary senses fail, intent becomes the sole detectable presence. By reaching into the sixth sense, Incrid can sense danger beyond vision. Incrid tightens his hold on the practice blade, showing his readiness. He considers the lesson not a burden, but something exciting. His mentor explains that the sixth sense stems from instinct, far beyond conscious awareness, relying on instinct rather than sight. Incrid enters his next stage. Abruptly, something faint registers. A slight movement in the air makes him turn just in time. His teacher reminds him that this skill will not develop easily, yet with steady focus, the sixth sense will awaken. Later, Rem watches Incrid carefully. He notices a shift not only in strength, but in attitude. It's the calm confidence that is noticeable. Incrid now smiles more frequently. Another companion comments, calling him even more insane than before, but with a strange admiration. The group laughs, partly joking, partly amazed. They accept his madness as part of who he is. Incrid jokes that he's the only rational one, unaware his fixation might exceed them all. Meanwhile, the creature beside him stirs again, drawn not by sound, but the smell of fatigue. Beast moves quietly, observing Incrid asleep. His body is visibly exhausted. Through magical sensing, the creature realizes how close he is to completely collapsing. If Incrid falls, the beast's chance of breaking its curse disappears. As darkness fades, the rhythm of training persists. Each repetition forms a new present. Though the surroundings stay unchanged, his resolve sharpens each day. Even beneath moonlight, he trains without pause. The pattern repeats, but for Incrid, it is endlessly fulfilling. Progress itself becomes the reward. Knowing he's evolving, even slightly, is enough to continue. During practice, Incrid detects something. His response is immediate, a product of heightened awareness. Again, he senses motion. His sixth sense is beginning to function without thinking. Yet one claims, there's no real difference, at least not outwardly. On the other hand, another observes clear improvement. Muscles alone aren't what changed. It's something deeper. They all conclude Incrid may be more insane than ever, but it's effective. Laughter echoes around them. They joke with each other, exchanging wild remarks about who is truly the craziest. Still, beneath the humor, they recognize his development. Actual combat might be the next move. As Incrid inspects the request board, their voices linger. All four want him to gain experience. Still uncertain, Incrid quietly admits something: he doesn't feel like he's progressing fast enough. A companion hands him a sheet containing a request. No details. Just a strange task. Interested, he reads it aloud. The true challenge may now begin. While studying the mission board, Incrid spots an unusual request involving a shoemaker's cellar. It appears minor and more appropriate for beginners. Another adventurer mentions that the shoemaker suspects undead presence below, and that a scouting group proved insufficient. Although doubtful, Incrid considers the benefit of accepting something different to improve his practical experience. Someone presses him once more, adding that the shoemaker's wife vanished not long ago. Hardly anyone is willing to take it. He starts to refuse, saying the job is strange and missing key information. After a moment of reflection, he agrees to take it and soon meets the shoemaker at the town market. The daughter guides Incrid into their house, describing her father's unusual actions below. The distressed shoemaker reveals a wide opening in the ground. A long hollow passage extends beneath. Incrid is shocked such a structure exists inside the city. Moving down into the darkness, he ignites a torch. Rough walls indicate it was man-made. A creeping tension builds danger may be nearby. The route divides into 6 paths, forming a labyrinth. The shoemaker believes undead are present. Incrid tells him to stay back. An odd noise reverberates. They are not alone anymore. A sphere of radiant energy grows inside the tunnel, consuming Incrid instantly. He is taken before making another move. Blue light twists violently, pulling him ahead against his will. The surroundings warp as the magic intensifies. Everything fades to white. When sight returns, Incrid lies on the ground, shaken but alive, disoriented. He recalls what happened. The magical trap activated the instant he stepped forward. Unable to respond, he confirms the mechanism was intentional and lethal. Only the immediate return saved him. He remembers the warning those who perish inside would endure suffering beyond death. Cursed by the maze's creator, walking through the street, Incrid wonders what kind of preparation could help him survive such traps. There is no easy answer. Magic like this cannot be faced alone. He understands he must seek assistance, either from magic experts or higher authorities willing to step in. Suddenly a chilling realization strikes him. He rushes ahead, heart pounding. He demands the daughter tell him where her father has gone. She shouts he is in the basement. Incrid dashes down the steps, inside the passage. The old man continues deeper. Incrid runs after him, calling out a warning. The shoemaker turns, unaware of the trap ahead. A sudden glow bursts as the shoemaker unknowingly triggers the trap. Incrid rushes forward, eyes wide with fear. His voice falters as he yells, trying to halt what has already begun. The explosion engulfs them both. Again, Incrid is thrown through magical light. Darkness surrounds him as he falls into the regression void. Time reverses once again. Kneeling on the ground, he tightens his fists. He must reach the shoemaker before the man enters the maze. A voice resounds, reminding him of the pain he felt, the sensation of his flesh burning away. Even with the memory of agony, Incrid stands with determination. He responds that watching someone die helplessly brings greater pain. For Incrid, protecting others is his responsibility. That is what defines a knight. He snaps awake and immediately gets ready to move. When questioned, he says he is going to save a stubborn old shoemaker. Nothing will change unless he takes action. Ignoring it is no longer possible. Incrid tells the shoemaker to remain behind, but the man refuses. With torch in hand, Incrid enters the tunnel again, fully aware of the danger. If no one acts, death is inevitable, possibly even for him. Raising the torch, he moves through the cavern's darkness while examining the uneven walls for any hint of concealed threats. As he observes the strange devices ahead, he realizes one mechanism must function differently. The idea of countless resets lingers in his thoughts, urging him to consider whether he missed a more effective approach. While progressing cautiously, he recalls the many times he died and attempts to identify the exact triggers behind each failure. Memories of sudden strikes, lost footing, and unguarded moments emerge as he searches for a pattern to guide him. A slight disturbance in the air catches his notice, making him question if it always came before the fatal blow. From the shadows, a monstrous presence appears. He steadies himself, knowing the creature reacts instantly to any sign of doubt or hesitation. In a flash, the monster lunges forward with overwhelming speed. A single step reveals a subtle shift, confirming the exact moment the attack will happen. Before the strike reaches him, he moves his body aside, with danger barely avoided. Resolve fills his face as he prepares to finally break free from this endless cycle. Along the silent market road, Incrid walked steadily, his cloak concealing him from prying eyes. He paused beside a weathered railing, observing the lower tiers with a sharp and judging stare. Detecting danger without using sight or hearing became today's aim, a trial of instinct over perception. Within the tight cavern, his torch illuminated rough walls as he moved cautiously near the entrance. No tension along the trail, yet his body stayed calm, his senses numb to any lurking threat. Doubt slowly surfaced. Was this truly the right way, or had he misunderstood the signs again? Every step rang against stone as he pressed onward, gaze searching for any odd detail. Recollections of an earlier ambush returned. This was the place where blades emerged from darkness. Without alert, steel sliced past him, proving his hesitation had almost cost him once more. He tightened his jaw, understanding he failed to grasp the trap's purpose. A companion's call interrupted the strain, yet Incrid commanded him to remain behind. Resolute, he advanced further, depending only on instinct to sense what awaited ahead, beneath the moonlight. A distressed man pleaded for his daughter's protection. Hazards filled the depths below, and dread of further vanishings lingered in the air. With a new clue, brunette, Freckles, Incrid quietly dedicated himself to the task. The man gripped his hands firmly, showing a wedding ring, his last hope bound to that symbol. He begged for any trace of a woman wearing it, entrusting Incrid with the mission. With a decisive nod, Incrid accepted, then withdrew to collect his thoughts alone. A sudden cry from outside caught Incrid's focus as someone gestured toward him. Several men jeered at him from the entrance, their chatter loud and unchecked. Stretching out on the bed, Incrid reflected this marked his first day ending alive. He pondered the odd idea: what if the cycle resets after a calm night? Luminous rings spun within the darkness, signaling another shift in time's rhythm. By dawn, the village appeared unchanged. Yet something within Incrid's awareness had sharpened. His companions attempted to guide him again, assuming it was the same talk as before. Quietly, he confirmed his suspicion he had returned to today once again. The time loop had not ended. Dawn arrived, yet the pattern persisted. Instead of resting, Incrid roamed beneath the moonlight, seeking answers in isolation. When morning came, he gazed into the rising sun, searching for meaning in its glow. Understanding struck, without overcoming the hidden barrier. Today would never conclude. Incrid ignited his torch again, completely determined. He had no intention of seeing tomorrow without breaking through that wall. Even after 10 or 20 days of defeat, he pushed ahead. Steps heavier, yet steady. This was not fear. What held him was the real sense of death drawing near, yet he continued, ready to face it. Time lost its value as days passed 40, 50, then 60. With a steady flame in hand, he walked through the cavern repeatedly, memorizing each crack. By the 70th day, he stood calmer, no longer reacting to traps, but predicting them. During another attempt, skeletal arms erupted from the walls, grabbing at him suddenly. Unmoved, Incrid studied their patterns, no longer startled. A faint grin appeared. Each reset taught him something new. A shadowy figure struck from above, weapon aimed with lethal precision. Incrid defended instinctively and maintained his stance beneath the moonlight. His foe stared in shock. 72 days in, Incrid had endured what few could even imagine. Back in his quarters, Incrid equipped himself again, while others doubted his plan. He swore not to return until he had slapped 10 boots, ignoring all hesitation among 6 routes. Only one could be safe at least. That was his belief. Incrid examined the warped passage, realizing all 6 tunnels were deadly. There had never been a safe route, only false choices surrounded by lethal traps. Still, he embraced the harsh truth. If he avoided every trigger, a path existed. Survival remained possible. With steady breathing, he took his first step, trusting only his refined instincts. His boots hovered carefully, sensing the tension of every surface. A spiraling blue force ignited ahead, signaling danger if even one step failed. As he moved forward once more, a subtle vibration pulsed beneath his foot, encircled by silence. He advanced steadily through the passage. His rhythm stayed intact. Every step showed progress, precise, controlled, and intentional. Sweat formed as he advanced, not from fear but from intense concentration. Carefully, he proceeded, repeating the mantra within his mind, one step, then another. Without blinking, Incrid kept his gaze ahead, unwavering in movement. He shut out everything except the sound of his steps, anchoring himself in full awareness. Glowing traces gradually appeared beneath his feet, remnants from past runs, or signals from instinct. Drawing on his 6th sense, Incrid moved smoothly, trusting what remained unseen. Incrid followed a glowing path carved into the ground, eyes fixed forward as his awareness sharpened. Every action was deliberate. He stepped ahead in silence, trusting the route before him. Closing his eyes briefly, he focused inward, then opened them with renewed clarity. He entered a torchlit hallway, having crossed the traps without activating a single one. For the first time in countless attempts, Incrid recognized he had broken through a mental barrier. Yet the clarity faded quickly. An undead being lunged at him from the darkness. Weapon in hand, Incrid quickly struck the creature down, eliminating it in one motion. He stayed composed, treating the attack as just another expected challenge. More foes emerged, but he remained steady, prepared, seasoned, and unafraid of what awaited ahead. A horde of ghouls erupts through the smoky haze, growling with bloodlust, their claws laced with deadly poison. Fully aware of the threat, Incrid tightens his grip. A single touch from those claws could bring agony or death, yet instead of hesitation, he rushes ahead. While such enemies usually require entire squads, he confronts them alone. He cuts through the front ranks with sharp, fluid blows. Bodies fall before they can counterattack. Momentum drives him further into the swarm as he carves a route through chaos. Confidence steadies his movements. What once frightened him now falls easily beneath his blade. With a quick leap, Incrid thrusts his sword through another foe mid-air as he lands. The adrenaline fades just enough for him to reflect. He fought well. If only his squad had witnessed his progress. But calm is brief. Demon wolves charge in, their howls tearing the air. Among them, strange creatures appear, moving unnaturally in formation. Whatever lies ahead isn't normal. Something darker controls them. Elsewhere, a woman observes Incrid's reckless advance with narrowed eyes. Dashing across rooftops on her panther companion, she senses distortion in the air. It's undeniable. Now the lingering trace of spellcraft clings to the wind. Incrid kills a demon beast, its blood spreading beneath him. Silence briefly returns to the cave. He pauses, hearing faint breathing deeper inside, almost too weak to notice. Curiosity sharpens his focus. Was it another creature, or the one responsible for carving this tunnel? Further inside, grotesque corpses hang from the walls, like twisted ornaments. Despite all the battles he's endured, this sight unsettles Incrid more than war ever did. A frail voice begs him to end its suffering, pleading for peace and death. A skeletal hand with a ring trembles. The memory of a man's request echoes in his mind. That man once asked to be told if his wife, a brunette with freckles, was ever found. Incrid stiffens. Footsteps approach. A figure steps out from the shadows. A cloaked magician greets him coldly, surrounded by failed creations. He gestures toward a grotesque corpse, calling it Bamillo, his masterpiece. To him, the horrors are art. Incrid is to be the next canvas. Realization strikes. This is no ordinary mage. Warnings flash in his mind against magicians. Running means survival, but Incrid doesn't flee. Driven by fury, he vows to kill the mage no matter how many lives it takes. A shockwave explodes outward as Incrid's strike slices through the magician's spell barrier. He rushes forward, unfazed by the swirling energy meant to trap him. Eyes fixed on the enemy, Incrid channels power into his gauntlet and releases it in a powerful slash. The magician recoils, barely evading. Incrid's blade cleaves through space. Elsewhere, the Black Panther watches calmly, recognizing the foe as a skilled magician. Though it hasn't gathered full strength, the beast begins to condense its remaining energy. In the cavern, the mage raises his hand, summoning a glowing glyph overhead. A magic circle descends. Incrid narrows his eyes as energy builds. He can't see the spell, but the killing intent radiating from it is undeniable. The magician stares in disbelief as Incrid evades the fatal strike. Memories flicker. His squad once debated how to defeat mages. Their advice was crude but effective: never let the mage prepare. More memories surge. Ambush him, shoot without warning, strike hard and fast. Incrid recalls every tactic, every word of advice from trusted allies. With a final leap, he closes the distance, his blade aimed straight at the mage's heart. A memory returns. Someone once told Incrid that anything alive can be killed. That thought drives him as he launches himself toward the magician's barrier. Blades ready, he senses an unseen shield protecting the enemy. If finesse fails, brute force will be needed. The magician smirks, provoking Incrid to strike. Leaping high, Incrid aims directly at the core of the shield. Meanwhile, the Black Panther prepares itself, eyes fixed on the unfolding fight. A blinding clash erupts as Incrid hits the barrier with full force. The magician staggers back, shocked as the shield begins to shatter. Without hesitation, Incrid breaks through the defense and closes the distance. Steel cuts flesh as Incrid's attack lands deep. Blood sprays as he ends the assault with relentless force. Victory is secured. Incrid stands firm, breathing hard, his eyes never leaving the fallen mage. Breath uneven, Incrid remained over his defeated opponent. His frame sore from the recent struggle, sweat fell as the strain of survival lingered around him. A quick look at his weapon showed fractures creeping along the blade, proof of a force that had nearly crushed him. Instead of agony, bewilderment seized him. That strike should have killed him, yet only the metal suffered harm. Slowly, he shifted toward the still enemy. The quiet felt wrong. The sorcerer's hand, once pulsing with dark energy, now dangled lifeless over the cliff's side. With sharpened instinct,
Incrid sensed the lack of life. His adversary had at last perished. Victory brought no satisfaction. The burden of the fight remained. Broken remnants of experiments littered the cavern, twisted signs of forbidden magic. From the darkness, a tiny rat edged closer to a dormant golem, its purpose uncertain. It stretched forward, grabbing a crucial fragment from the construct. High above, the village rested in mourning peace, unaware of the threat hidden beneath. To avoid panic, the officials chose to hide everything, though refused acknowledgement. Incrid raised no objection. Under the city, workers unknowingly exposed forbidden land. He bowed his head quietly. Better they accuse thieves than confront reality. A thankful man gave Incrid a wrapped parcel, insisting it was a present. The act carried sincere gratitude. Inside were new boots. They were given with simple words that his old ones seemed too worn. Relief softened the man as he expressed one final wish that his missing wife would come back unharmed. Though drained, Incrid listened quietly to the plea to locate her. He nodded softly. Despite everything, he took on the task. As the sun lowered beyond the hills, he departed alone, shadows trailing behind him. Uncertainty remained. Had he offered the man false hope instead of peace? The idea of knighthood returned. Could it truly stop tragedies like these? He knelt before his blade, unsure whether strength alone could resolve such doubts. A fresh danger rose. Savage beasts charged toward the shield wall. Warriors resisted in close ranks, yelling commands through the turmoil. Incrid entered the clash, steel flashing among claws and fur. Though successful, he sensed no improvement from this. Encircled by allies, he silently questioned his direction. Uncertainty grew. Was this really sufficient? Rushing ahead without caution, the wild fighter smiled as he offered to handle the foe with sheer force. Without pause, he threw himself into the chaos, cutting through creatures with ruthless precision. Disarray spread among the troops. No one could foresee his next action. From behind, Spellbreaker was told to restrain the frenzy, yet control seemed unreachable. Incrid sprinted forward, circling the beasts as others wondered if he too had lost reason. Instead of withdrawing, he drove further into battle, blades moving in disciplined rage. Comrades questioned his sanity, ridiculing the change in their once calm ally. Amid the fighting, he matched the madman strike for strike, holding nothing back. Watching the destruction, soldiers whispered they were both clearly insane. One last cut cleared the area briefly, giving room to breathe. Though reckless, their ability was undeniable. Every blow was intentional. Standing together, they spoke nothing, only shared understanding. Abruptly, monstrous cries split the air. Greater dangers rose from the forest edge. Panicked voices called for archers, yet the line weakened. Above, a winged creature swooped down with lethal intent. Round 2 had started. From overhead, terrifying harpies descended, spreading chaos among the troops. Cries echoed across the field as they dived, their claws ripped through shields, sending bodies scattering. The defensive line began collapsing under the aerial strike. Spellbreaker grimaced at the destruction, while Incrid stepped ahead, his focus sharpening within the carnage. Remembering a previous loss to harpies, Incrid's thoughts replayed the slaughter. Back then, countless allies had fallen. The pain of that memory remained. Now determined, Incrid surged forward this time, resolved that no one else would fall. From above, Incrid drops swiftly while a winged creature surges upward to meet him. The harpy releases a booming screech, its radiant eyes fixed on its target as waves of force spread outward. That noise cuts through Incrid's mind. He stumbles upon landing, reeling from the overwhelming burst of sound. Behind him, yet another beast plunges quickly. The wind shrieks as it narrows the gap. Despite the throbbing in his skull, Incrid does not pause. He has felt death before. This agony is nothing beside it. With a forceful strike, he meets the harpy mid-attack, feathers bursting from the brutal impact. Hitting the ground, Incrid rolls aside, just in time to evade another wide sweeping strike. Close by, a comrade shouts playfully, proposing a bet to ease the tension. Accepting the challenge, the strong fighter rushes forward and destroys his foe instantly. Still, Incrid stays serious. A different danger draws near. His tone quiet, he reminds himself this fight is no game. He dashes ahead, blade slicing into the harpy with trained precision. From behind their defenses, soldiers observe, impressed. Incrid strikes down another, quick and precise. Before the body even falls, he is already advancing toward the next foe. From afar, a man studies the scene and remarks on Incrid's progress. The mood shifts. Respect replaces uncertainty. Still, hesitation remains.
One soldier questions whether their presence matters, doubting their purpose as Incrid presses on alone. His ally responds softly their aid is no longer required. Incrid deals with the threat himself. While harpies dive rapidly, Incrid sprints across the terrain as a harpy crashes behind him. His weapon slips from his hand, unarmed. He faces another assault. The harpy shrieks, claws lifted to strike him down. Moving quickly, he lowers his stance, prepared to fight with his bare hands if necessary. Several enemies attack together. Harpies crowd the sky, screaming as they descend. Incrid remains steady. He follows their movements with calm focus. At the right instant he grabs his sword and readies himself. His retaliation is immediate. One harpy drops. The rest pull back, retreating in fear. A soldier watches, amazed. Even beasts flee from beasts, he whispers. Memories surface fallen allies torn apart by harpies. He remembers the burden of living, spared by their sacrifice, tightening his fists. Incrid swears quietly this time, he will be the one to protect. The field grows silent. One soldier asks if they should head back now that the harpies have vanished. With humor, another proposes chasing wild dogs to avoid returning empty-handed. Incrid, standing resolute, declines. He says it is too early to return, eyes locked forward with intent. Back at camp, dusk begins to settle. Incrid assists the heavily armored unit without request. A fellow soldier observes silently, noticing how much Incrid has transformed. Nearby, two others comment on his dedication. One wonders if they should push themselves as well. As darkness arrives, Incrid continues practicing alone. A companion watches in disbelief, struck by his relentless effort, motivated. The soldier cautiously joins, wondering if he too can grow stronger. Morning arrives, the pair are still training. Hours blend, daylight turns into night, yet their blades continue moving. Their actions become sharper beneath the stars, unyielding and driven. Elsewhere, a female commander watches silently. She notices the shift in spirit. The soldiers seem changed. With a quiet breath, she admits she cannot overlook the spellbreaker's effect anymore. Incrid stands before the leaders as they issue commands from above. His squad, Squad 444, is being reorganized. The declaration elevates the squad into an independent platoon under the 4th Company's leadership. Even with only 5 members, Incrid is informed that additional troops will be assigned upon request. He reflects on the promotion with uncertainty, worried about leading his unit. The officer explains that his new rank frees him from routine tasks, allowing more time for training. With determination, Incrid accepts the position, resolved to give his all in the new role. Before leaving, the officer proposes a duel, recognizing the potential in Incrid's improvement. She unsheathes her weapon, stating it will be their means of contest. Incrid's gaze sharpens, recalling his earlier defeat, and the effort he has endured since. Moments of past training return intense battles with Auden. He remembers every strike taken, every failure conquered through relentless effort. Now prepared, Incrid steps ahead, ready to measure his growth in combat. Incrid confronts his rival, sword discarded, embracing the test of hand-to-hand battle. Recollections of Auden's lessons resound within him. Victory isn't tied to complexity, efficiency and closeness determine the result. Without delay, the woman rushes forward. Her posture stays low and swift, scattering dust as she narrows the gap. Responding instantly, Incrid lifts his arms to block her attack. Rather than mirroring her pace, he alters strategy, grounding himself and applying raw force to subdue her. In a single movement, he hoists and throws her down. With accuracy and restraint, he pins her beneath him. Certain of his advantage, he exhales and declares triumph. His hold remains unyielding. She answers with steady eyes, undisturbed by the moment. Her face reveals nothing, even restrained. She continues calculating, waiting. Incrid feels she hasn't finished. A quick motion flips their positions. Now he is beneath her, controlling the clash. She commends his alertness, yet reveals his weakness. With a self-assured grin, she names him her fiancé and pushes him to grow stronger, flustered. Incrid denies her words, asking for distance. She stands gracefully. He rises, dusting himself off. Looking back, she offers an apology not for her actions, but for not holding back. Incrid wonders about the woman's earlier statement, but gains no clarity. Loud steps thunder across the terrain as troops march out, armored and resolute. Throughout the realm, war efforts intensify. Aspen's army mobilizes, eager to restore their honor. In turn, the Nerillian forces begin their own arrangements. Soldiers assemble under orders. A different voice introduces himself, Marcus, the battalion's new leader. Incrid watches him quietly, aware of Marcus's harsh reputation as a strategist and warmonger. Marcus speaks to the assembled troops, warning them that Aspen is a powerful foe, not to be underestimated. He condemns their present capability, calling it weak and untested. Except for one. Among them, only Incrid has displayed potential, known as the Spellsreaker. A mission is given scouting near the Penhanil River, an area bordering enemy lands. A fresh recruit, Henry tells the group that the location sits near Aspen's stronghold city Crossguard. Constructed for defense, it reflects Nerilia's frontier forts, built purely for combat. As conversations continue, uncertainty grows, but commands stand intelligence must be secured. Another soldier, Andrew Gardner, steps up as the newly chosen squad commander. With firmness in his voice, he orders the team forward, starting their journey into dangerous territory. Conflict ignites when a rough soldier ridicules the newly assigned leader, Andrew. Andrew falters, trying to show authority, but his voice is buried under jeers and insults from surrounding soldiers. The ridicule intensifies as weapons are drawn. One man labels Andrew a shaking insect, questioning his command. Attempting to hide his fear, Andrew boldly confronts them. His voice trembles, yet he remains steady. Proclaiming his allegiance to Incrid, he chooses to stay, admitting he joined to fight beside him. The taunting continues as one attacker charges at him, intending to loosen his joints. Before the situation worsens, Incrid steps in, positioning himself between them. He calmly explains that a challenge means they recognize Andrew. It's a trial, not a punishment. Amid the disorder, Incrid shifts focus back to the task, questioning Henry about the Penhanil region. Henry clarifies that the area is highly perilous and demands careful action, providing help. He suggests sharing tactical insight before leaving. Incrid agrees. Darkness settles over the camp as preparations proceed quietly under the moon. Incrid walks alone but soon meets a familiar figure, Marcus. The veteran greets him casually, mentioning how frequently they've met recently. Marcus congratulates him on his advancement and jokes about them sharing rank. Curious, Incrid asks Marcus about his age. The older man casually answers that he's 30. Amazed, Incrid remarks that Marcus appears older despite his young age. Marcus laughs off the comment, implying that only he ages while Incrid seems unchanged by time. As they move down toward the river, Marcus notes their plan to cross first and regroup later. They arrive at the dock, but the boatswain is missing. Marcus shrugs, deciding to rest briefly. Incrid accepts without protest, remaining alert while Marcus relaxes nearby. Marcus notices Incrid's constant training, even during rest. Strike after strike, Incrid refines his skill. Impressed, Marcus quietly respects his persistence and discipline. He observes Incrid's youth, strength, and natural charm qualities. Others respect. But a sudden change unsettles Marcus. For a brief instant, he senses a powerful killing intent. Incrid looks back, composed. The tension lingers, then disappears. Marcus dismisses it, asking about Incrid's intense stare, laughing it off. Their friendly rivalry returns. They recall past sparring results and trade light teasing. Marcus reminds Incrid that he isn't the only one growing stronger over time. Incrid smiles slightly, encouraged by Marcus's progress and resolve. A seasoned warrior proclaimed his progress, wielding his weapon with assured poise. Remaining composed, Incrid accepted the trial with unwavering focus and quiet confidence. In a heartbeat, they surged ahead, metal clashing with explosive intensity. Every blow resonated through the field as they equaled pace and power. Turning and advancing, both combatants tested each other's will through constant clashes. Awareness struck the elder fighter as he understood Incrid had advanced beyond assumptions. Forcing his blade down, the man abruptly altered his strategy. With no signal, a powerful punch rushed toward Incrid's head. Tension filled Incrid's vision as he detected peril hidden within the strike. A concealed dagger appeared during motion, directed with deadly accuracy. Taken by surprise, Incrid barely registered the unexpected danger. The grinning warrior displayed his concealed tool with satisfaction. Instead of objecting, Incrid reacted with genuine respect. He requested to study the method, hungry for further mastery. Practice commenced, the instruction unfolding beneath the evening sky. A boatman questioned their delay as Incrid and his ally stayed near the pier. At dusk they crossed the quiet lake, the vessel moving smoothly over the surface. Upon arrival, the duo hurried inland, intending to meet the scouting unit. Before proceeding, the senior fighter demanded they refresh themselves. First Incrid, slightly confused, accepted the break and started removing his equipment. Shortly after, both entered the icy stream,
cleansing the dirt from their journey. The cold current failed to silence teasing remarks from the experienced fighter. Encrid disregarded the behavior until others appeared, criticizing his delay. One among them, keen and blunt, blamed him for stalling with needless washing. Their commander, a crimson-haired woman, interrupted with new orders. Crossguard was their destination. While some grumbled, she stayed composed, ignoring their awkwardness about the situation. Encrid remained steady, unaffected, as the others struggled to stay calm. Unexpectedly, the redhead eased, noting his build with surprising candor, pretending innocence. She redirected attention to appreciation, complimenting his physique playfully. Presenting herself as Pin, she offered a handshake as Encrid reached from the stream. After a short pause of doubt, the veteran wondered if his physique truly fell short. Disregarding the humor, Pin gathered her team and prepared to explain vital mission plans. Before detailing everything, she stated a source named Kitten held urgent information but vanished. Pin explained clearly they were moving toward Crossguard to recover Kitten. Now missing, the region's closeness to beastlands meant fewer guards, depending on creatures for protection. 3 entry methods were suggested: a smuggler passage, wall climbing, or disguised arrival. The passage lacked guards, but dangerous climbing walls required strength, yet offered concealment. Posing as traitors required the front gate minimal effort, yet greater risk. The elder volunteered to guide his squad first, while the main group handled infiltration. Encrid paid attention as they left the final choice to him, trusting his familiarity. Pin ultimately decided they would leave at sunrise and use the tunnel. That evening, beneath a scarlet moon, they moved silently toward the opening. Encrid trained alone, his actions heavy and unsure while handling the sword. Pin came closer, bluntly remarking on his poor rhythm and lack of commitment. Even so, she urged him onward before reminding him that it was time to eat. Following the meal, Encrid complimented the jerky while enjoying the lively camp talk. Pin cautioned him to avoid one stone, casually mentioning a snake nearby. Curious, Encrid asked how she knew, and she described learning from a tracker. Without hesitation, she boldly questioned if Encrid wished to join her for intimate practice. Caught off guard, Encrid struggled to reply, entirely shaken by the remark. Pin explained directly she was flirting, and everyone except him had realized. Still uninterested, Encrid declined, leading her to think he already had someone. She assumed he was committed, joking that it was unfortunate. As she departed, she told him to treat her casually, like everyone else. Later, Encrid rested beneath the crimson moon, unable to drift into sleep. An unusual image surfaced, glowing light, and a figure of a woman holding illumination. His eyes snapped open, the vision etched deeply within his thoughts. Rising slowly, he considered what he witnessed. It had happened before. An idea lingered within him. The vision was trying to deliver something meaningful. He recalled a distant voice, softly apologizing, something he never lost. Resolute, Encrid tightened his jaw, accepting the burden that awaited him. He advanced forward, steps striking the ground with unwavering determination. Facing the immense barrier, the group readied themselves for the trial ahead. As the squad exits the cave into sunlight, one member questions their timing. Instead of sneaking at night, Encrid says the element of surprise comes from defying expectations. Daytime movement confuses the guards. Without pause, the rangers get the signal and take point, quickly descending into the stone corridor. Cautiously, the ranger advances, equipped lightly to prevent unnecessary noise within the tight space. Encrid's thoughts linger on their value. They sense danger before the others even move ahead. Each step lands with trained precision, the silence only broken by faint echoes through the tunnel. Impressed, Encrid wonders whether he can match the ranger's ghost-like movement. A grim voice suddenly breaks the silence, revealing a squad of armored soldiers waiting ahead. Encircled, the team stops as their route forward and back is blocked by enemies. Retreat, one yells. But escape is no longer possible. Blocking the corridor, the enemy leader mocks them with a death sentence. Encrid shouts, an order: if trapped, they will fight through with all they have. Bolts fire. The team ducks as deadly steel fills the air. Blade ready, Encrid strikes fiercely, cutting down enemies with precision and rage. Blood splatters the walls. Though injured, the group pushes forward behind their black-haired leader. Torres charges ahead with force, driving his blade into an enemy. Encrid observes, quickly judging the battlefield. Torres and Pin struggle to adjust against a force this large. Outnumbered, their full potential is limited. Encrid understands this clash will not be won through brute strength alone. The enemy pressure grows. Encrid steps into the chaos, his mind firm and his stance steady. He accepts the odds.
It's a towering barrier, but surrender is not an option. Surging with force, Incrid's strike cuts through armor. Blood sprays as soldiers fall. Enemy reinforcements rush in. Incrid turns, blade swinging in response. A commanding voice orders them to surround him. Panic spreads as his fury intensifies. He charges straight through the trap, carving a path with pure will. Steel collides. Incrid is thrown back, hitting hard against the ground. His vision fades. A shadowy figure rises unnatural and threatening. As he lies stunned, the cave ceiling shifts into a blue sky. Outside, Incrid reflects on the ambush. That force did not appear by accident. They were waiting. The enemy expected them from the start. Still seated, Incrid questions the next step. Maybe entering through the walls is smarter. Standing under a bright sky, the older soldier reflects on Incrid's instincts. He once broke an enemy's spell by trusting them. Though Incrid credits his actions to experience rather than instinct, the others agree to follow his lead. Waiting until nightfall means losing valuable hours. Pin's playful tone surprises Incrid. She jokes about dueling in daylight, teasing his rigid attitude, clarifying his intent. Incrid suggests an unarmed match. Instead, he rarely fights with blades. She smiles in approval, ready for a challenge. Trading steel for fists does not bother her. With a swift dash, Pin closes the gap. The others watch as the two face off in an open field. Incrid views the duel as more than sport. It is a chance to test strength and refine reflexes. Without delay, Pin lets him strike first, her body already preparing for impact. Blows are traded quickly. Incrid lands a strong hit that sends Pin staggering. She responds with sharp precision, forcing him to step back. Momentum shifts quickly. Incrid falls backward from a sudden counter. Mid-air, he regains balance and redirects his weight toward her. He attempts a takedown, using size instead of speed, but Pin reverses the momentum. With a smirk, she pins him, whispering, "That was the wrong move." Incrid struggles for position, muscles straining as he tries to shift Pin's weight and escape the hold. With a burst of strength, he flips her over, regaining control, but only briefly, pinned again. Incrid gasps as a voice shouts for them to stop the match immediately. The older warrior steps forward, stopping the spar before it goes further. Both fighters stand, tired but smiling. Flat on the ground, Incrid realizes Pin's strength comes from her compact build and relentless technique. She grins and challenges him to another round, amused by his earlier underestimation. The captain explains he meant sparring, not anything else. The group laughs at the confusion. Sunset signals the day's end. They prepare to leave for the next phase, scaling the wall. One soldier questions Incrid's heavy gear, warning it could exhaust him mid-climb. Pin dismisses the concern, but her tone shows slight irritation. Incrid insists he can handle the load, eager to prove himself. She watches him with quiet amusement, murmuring how inexperienced he still seems. Someone reminds them, it is not only a wall, they must first conquer the mountain. Everyone looks upward. The height is more intimidating than expected. Still, Incrid stays calm. No wall in his life has ever been easy to climb. Having come back from the magician's tunnel, Incrid carried with him several radiant stones, rare magical instruments of great worth. The trader stared at the relics, amazed that a single piece could buy an entire collection of fresh equipment. Rather than indulging, Incrid requested only a blade, stating it as his most vital item. Entering the battlefield without a weapon was impossible for him. It contradicted everything he believed. Even with protests, he kept the longsword fastened to his back, fully aware of how exhausting it could become. Its immense weight pressed heavily on him, yet he endured without complaint. Scaling the sharp cliffside, his muscles burned as he refused to loosen his hold. The scarlet moon hovered overhead as he moved forward alone, unfazed by exhaustion. Years of struggle had strengthened him. This ordeal felt familiar. At the peak, spectators observed Incrid's arrival, quiet and intent. They murmured, uncertain whether to respect or doubt his choices. Some speculated he carried the sword merely for practice. Far off, eerie howls cut through the silence, reverberating beneath the crimson sky. A pack of lycanthropes appeared, their eyes shining in the darkness. The team readied themselves for combat, now fully aware of the looming threat. A massive barrier rose beneath the red moon. Its towering presence dominated as the group approached, hoping to slip by unseen. They advanced swiftly, yet carefully. No shelter appeared, and the exposed land left them at risk. One individual reassured the others that when both moons shone, the guards rarely stayed alert. Flames flickered steadily above. The sentries remained oblivious to what happened below. With careful coordination, the team surged ahead. They dashed together toward the wall's base. Incrid's face remained sharp, concentrated. He He scanned for danger as they moved. Above, a guard's eyes swept across the ground, firelight stretching long shadows. Still, none of the soldiers noticed the intruders climbing the lower boundary, grinning. The red-haired girl murmured that nights like this always made things simpler. Although Incrid felt they had been seen, they continued ascending without pause. Reaching the top meant entering the slums. There, concealment would be easy. Still holding his weapon, Incrid was told to abandon it, but he declined. For Incrid, bearing the sword was not a burden, it was practice. Others looked on in disbelief, calling him mad, yet remained silent afterward. He climbed the rope quickly. The wall was not an obstacle. It was simply another trial. As the group arrived at the summit, unease grew. A danger, like the greyhounds from before, might be waiting again. Carefully, they stepped over the ledge, feet touched ground. Yet tension remained. From the darkness, a voice taunted their efforts, marking the beginning of an ambush. An enigmatic woman appeared, whispering a cold farewell. Her aura radiated danger. Without delay, vines shot toward the group, summoned through potent magic. As turmoil erupted, warnings rang out she was a magician. Moving quickly, the group dashed toward the base of the wall. Vines lashed violently, ripping through stone and cutting into the ground. Incrid understood the situation, a magician guarding the wall. This was deliberate. Without delay, Incrid rushed forward. Avoiding the first strike, he retaliated quickly, using speed to evade the reaching tendrils. The magician escalated her assault, identifying him as the true threat. While turning midair, Incrid focused entirely on predicting her next move. He trusted his instincts would lead him to success. Yet from a distance, another voice warned that instincts alone could be misled by a powerful foe. Incrid lunged ahead, but the vines coiled tightly around his body, stopping him in midair. Below, the others stared in shock as the vines dragged him toward the enemy. His red-haired companion shouted in alarm, calling him a fool for confronting the magician directly. Whipping wildly, the vines struck toward the rest of the team. They nearly fell from the wall, barely managing to stay balanced. Caught and struggling, Incrid realized he could not escape. The vines were too thick and rigid. Retsha, the magician, stepped forward calmly and commended his bravery. Incrid, still restrained, listened as she introduced herself as Retsha of the Rose Vines. She lifted her hand, energy rising, preparing to finish the fight. A flash of light burst, and power cracked across the air. Released from the vines, Incrid realized he had misjudged her power. He acknowledged his error, assuming all magicians were the same had nearly cost him everything. Standing steady once more, Incrid reflected on his pride and thanked her for reigniting his resolve. This magician was not an obstacle, she was the wall he had to confront. As she smiled darkly, the real battle had only just begun. Faced with the notion of entering disguised as merchants, Incrid doubts the plan's timing. The group decides to merge with traders heading into the city. Refusing to delay, he struggles with the fear of losing momentum and wonders how this so-called wall will hinder him next. Their leader urges everyone to relax, leading the team to unpack supplies with unexpected excitement. Among their items is alcohol, leaving Incrid astonished. The relaxed attitude in hostile territory disturbs him. Observing them unwind, he starts questioning whether constant pressure has dulled his senses rather than refined them. A companion tells him that stress clouds judgment. She offers a drink, encouraging him to loosen up. Years of exceeding limits left no space for reflection. He confesses he's been inflexible, mistakenly thinking strength was the only way ahead. Quietly, Incrid stands and draws his sword with intent. Rather than opposing the wall, he now accepts it, allowing reflection to guide his actions. From afar, his companions watch, understanding his form of rest. With deliberate strikes, he practices beneath the night sky, calm and balanced. The others drink quietly near the fire, one playfully admiring his stance. Above them, crimson and silver moons rise. Shadows stretch along the forest floor, hinting at trials to come. Incrid sharpens his sword alone, reflecting on lessons learned throughout the day. The silence provides rare clarity. He thinks about how they would have reached the city walls by now if they had followed the original path. Memories of threats linger, gray hounds in darkness, a mage guarding above. He wonders what dangers will come next. Suddenly, the sound of claws scraping the ground breaks the calm. Something approaches. A sharp howl confirms the danger. A huge beast stands beneath the blood-red moon. The group reacts immediately, tension snapping as they prepare for the unknown. Incrid recognizes the cry. It matches the creatures seen near the wall. Fear rises. Lycanthropes rush from the ridge. Incrid shouts for everyone to scatter. Chaos erupts. Feet pound the ground, shadows closing in quickly. Surrounded, the group scrambles into formation around the campfire. Their leader warns they are outnumbered 6 against at least 20. Fear grips them tightly. No one detected these monsters approaching. A new enemy's involvement is suspected, possibly Retsha. He appears, calm and defiant, readying to attack. Blue energy ignites from his blade as the beast lunges. Glowing blade slicing the beast mid-charge, he stays composed amid chaos. But the overwhelming number of unpredictable enemies makes focusing in one direction impossible. As more creatures strike from every side, he realizes he cannot survive by limiting his awareness to a single threat. A monstrous jaw lunges forward. Another ally prepares for death, but the blonde fighter is already adapting tactics. Realizing the flaw in his method, he prepares to broaden his perception. While shifting his stance, he helplessly watches teammates fall, blood covering the ground. His mind tells him none of this matters if the day resets, yet the deaths still pierce his heart. Even temporary losses hurt deeply. The pain does not fade with repetition. Driven by that pain, he charges ahead, cutting down another creature with a desperate shout. Strike after strike, he kills beasts as the battle escalates. Claws and steel clash in brutal rhythm. From the crowd appears a white-furred lycanthrope with eerie blue eyes. Another ally is struck violently, blood spraying as the leader intervenes. Injured yet standing, the dark-haired man blocks a powerful strike. This one thinks. It fights differently. Incrid suspects it is their leader. The two collide in savage close combat, raw strength and sharp instinct clashing. Incrid leaps into the air, avoiding a lycanthrope's jaws as it lunges upward. He counters quickly with a downward strike. More monsters emerge from the darkness, fangs exposed and glowing eyes locked onto the group. With tension rising, Incrid steadies himself as the wave of enemies surges toward them. A vision of fallen allies appears, their bodies lying lifeless after failed loops. Voices echo in his mind, insisting every path ends in despair and endless repetition. Despite the hopelessness, Incrid regains focus and accepts the situation is far from perfect. Though others question his condition, Incrid remains resolute, dismissing concern. He clenches his fist with determination, refusing to surrender to fate or fear. With his gaze fixed ahead, he chooses his own path, even if every known route is blocked. 3 armed foes moved into the cavern. Incrid remained motionless, watching from darkness while their boots dragged across rough rock. His thoughts raced through possibilities. If he were surrounded in such a tight space, survival would be nearly impossible. He needed to prevent being trapped entirely by sensing threats before they struck. Without any warning, shouting burst out behind him. Soldiers appeared quickly, eliminating any chance to retreat. The corridor was now filled with armored enemies, their weapons raised and eyes fixed on him. Despite his heightened instincts, he hadn't detected even a trace of the ambush. He steadied himself and retaliated. Suddenly, vines snapped out from the walls, restraining his limbs mid-dodge. A purple-haired mage observed calmly, wondering if her trap had activated too early. Annoyed, she adjusted her aim, and one of her allies was struck down violently. Outside the cavern, a soldier lunged and failed. His companion laughed at the mistake. Incrid held his ground, tightening his gloves, prepared for more than raw strength. With magic now in play, instinct alone would not be enough to escape. Beneath the crimson glow of the moon, lycanthropes rushed forward with terrifying speed. Incrid attacked with resolve, trying to balance the overwhelming disadvantage, yet every strike felt ineffective. His strength alone could not overcome sheer numbers. A precise thrust hit its target as Incrid surged ahead, breaking through enemy lines. He cut a path between soldiers, his blade moving with cold precision amid chaos. Instead of panicking, he reminded himself each clash was a chance to push his limits. Caught in thorny vines, Incrid sliced through them without hesitation. Using momentum, he flipped through the air, severing the remaining restraints. He could not afford delay. Beneath the blood-red moon, every second carried weight for growth. Steel clashed again as Incrid faced another beast, delivering a fatal strike. Above him a strange lantern glowed, echoing a voice urging him to stop delaying. The message was clear: break past his limits, or remain trapped in endless repetition. As time passed, understanding sharpened. Incrid realized the 3 paths before him. A faint smile appeared as he stood beneath the tree, dawn rising on the horizon. Seeing him approach, a comrade called his name, surprised by his sudden sprint. Incrid's fist shot forward toward the stunned warrior without pause. Shock filled the man's eyes. This level of skill had been impossible before. 30 days had passed, with relentless focus. Incrid had forged the power he now wielded. He clenched his fist with quiet resolve, declaring he was ready to move beyond the cycle. He approached his companions calmly, asking for a small wrist pouch before departure. Gesturing to his arm, he described the size he required, and the craftsman agreed. Noticing something, Incrid asked Finn about his boots, curious about their design. Finn explained they were lined with cloth, made to soften footsteps for stealth. Taking this seriously, Incrid suggested everyone adopt the same approach. He was then asked if he had ranger experience, but Incrid admitted he did not. Still, he noted that even with cloth, moving silently remained difficult. He reflected on his progress. Each repetition of today had sharpened his senses. Incrid explained their success depended on detecting ambushes before they happened. Ambushes in darkness were hard to notice, but someone in their group had the necessary skill. He raised concerns that if enemies waited inside the crawl hole, retreat would be the only option. One teammate questioned this, asking what if exits were blocked. He answered plainly if soldiers were positioned ahead, death would be certain. To change his team's direction without force, he realized he needed to persuade them logically. Incrid recalled Krang's commanding presence, understanding it held more influence than words. Recognizing that strong resolve could sway others, he remained firm without speaking much. His composure shifted the atmosphere. Finn acknowledged his own lack of caution and adjusted. The group moved forward carefully, but Finn began noticing subtle inconsistencies. Tracks on the ground appeared altered, their edges unnaturally wiped away. Alarmed, she sensed danger and urged the group to secure the rear exit immediately. As they advanced, hidden archers quietly took position around the escape route. Crossbows raised, they waited in silence for the perfect moment to strike. Incrid confirmed it. The ambush was set exactly where they intended to flee. One soldier noticed a lone figure rushing toward them. Incrid, moving with intent. Confusion spread among enemy ranks, uncertain of any expected messenger. Without hesitation, Incrid prepared to face them directly. His true battle was about to begin. Racing along the passage, Incrid attracts the guards' notice. They think he's a courier sent by Captain Roger, and allow him through without hesitation. After hearing the name Roger from Risha, Incrid quickly pieces everything together. All at once, a frightened shout erupts as someone mistakes him for a creature. Alarm spreads as fear takes hold. Tension rises when troops demand to know about Roger. Simply saying the name makes them suspect Ace Fen connections. Pretending ignorance, Incrid buys time. He understands that once they see clearly, his cover will vanish. But time has run out. With sudden speed, he takes down one guard, unleashing chaos. Voices clash as soldiers waver between shooting or waiting. Disorder dominates. Incrid provokes them, driving their tension higher. His words deepen the turmoil. Their commander shouts angrily, failing to regain authority over the disorganized ranks. Finn rushes ahead, scolding the soldiers for hesitating. Her anger is unmistakable. Attempting to concentrate, she struggles through the overwhelming noise. No clear danger appears. Spitting Roger's name, she ridicules his command as everything falls apart. With sharp precision, Incrid cuts through the front lines. Blood flows as fighters drop under his unrelenting attacks. Finn's gaze widens. Only now does she understand it was all deliberate misdirection. Guards react as fresh footsteps echo from behind them. Steel glints in the darkness. One soldier collapses, struck from the rear. Terrified cries erupt. One calls Roger's name in panic, while another is hit, eyes frozen in fear. No aid comes. Within the chaos, Incrid strikes flawlessly. His foe's throat is pierced before a sound can form. Crossbow units regroup and ready their weapons. The order to kill him is given instantly. Sensing his chance is over, Incrid prepares to retreat. The distraction has served its role. Springing away, Incrid propels himself down the hallway, landing smoothly. Finn and the others catch sight of him, dashing past. Commands are shouted to head for the exit. While fleeing, Incrid warns that Roger's main force, the Grey Dogs, has arrived. Shouting at the top of his voice, Incrid orders them to deliver Risha's message. Time is critical. The Grey Dogs falter, confused by his knowledge of the mage. Incrid uses this hesitation to move ahead. Still in motion, he turns and lunges forward, pulling the enemy's attention. Opponents close in, yelling to seize him. Weapons swing in narrow spaces. Finn breaks into daylight, rushing out of the tunnel with the others following. Breathing heavily, she wonders where she can shake them, perhaps the stream. Incrid directs them toward the campsite. Though Finn doubts the path, no explanation follows. Without hesitation, she leads the group, trusting his urgency. Despite uncertainty, every moment counts. Elsewhere, a soldier watches the dimming sun and prepares to call forth something dangerous. A memory returns. Risha once warned of clay-colored stones near the river. Beneath them, vipers hide. Ground gives way as Incrid activates a trap, The terrain shifts violently beneath the enemy, caught unprepared. Soldiers tumble into the pit. Panic grows as snakes emerge, screams echo. Soldiers realize they have disturbed a nest of vipers buried below debris. Finn and Torres glance back in shock, questioning what destruction Incrid has caused. With a slight grin, Incrid confirms their strategy succeeded. There's no way the creatures missed that. Above, the crimson moon begins to rise. Night has fully arrived. From darkness, beasts stir. Their claws pound as they rush forward, ignoring sides. The creatures hunt only one thing: blood and flesh. Incrid orders Finn and Torres to split up. They hesitate, uncertain. Their loyalty conflicts with reason, unwilling to leave him behind. He shouts a final command: he has a plan. Staying would only hinder him. The enemy divides into smaller squads, pursuing Finn and Torres. Incrid observes that both the Grey Dogs and the lycanthropes are gathering in the same place. He understands this instant is crucial. If he draws all focus to himself, the others can get away. The soldiers hesitate under his pressure, yet the monsters respond instinctively, revealing fangs and fixing on him. Leaders shout to target Incrid first, hoping to stop the chaos at its source. Even the creatures pause briefly before charging ahead. Their fury shifts direction. Monsters leap up the cliff as the blood moon shines behind them. Soldiers brace themselves. A werewolf crashes into the formation, sparking panic. Lines collapse. Incrid maintains distance, carefully studying the growing disorder. He deflects an attack, knowing friend and foe are now indistinguishable in the clash. The battlefield falls into chaos. Fighters strike wildly without coordination. From the center, Incrid watches monsters and soldiers tear each other apart. His strategy is succeeding. Amid a war zone soaked in chaos, Incrid found himself encircled by allies and foes alike, impossible to tell apart. The earth trembled beneath constant clashes as beasts and soldiers collided in uncontrolled brutality. The group faltered, uncertain whether trusting Incrid's unclear plan was the right choice. Beneath a crimson moon, Incrid stood alone, surrounded by hostile creatures, closing inward. One night, consumed by fear, called for action, pushing others to charge forward and help him. Unexpectedly, his smooth movements confused them. Every strike failed as he slipped through gaps effortlessly. Though enemies were distracted by fighting each other, those sensing his lethal aura still pursued him. With sharpened instincts, he sensed hidden dangers, answering them with precise and decisive strikes. Reacting within split seconds, he performed flawless actions with unwavering accuracy. Unwilling to lose focus, he maintained his rhythm despite the carnage around him. At the same time, the organized Grey Dogs began reforming ranks, threatening to bring order to the chaos. Only disorder gave him advantage without it. His plan would fall apart. With aggressive force, Incrid attacked a heavily armored opponent. Witnesses gasped. He had challenged Roger, the notorious warrior who never exposed his face. Still, he showed no fear, guided by purpose, rather than ego. In a rapid exchange, Incrid disarmed Roger, sending his helmet skidding across the battlefield for everyone to witness. Gasps echoed among nearby troops. The hidden reason behind Roger's secrecy was finally exposed. As the helmet rolled aside, shocked eyes focused on his bald head and unexpected reality revealed. Roger's anger exploded as he realized his secret had been revealed in the most humiliating way. Instead of mocking him, Incrid calmly stated that baldness was nothing to be ashamed of. The surrounding troops shouted either support or ridicule, fueling Roger's wounded pride even further. From a distance, Finn and another knight watched in shock as Incrid's behavior turned absurdly dramatic. Confidently touching his own hair, one knight posed theatrically, as if showcasing a competing scalp. With a sigh, Finn muttered that Incrid had clearly lost his sanity, blinded by rage. Roger charged forward, weapon raised, refusing to give Incrid a quick death. Without hesitation, Incrid grinned, ready to counter whatever came next. The two sides clashed again, weapons flashing violently in direct combat. Roger attacked relentlessly, swinging with full strength. Incrid blocked with precision, eyes locked, focus razor sharp with a powerful strike. Roger staggered, his offense finally overpowered. Incrid lifted his sword high, delivering a devastating blow. His target Roger froze, eyes widening in sudden terror. A brief silence followed before realization hit Roger. The werewolf's claws ripped through him, interrupting the duel with fatal force, trapping both fighters in the chaos. Shock spread through the battlefield as Roger fell, his body crushed beneath the beast's attack. His defeat shattered morale. While the creature seized the advantage, standing tall under the blood moon, the werewolf loomed over Roger's shattered body. Incrid knew it aimed to finish him. Moving with urgency, Incrid rushed forward, blade prepared. A one-eyed lycanthrope appeared stronger, quicker, and more intelligent than the others. His thoughts sharpened. Incrid understood the pattern. This fight had to end. Now resolute, he launched forward. His blade clashed against the beasts in a fierce exchange. The momentum shifted as Incrid moved between attacks, dodging claws and striking back continuously. He lowered himself, preparing a final strike as the lichen staggered, under pressure. Blood sprayed as his sword connected. The werewolf roared in agony, yet remained standing. Another beast joined the battle, eyes burning with rage. Incrid stood alone once again. Still, he did not retreat. With sword ready, he faced the new enemy without hesitation. With steady resolve, Incrid declared the end. His blade drove deep into the creature's skull beneath the crimson moon. Steel cut through flesh with brutal certainty. The massive lichen finally collapsing under his strike. Nearby troops watched in stunned silence as the beast fell, defeated. Finn and the others noticed another lichen hesitate, unwilling to confront Incrid, recognizing his dominance. They chose to regroup and reconsider their strategy. The creature withdrew, and beneath the moonlight, the team moved to recover. From the battlefield, allies shouted for Incrid to fall back. Another danger approached behind him, reacting instantly. Incrid ducked and turned. The opponent was trying to flee. A nearby knight struggled to stop the escape, failing to intercept in time. Retreating soldiers voiced confusion, unable to understand how Incrid predicted everything. He dismissed their questions, giving vague explanations about timing and luck. Deep down, he knew their doubts were justified, but revealing the truth now wasn't possible. Instead of explaining, he redirected his attention. The mission was not yet finished. With determination, he reminded them their objective still remained. As they prepared to move forward, a mysterious woman stepped out from the shadows. With a steady hold, Incrid propelled himself upward along a rope, advancing with deliberate speed toward the fortress wall. Finn and her companion watched in silent shock as he climbed like a practiced infiltrator. Once at the top, he swiftly disappeared from view, leaving both wondering about the extent of his training. Taking shelter behind stone defenses, Incrid narrowed his gaze, concentrating on the magical presence ahead. Instead of fear, he leaned on experience. The mage's actions followed patterns he had encountered many times before. Without delay, he gestured for Finn to stay back and quietly moved toward the danger. Finn stepped ahead in confusion as Incrid vanished. Without speaking, ahead, the mage spun around, alarmed by the sudden movement. Without pause, Incrid surged forward, weapon drawn, targeting her core. Purple tendrils erupted from her cloak, lashing toward him like whips. Twisting midair, he avoided the strike and landed with control. She smirked, insisting her summoned forces were already active. Instead of withdrawing, Incrid replied that her creatures were already being stopped. He mocked her lack of preparation as she launched yet another attack. Sliding beneath it, he shifted his footing, preparing to counter. As heavy tendrils slammed down, Incrid deflected them precisely, maintaining sharp focus. He studied their structure. Thick ones required evasion, thin ones could be cut apart. Moving in a circle, he adjusted his stance, following the tempo of her strikes. Finn, observing from afar, struggled to understand how anyone could fight a mage so directly. Uncertain whether to help, her ally hesitated, thinking interference would hinder Incrid more than assist him. Elsewhere, armored foes rushed the bridge, aiming at Incrid with ranged weapons. The mage's anger flared. She released a storm of dark projectiles, calling Incrid nothing more than a swordsman. Turning rapidly, she unleashed a spiraling attack of death, but Incrid kept moving, calculating each step. He understood the truth: she was still human, and a precise strike could finish it. Incrid reached for a hidden blade, ideal for a single decisive kill. With controlled precision, he threw it, slicing through the magical barrage. The opening he sought appeared, and he advanced for the finishing strike. His blow connected as her defenses weakened. Her body collapsed, caught within her own spell. Incrid stood firm, extending his arm to retrieve the blade, his concealed advantage. Later, collecting magical fragments, he told Finn to save them for later use. A radiant shard activated in Incrid's hand, emitting intense light from its core. The mage's eyes widened as she recognized it, one of the magical devices taken from the cave. Its burst of blinding energy expanded outward, forcing nearby enemies to shield their eyes in pain. Creatures beyond the fortress instinctively turned away, recoiling from the light cutting through the darkness. Even from a distance, the shockwave blinded and disrupted their formation. Inside the stronghold, the mage screamed, entangled in her own magic, unable to resist the surge. Incrid struck with accuracy, slicing through tendrils and magic together. His weapon passed cleanly through her defense as she recoiled in fear. He realized then his strength came not from a single path, but from combining many. The shard fell to the ground, fragments scattering behind it. Crimson light flooded the battlefield as Incrid pressed his attack. By merging all three methods, he had created what he now called today. Finn rushed toward him, astonished by the force he had displayed. Incrid warned that enemies would soon gather, drawn by the light. Without delay, they regrouped and moved, disappearing into the night, as torches flared behind them. Disguised agents slipped through crossguard under torchlight, moving quickly past patrols. They confirmed their position, the last known place where their informant Kitten had operated. Inside, the room was in disarray, broken tools, scattered equipment, and clear evidence of an ambush. Finn clenched her teeth, accepting the truth they had feared. Kitten was dead. The signs, the silence, the overturned space, it all confirmed it. They understood the entire mission had been bait, arranged by the enemy to eliminate their spies. Surrounded and pressed for time, the group argued over how to escape. Incrid suggested a diversion, one he had used successfully before. Within moments, flames erupted in the district, drawing soldiers and spreading chaos. He noted how repeated use of such tactics had made him skilled in arson. Even so, he resolved to train harder with the sword once they returned. Under the moonlight, the team ran toward the border guard gates, concealed by smoke. Elsewhere, enemy leaders received word of the fire and the failed trap. They raged over Retcha's death and the success of the infiltration. Although the plan had been perfect, their enemies had slipped away again. Despite the setback, Abner remained calm, assuring his subordinate that chances still existed. He turned and walked steadily down the corridor, already planning ahead. With composed resolve, Abner began preparing for the next mission.
Beneath a bright sky, a solitary boat drifts across the calm sea, carrying Incrid, Finn, and Torres toward their objective. Exhausted from constant sparring drills, Finn and Torres lean over, their breaths heavy and garments drenched. Even with the exhaustion, Incrid suggests another bout, prompting disbelief from Torres while a nearby sailor watches them with worry. After arriving ashore, the group quickly steps off without hesitation. Finn lags behind Incrid, complaining about his relentless fixation on combat practice. Crossing the secured entrance, she quietly mutters about her misfortune for always being placed with such intense teams. A bald man abruptly emerges, catching Incrid's focus as he rushes forward in distress. He shouts urgently, warning that Cresres is in serious danger and requires assistance. His voice trembles as he discloses the origin of the threat, a being known only as the Frog. Referring to the seasonal inspections, the man describes how this creature reappears annually. Incrid narrows his gaze, identifying the matter as something connected to past experiences. At the same time, Cres had arranged supplies 3 days prior. While checking reports, he's alerted to a suspicious individual possibly linked to opposing forces. The Gilpin Guild, now functioning as the Night Watch. Cres, intent on expanding power, stays unaware of the presence approaching him, reflects assuredly on his advancement, predicting total dominance over the backstreets within half a year if progress continues. One of his subordinates patrols beneath the guild, oblivious to the approaching threat. Without warning, a hooded figure slips quietly along the hallway. Suddenly, the attacker strikes, quickly eliminating the man. Cres responds in shock. Hidden beneath a cloak, the assailant's crimson eyes cut through the haze. Cres and another yell in fear. Identifying the enemy, Cres whispers the name Frok as a massive blue hand slams into the ground. Frok displays their actual form, a blue-skinned entity with braided hair and an unsettling calmness. Though wounded, one of the men remains alive. Cres spares him, stating there's still a chance to negotiate. With urgency, he urges Frok to follow and rushes into a hallway, hoping to shift the situation. Frok trails behind with curiosity, intrigued by Cres's intent and relaxed attitude. Cres answers inquiries without delay, even asking if Frok has eaten. A chuckle escapes Frok before a sudden attack breaks the moment, leading into another confrontation. Amid the turmoil, Cres is hurled onto the floor. He groans, yet rises again. Looms above him, claiming that violence forces humans to listen more clearly. Even after being struck, Cres jokes and questions the strange situation, leading Frok to reveal the former guildmaster is already dead. Cres pauses before accusing the usual border guards. Another question cuts deeper. Frok demands a name. Sweat forms on Cres's forehead as he struggles to reply. Eventually he reveals it was a soldier named Ragna, provoking a dangerous glare from Frok. Without hesitation, Frog commands Gilpin to bring Ragna at once. Shocked and uncertain, Gilpin stutters but complies under pressure. He sprints through the corridor, heart pounding, determined to find the one individual who might solve this crisis. Outside, Gilpin encounters Incrid and tells him about the request to summon Ragna. Incrid remembers Ragna's laziness, noting he's the most difficult to motivate in their unit. Nevertheless, the command stands to bring anyone capable of defeating a Froke, and Ragna may be the only chance. Concerned, Incrid asks if Ragna is safe. Gilpin confirms he's alive and stronger than before. Despite earlier failure, Incrid trusts Ragna has improved. Confidence rising, he states Ragna could now have a chance against the Froke, resolute. Incrid shares his wish to fight Ragna and test his power directly. He tells Gilpin to notify Froke that Ragna will arrive the next day, needing just a day to recover. Believing the situation won't worsen within a day, Incrid walks off, convinced he understands the enemy's motives. Frokes are often viewed as mindless creatures, but Incrid considers their range, noting how this one used craze as leverage. Such calculated behavior shows this Froke isn't just strength, it's evaluating them. Later, Incrid reports to command, requesting a postponement in returning to his unit due to built-up fatigue. Determined to get ready, he focuses on physical recovery, eating and resting with intent. Training begins again the following morning. He lifts heavy logs, refining both power and stability. Aware of his limited resources, he checks his gear. Only 2 whistle daggers remain. A plan to replace them forms. From the side, a feline creature named Esther approaches, offering an unusual display of affection. Incrid crouches, petting Esther, amused by the animal's sudden interest. With a grin, he invites Esther along but says it'll only watch. Anticipation rises, as Incrid prepares himself for the rematch. Elsewhere, Frog becomes restless, hoping Ragna keeps his promise. Craze offers the creature fresh worm meat to delay, still attempting to appease it. Frog commends his usefulness, briefly reconsidering his fate. Laughing uneasily, Craze goes along while silently begging for reinforcements. Hope diminishing, he realizes if no one arrives soon he's finished. An abandoned yard rests in stillness, equipment lying across the ground from earlier labor. Without haste, Luagarn quietly chews his meal, his aura filling the area with silent menace. Pressure rises as Crace looks toward the entrance, questioning why nobody has appeared so far. At Luagarn's order, Crace forces a grin and tells a servant to fetch additional supplies. Despite the relaxed manner, his thoughts race. Luagarn observes everything, even during moments of ease. Meanwhile, Incrid dashes down stone stairs, pulse racing, weapon gripped firmly. A glint within Luagarn's eyes reveals he detects danger nearing. The wall explodes apart as Incrid bursts inside, blade cutting through the debris. Hurled aside by the impact, Craze barely understands the sudden shift. Shaken and alarmed, Craze shouts at Incrid, questioning his capability. Yet Incrid's pace never falters, his concentration stays sharp. A clean blow connects. Luagarn growls and retaliates instantly. Steel meets flesh, as Incrid barely avoids the strike. Every motion intensifies, trembling the room's structure. Calm eyes confront rage. Incrid remains steady, prepared for more. Luagarn's face darkens as his body tightens, and he charges ahead with overwhelming strength, overpowering Incrid. The two crash together violently, weapons sparking, neither giving way as momentum shifts. Crace watches from afar, stunned. He cannot believe Incrid is holding on by himself. Pain spreads through Incrid's grasp, his arms strain from enduring the brute's power. Rather than resisting head-on, he shifts defensive stance, flows into a smooth fluid motion. He unleashes a counter precisely, applying the flowing blade technique to redirect force. Weapons grind once more. Yet now Incrid keeps his footing, absorbing the rhythm of combat. His attention sharpens. He understands only a strike to Luagarn's heart can end this fight. With a quick sidestep, he directs his blade toward that vital spot, ready to pierce deep. Before impact occurs, Luagarn answers with a crushing strike, throwing Incrid into the wall. Fragments scatter as Kratos watches, terror covering his expression. He cries out in panic. Luagarn advances, voice icy, finally recognizing Incrid's aim to strike his core. Wounded and buried beneath debris, Incrid slowly stands. His gaze stays focused, refusing to yield. Luagarn looks down, confused. This fighter should have reached his limit earlier. Still he rises, attacking again, defying fate with relentless determination. Blood runs down Incrid's face, yet he grins. The frog's heavy strikes no longer seem unbearable. Above him, Luagarn delivers a lethal downward blow, determined to finish the fight instantly. Incrid leaps upward, blade once again targeting Luagarn's heart, his relentless resolve unshaken. A spinning clash erupts midair,
both fighters colliding with raw strength and accuracy. Incrid whispers to himself, recalling that only a stab through the heart stops regeneration. The pair continue their fierce battle, trading strikes that scatter blood across the ground. Incrid shifts position quickly, analyzing Luagarn's recovery speed and choosing to exploit an opening. Moving forward, he targets weak points instead of a direct fatal thrust. Luagarn growls, certain that even with one arm he can crush Incrid like a bug. Before Luagarn reacts, Incrid attacks, striking him mid-advance with a brutal counter. The impact sends the frog-like warrior staggering backward, shocked by the reversal. Watching Incrid approach, Luagarn wonders if this could finally be his defeat. Suddenly, the flow changes. Luagarn blocks, but does not complete the attack. He pauses. Incrid notices the hesitation, confused. His weapon lowers slightly in doubt. Within Luagarn's stare, something shifts. He murmurs, sensing something within the boy, something tangible. Blue flames spiral around Luagarn as he activates a powerful magical force for defense. He quickly realizes the energy is not hostile, it serves as a warning from a nearby beast. Understanding that killing Incrid might trigger his own end, Luagarn restrains his killing intent. The energy surrounding Incrid suggests something unnatural. He has exceeded normal human limits. Luagarn deems him dangerous, someone who must be eliminated before growing stronger. Yet before he moves, Incrid attacks again, showing no hesitation, standing face to face. Luagarn tells Incrid to remember his name, Merowyn. He promises vengeance and quickly withdraws, disappearing alongside the beast. Incrid watches him fade, standing firm while silently accepting the threat remains. Krasus steps forward carefully, confirming the opponent has left. He reveals he was not truly fighting, yet the clash was not at full power. He says calmly that with 3 more todays, he would have claimed victory. Along the silent roads, Incrid and Krasus advance carefully, unsettled by the lack of their usual companions. Krasus notes how strange it is that every elite squad was sent out at once. Even though the creature disappeared, Incrid still feels a lingering discomfort. Looking downward, Incrid silently questions Esther, wondering whether the beast had interfered somehow. Their moment is broken by a firm voice. A high-ranking officer arrives with piercing eyes and a strict tone. Seeing the injuries on Incrid, the commander orders him to report, explaining his unit had personally asked for him. All at once, Incrid halts. An unfamiliar presence remains nearby. He whispers, sensing the fairy's aura. Sinar surveys a battlefield soaked in blood while sunlight cuts through the smoke-heavy sky. Her eyes sharpen. Now she understands why these fighters are considered insane. Within the turmoil, a swordsman delivers 3 deadly blows without hesitation. Instead of continuing, he sheathes his blade, indifferent as more enemies close in. From afar, murmurs spread. He was thought to have died in the previous battle. A scream echoes. Someone raises the severed head of the enemy commander. A massive figure charges forward, each step trembling the ground. Without warning, he grabs a soldier and slams him down, leaving others stunned. Across the field, a desperate fighter swings wildly, failing to strike his opponent. Nearby, a red-haired warrior watches the chaos in silence, unaffected. Without response, the warrior turns away, ignoring the desperate cry behind him. Sinar observes everything in silence. At a camp beneath the mountains, 2 commanders speak about the unruly troops. Sinar comments that recruiting them was easy. Commanding them is the real challenge. Elsewhere, Sinar orders a recruit to take the place of the missing squad leader. Frustration erupts as a man accuses her of removing their leader, yet still demanding obedience. Her face turns cold. Sinar shifts the fault onto leadership. She warns that disobedience may cost Incrid. One man, deeply shaken, clenches his teeth. His voice drops 3 each day. He imposes strict limits. No more than that. Sinar recognizes their efforts, but points out that higher ranks fail to value them. Their squad plays a crucial role. The war's outcome could depend on their success. The opposing side continues provoking one-on-one duels after losing proper battles. Their methods are questionable, but they have never lost in that format. Morale is weakening. The commanders agree only the strongest should participate. Managing the reckless unit is still the biggest issue. Sinar accepts the strategy and agrees to return the unit's original leader. Outside the camp, an officer reflects on the enemy's increasing cunning, something never shown before. He believes a new strategist is behind everything, a tactical prodigy within the Aspen ranks. This change must be his doing. Meanwhile, Andrew walks through the camp with determination. The sunset bathes the tents in warm light. He silently introduces himself, carrying the burden of leading reckless warriors in his superior's absence. Though worn down, he keeps discipline. Talks of controlling a violent subordinate spread among the troops. Andrew explains that each deadly duel strengthens him. Death feels near, yet growth comes with it. His companion agrees reluctantly. It is dangerous, but effective. Inside the tent, the three wild warriors rest apart. A commander's harsh voice shatters the calm. Tension rises. One officer accuses the unit of making a mockery of the war effort. The atmosphere tightens. Andrew realizes the man is a newly assigned commander. Shock turns into concern, refusing obedience. Andrew shouts back that their platoon answers only to their commander. As conflict erupts, another warrior leaps forward to defend. A fight is about to begin. Insults are exchanged if leadership is questioned. They will resolve it through combat. The challenge is accepted. Tempers ignite. The battle begins. Leaning against the fading sunlight, the long-haired warrior sighs in frustration. The fight, once exciting, now feels dull. Combat no longer thrills him. The excitement is gone, and nothing in the camp offers a challenge worth pursuing. He turns away from the others, stepping out. A thought lingers: it might be time to become a soldier again. Inside the tent, the others rest. One calls out to their leader, worried about his long absence. Unease spreads. If he is this late, something must have happened. Has he fallen? Another soldier reflects quietly. If purpose is gone, then there may be no reason to remain. Their thoughts fill the silence. One by one, each considers their own fate. Without speaking, they begin to leave, one after another. The decision is shared. I am leaving, they declare. Stepping into the dimming light, at that moment, Incrid appears. Sonar calls out playfully Fiang Fei. He rushes forward, rejoining his comrades without hesitation. With steady breath, he declares his return. Shock fills the room. One soldier rushes forward, eyes wide. Emotion spills out as he cries, clinging to Incrid in relief. With tears falling, he demands why it took so long for him to return. The instant Incrid comes back, chaos breaks loose. One soldier lunges at him in frustration, releasing all the tension and pressure. Another warrior charges in. Annoyed at being slower, the team gathers around. Whole again. As the sun fades behind them, Incrid quietly stands beside his squad. Flames roared into the dark sky as tents encircled the blazing center of the camp. The weight of tension hung thick in the heated air. Observing the chaos, Incrid quickly realized his role was not to support but to take control of disorder itself. While one soldier brushed off commands with ease, Incrid held back his judgment, aware that authority here must be proven, not given. A mocking voice cut through the silence, questioning his progress with arrogant ease. Without delay, a boot slammed the earth. A blonde fighter stood, sword drawn, calling for a duel. A red-haired onlooker protested, pointing out the injury clearly visible on Incrid. Angered, the blonde snapped back, insisting he had the right to fight first. Voices rose louder, tensions igniting. Another man issued a sharp threat in return. Only Incrid's firm voice broke through the noise, bringing sudden silence to all. He stated he would face each of them, one after another. Though wounded, he claimed the injury was still under control. To prove it, he tightened his hold, making his readiness unmistakable. Memories of past victories against formidable foes echoed within him. Even if knighthood still felt distant, he accepted how far it remained. Yet the distance behind him already showed how much he had grown. With resolve burning inside, Incrid silently promised to demonstrate that progress. His eyes sharpened with focus. A companion warned him of the danger, mentioning possible consequences. Still, the choice was his alone. Without pause, he stepped outside, where the others had gathered for the challenge. The first opponent rushed forward with a fierce attack, forcing Incrid to react instantly. Steel clashed beneath the glow of firelight. From afar, the opponent recognized Incrid's steady stance. He was prepared to test that growth. Both moved with strength. A heavy charge came swiftly toward Incrid. He met it directly, evading and striking back with precision. Their blades sparked in midair. The opponent noticed a clear change. Incrid no longer hesitated. Now, his movements were decisive, his stance filled with confidence and power. Enjoying the fight, the opponent pushed him to reveal more. Incrid responded with rapid, relentless strikes. Those watching stood amazed. His improvement in only 1 week was undeniable. Another warrior, losing patience, demanded the fight conclude quickly. Nearby fighters waited, their growing frustration pressing in silence. Despite the pressure, the opponent refused to end it halfway. Driven forward, Incrid advanced again, refusing to slow or withdraw. Back at camp, the soldiers questioned him, tension lingering after his return. He brushed it off, claiming he had only fought a frog. No one believed him. One corrected the story. stating the injury came after returning from the border, not during the mission. Curiosity grew, and someone asked what had truly happened. Incrid admitted it had been an ambush. They were attacked by hounds, lycanthropes, and a mage. The situation had been severe, even with effort. One soldier admitted he couldn't get close to Incrid during the fight. Later, as night deepened, Incrid lay still. His body rested, but his thoughts remained sharp. He reflected on the duels, sensing his opponents had held back because of his wrist. What he wanted now was recovery and a true fight without restraint. Around him, others spoke of their own growth. They knew there was still more to learn. Across the room, challenges were exchanged. Rivalries had not faded. Incrid listened quietly, determination steady beneath his calm expression. One voice promised a rematch. Once he healed, laughter and encouragement followed. Training never truly ends. They said it only changes. Everyone sought to improve, and Incrid agreed, ready to face them again when fully recovered. Frustration burned within him as he remembered the battle. The frog had left more than injury, it struck his pride. Others joked about easy solutions, unaware of what he had endured. Advice came from every side. Some urged rest. Others warned against arrogance. Eventually, someone asked if it was time to sleep. Silence slowly returned. One by one, the soldiers fell asleep. Outside, the camp rested quietly beneath the stars. Dawn would soon arrive. Incrid awoke later than expected, surprised by the depth of his rest. He sat up quietly. Outside, he greeted a fellow soldier and asked about the others. Most had already gone to the front lines, leaving only guards and support behind. Stepping out, he tried to stretch but flinched as his wrist still ached. For a moment, doubt crept in, questioning whether fighting had been the right choice. Yet the thought of battle reignited his drive. He wanted to swing his blade again. Despite the pain, he resumed training. His left hand awkwardly guided the sword. He thought about his form clumsy and weak, like when he first started, but as he continued, a smile appeared. This was his path refining, relearning, advancing. On the outskirts of camp, Incrid trained alone beneath the rising sun, beginning anew once more. Despite the visible injuries on his body, the power gained through solitary training still flowed within him. Observing from afar, a soldier noted Incrid's ferocity, murmuring about his unusual resilience. As he attempted to fasten the sword strap, his wounded hand struggled with the task. Without hesitation, a soldier approached and criticized, both the weapon and the one wielding it, usually hostile. The man unexpectedly offered assistance, leaving Incrid quietly questioning the sudden kindness. "Jenny," the man muttered, breaking the silence with an unfamiliar name. Brow furrowed, Incrid tried to remember but came up empty. Irritated, the soldier snapped, explaining she was a herb merchant, then struck him in frustration. With anger boiling over, the man stormed away, declaring he was done. Alone once more, Incrid's memories surfaced. He had never returned her feelings. Jenny had worked near the border, and Incrid had visited frequently, though only for supplies. Feelings, however, had grown on her side without his awareness. Unaware, vengeance had also cared for her, quietly nurturing jealousy. Incrid calmly clarified his interest was never romantic, only practical. Thinking back, Incrid remembered how Jenny never looked at him the way she did at Vengeance. He realized she had feelings for someone else all along, making the rivalry meaningless. Without warning, Vengeance snapped again, muttering insults before suddenly walking away, claiming he had duties. Inside his tent, Incrid sat beside Esther. The magical beast curled near his feet, appearing exhausted, concerned. He gently asked if she felt unwell, noticing her fatigue. Esther admitted her condition came from constantly healing him during his reckless training. Despite being positioned in the rear, the atmosphere stayed tense, and rest was scarce. From above, the calm camp arrangement appeared organized and secure near the riverside. 2 guards patrolled along the riverbank, unaware of the danger approaching them. Ripples spread across the water, catching one guard's attention. Just as he turned to alert the others, a sudden strike struck him fatally. Incrid, sensing danger, rushed toward the scene with Esther close behind. A soldier shouted about an enemy attack, throwing the rear camp into chaos. Despite his injuries, Incrid charged ahead, ignoring shouts, telling him to stay back. He pushed past his comrades, ready to defend what others could not. Incrid narrowed his eyes, shocked to recognize the man emerging with the enemy forces. From the shadows of the advancing unit, a familiar figure moved with purpose and command. Mitch Hurrier, clad in dark armor, led the enemy troops onto the battlefield. Sweat rolled down Mitch's face as he locked eyes with Incrid from a distance. He stepped forward solemnly, claiming divine fate had brought them together again. Mitch admitted that Incrid had humbled him before and vowed to surpass him.
Raising his sword, Mitch declared his intention to personally bring Incrid down. Incrid called out to Craig and Esther, urging them to prepare. The clash erupted instantly as Mitch lunged, unleashing a brutal strike. Sparks flew as blades collided, both men exchanging heavy blows. Incrid staggered under the pressure, barely keeping his footing. Mitch mocked him, asking if he was already injured and calling it unfortunate. A devastating blow swept across, forcing Incrid to retreat. Vengeance rushed in, defending him without hesitation, shouting for Incrid to run. Vengeance faced Mitch directly despite the danger. A brutal slash struck Vengeance's head, splitting it open in a burst of blood. Frozen in place, Incrid stared in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden loss. The gruesome image of Vengeance's head flying through the air etched itself into his memory as the body collapsed. Rage surged through Incrid's body, his eyes igniting with burning fury. Mitch sneered, calling Vengeance insignificant, unaffected by what he had done. Without pause, Esther charged toward Mitch, her instincts flaring with protective fury. Panic flashed across Incrid's face as he realized Esther was rushing straight into danger. Reaching out his arm, he shouted a warning, but she was already airborne. A violent impact followed as Esther collided with Mitch's armored body. Craig leaped forward to support her, determined not to let her fight alone. Incrid sprinted with all his strength, driven by fear and urgency. Another fatal strike came too quickly, blood splattered, and Craig fell before reaching his target. Coldly, Mitch remarked that if Incrid's wrist had healed, he might have been a threat. Their swords clashed again, violence painting the battlefield with crimson arcs. From above, the ground was drenched with blood, bodies scattered between clashing blades. Tents stretched across the campsite in strict formation, shadows lengthening under morning light while silence blanketed the soldiers' territory. Inside a single tent, Incrid awoke from uneasy sleep, his motion stopping as pain surged through his wrapped wrist. He tightened his jaw in irritation. With his dominant hand damaged, he was rendered helpless, unable to raise a weapon or shield anyone. Another soldier shouted nearby, yet Incrid stayed intent. He understood the Grey Hounds would attack before dusk. Instead of resting, he moved onto the field, practice sword held firmly in his left hand. His swings sliced through the air, with increasing accuracy, compensating for what his right hand could no longer offer. Voices of a superior's contempt returned phrases that cut deeper than any sword. Recollections of fallen allies lingered around him, their sacrifice pressed heavily upon his spirit. Resolute, he pressed on, sweat pouring as he forced himself beyond his limits. Someone laughed, calling his effort excessive, nearly obsessive. Unmoved, Incrid whispered that he would make this hardship meaningful. He looked ahead, gaze unwavering this time. He would protect them all. Quietly, he apologized for Jenny. Taken aback, the other soldier dismissed it, offering gentle reassurance. A faint grin crossed Incrid's face, their shared sorrow met with uncommon laughter. From afar, the sound of rushing wind and alarmed cries shattered the calm. An opposing force was nearing the camp. Incrid unsheathed his blade and stepped ahead, eyes locked forward. Mitch Hurrier, a powerful fighter, stood across the ground, already deemed elite. Mitch now exuded greater strength and accuracy, his presence daunting. Without delay, Incrid rushed ahead, his left hand clutching the hilt tightly. He knew he couldn't rival Mitch's strength with one arm, but his determination burned intensely. Their blades collided with impact. Sparks scattered as Incrid blocked the strike, barely holding his ground. A counter came swiftly. Blood sprayed as Mitch delivered a precise hit. Crashing down, Incrid groaned as pain from his wrapped arm intensified. Mitch questioned him. Noticing the wound, Incrid admitted it, his right arm was useless. With visible disappointment, Mitch said he had expected a fair match. He attacked again, sending Incrid to the ground with force. Still awake, Incrid vowed he would strengthen his left side, regardless of cost. Every motion he trained now centered on relearning grip, stance, and blade control. He repeated movements from memory, slashes, thrusts, and counters. No effort spent training was wasted. Incrid's journey ahead demanded mastery with his remaining hand. Incrid surged forward with intensity, his stance refined. Despite relying only on his left hand, his accuracy sharpened. He had once walked this road before with his dominant hand, and now he retraced it with his weaker side. Momentum grew as he advanced. His sword struck with purpose, clashing against Mitch's guard in a fierce exchange. Incrid followed with another blow, footwork swift, posture steady. He learned quickly, adjusting during combat. Yet doubt lingered, even after many resets. His left-hand skill still felt lacking. From the edge of the training field, a soldier approached, calling to Incrid. The man challenged him to a duel, something that had never happened in any prior cycle. Startled, Incrid watched silently. He sensed no ridicule. The challenge was genuine.
He accepted with no reason to decline. He raised his sword again. Both fighters charged toward each other, weapons drawn with full force. Their blades met mid-air. Sparks burst as the duel commenced. Incrid's thoughts raced. Though his opponent wasn't elite, he remained a platoon leader. His left arm lacked the polished strength to match the strikes. Still, he endured, clashing repeatedly, unwilling to abandon the path he chose, declaring triumph as his opponent groaned in disbelief. Though surprised Incrid fought left-handed, the other man admitted he had trained that way as well. When asked why he initiated the challenge, he struggled to explain something about Incrid's presence stirred his fighting spirit. Thinking back on the fight, he said watching Incrid reminded him of the passion he once had as a beginner. The urge to grow stronger had returned, but he noticed something unusual. He described Incrid's sword style as odd, like the sword of the dead, a phrase that confused Incrid. Yet Incrid reflected on it deeply, wondering if it implied weakness or something else. His thoughts wandered. He had been unconsciously copying the methods of his dominant hand. Suddenly, realization struck. His left and right arms functioned differently. He needed to create a distinct style. Training continued. Incrid practiced with new awareness, adjusting angles, discovering a new rhythm. Instead of imitating, he focused on forming a style suited to his left side. With a single clean swing, the straw dummy was cut smoothly, his first natural motion. The crisp slice sounded different. The feeling was fresh and precise. He thanked his companion for unknowingly leading him. For the first time in countless cycles, Incrid finally recognized a path ahead. To obtain complete command of his left hand, Incrid starts retraining his everyday instincts. Minor adjustments in habit, like relying on his left hand for actions, become his new regimen. The transition is difficult, yet he embraces the strain. When questioned by another, he emphasizes reducing right hand usage to accelerate healing and push his left to evolve. From clothing to training exercises, every movement now centers on left-hand dominance. His attacks are awkward initially, but he persists with steady resolve. Sweat drips down as he modifies his hold, eager to refine his awareness through constant repetition. Torres's teaching resounds in his thoughts. The essence lies in precise control, not sheer force. Steel glints as he tries the concealed draw. Quick yet inaccurate. The method requires delicacy. Incrid repeats the sequence, refining his stance. Another trainee invites him to spar. Incrid agrees, weapon in left hand. He scores strikes, but his rival senses something unusual. Though better, his blade still lacks harmony, reflecting remnants of his old habits. The days fade into endless practice. By the 60th day, motion grows cleaner, control more natural. 70 days later, Incrid's blade moves with intent, approaching the mastery he desires. On the 80th day, Incrid acts with steady concentration, his blade cutting through air with sharp clarity. Dropping low, he shifts his stance mid-action, using every angle with keen accuracy. His opponent stumbles backward, shaken by the power of each left-handed blow. Surging ahead, Incrid disrupts his sparring partner's footing with a rapid push. The man watches in shock, quietly cursing the surprising force from a single hand. When asked what occupies his thoughts, he reveals a wish to become stronger after returning from battle. Incrid no longer views his sword as the blade of the fallen. His skill has transformed. He urges his companion to continue improving, joking that even Jenny might take notice. Embarrassed, the man objects, pursuing Incrid for another spar. Within, Incrid decides to help his friend confess to Jenny, and he silently promises not to perish. He must survive to witness it. Talent, he considers, is not a term. It is action and purpose shaped through effort. Using his body fully, Incrid advances without stopping. He realizes that focus deep, consuming focus is also part of talent. With determination in his gaze, he pushes forward, driven by a purpose that forbids defeat. At this moment, Incrid rushes ahead, his grip firm and expression sharp as the fight rages around him. He clashes blades with his enemy, each motion guided by instincts built through repetition. For the first time, he begins to grasp what true talent feels like, achieved through relentless work. By the 112th day, his technique refines beyond recognition. Each action now holds the burden of discipline, surpassing the barriers that once restrained him. While others maintain formation, Incrid's concentration stays firm, carving a route through opposing forces. Allies shout, calling the captain back. Yet Incrid remains steady, weapon ready. Amid turmoil, he exchanges brief words with Mitch Hoolier, who expresses gratitude for motivation. That instant solidifies their connection, one built on respect, forged in combat. Mitch prepares to unleash everything, intent on testing his power against Incrid's will. Incrid recalls the countless days spent training and rising higher through effort alone. Though burdened by guilt, He understands his progress came from confronting Mitch's strength directly. Now, amid a storm of clashing steel, Incrid faces a reality he cannot prevail in a direct duel. Rather than force, he depends on precision, waiting for the perfect instant to strike. With flawless timing, he delivers a sudden blow, staggering his opponent and breaking the stalemate. During the clash, Incrid seizes his opponent's arm mid-swing, interrupting his flow. With calculated motion, he twists under strain, driving his head forward and unleashing a fierce counterattack. The strike hits solidly, forcing Mitch to stagger back, bloodied and shaken by the abrupt shift. Incrid advances once more, blade lowered and ready, acting before Mitch regains control. Annoyance builds as Mitch accuses him of fighting unfairly, offended by the change in tactics. Yet Incrid understands this fight cannot be won through proper swordplay. This is about overcoming now. Although his left hand has reached its limit, Incrid knows he must push beyond repetition. Watching Mitch ready another strike, he realizes a simple duel is no longer sufficient, but Mitch reveals his advantage. He can use both hands equally, making Incrid's strategy useless. Accepting this, Incrid decides that today's battle is not about sword technique. Instead, he chooses to finish the fight with a final method born from desperation. His eyes shine with determination as he prepares the hidden move of the mercenary sword style. With full strength, Incrid propels himself forward, abandoning structure for raw aggression. He crashes into Mitch mid-air, overpowering him with a wild, uncontrolled strike. This is no longer a duel, it is a brawl, and Incrid refuses defeat. With a sudden surge of speed, Incrid rushed ahead, his eyes burning with lethal intent. His punch slammed directly into the armored man's face, the impact sending ripples through the air as his opponent's body twisted violently. Not allowing a moment to recover, Incrid seized and flipped him, driving him hard into the ground. Another enemy collapsed beneath Incrid's force, the earth fracturing from the weight rather than retreating. He lowered himself, one hand pressing into the soil, as he readied his next strike. His fist crashed into flesh, driven by sheer resolve and a relentless will to prevail no matter the cost. Incrid grabbed another foe by the head and smashed him into the ground without hesitation. His momentum carried his next blow forward, landing mid-air and disrupting the enemy's flow. With a quick motion, he threw the man aside like useless armor. A voice demanded a fair fight, yet Incrid's gaze showed no regard for honor. Rushing once more, he closed the gap with terrifying determination. He fought with purpose, not dignity. Weapons collided fiercely, their echoes ringing across the battlefield. A precise dodge saved him as a blade brushed his cheek. With calm composure, he said, "I am completely serious right now." A sudden slash cut through the air, severing his opponent's hand as blood burst forth instantly. Without delay, Incrid countered by smashing his fist into the man's jaw, his knuckles drenched in blood. Pain filled his opponent's eyes, yet Incrid showed no sign of slowing. Another punch followed, shaking the man further as his balance gave way under relentless pressure. Even as steel tore into his flesh, Incrid's expression stayed steady, analyzing the battlefield with clarity. He acknowledged his limits, his wrist strained, his shoulder weakened, and understood the danger of losing. Incrid made his choice. He needed to finish it now. Charging with full force, he shattered his opponent's defense and drew blood. Even when his enemy lifted his weapon again, Incrid advanced without hesitation. They clashed once more, their bodies colliding mid-air before crashing down. Armor scraped while muscles tensed in a savage struggle for control. Rising in anger, the wounded knight cursed Incrid, only to meet his cold stare. A sharp strike to the stomach cut off his fury, halting his movement. Incrid grabbed him and flipped him with ease, displaying overwhelming strength. Without mercy, he pinned him down, ending the fight through absolute dominance. Mitch's face twisted into wild laughter, his eyes glowing red with fury and disbelief. Trapped beneath Incrid's weight, he shouted uncontrollably, unable to accept defeat. From the sidelines, others watched in shock as the once proud knight collapsed. Once labeled the lazy genius, Incrid had spent his early days relying on talent alone. Now, fully awakened in darkness, he remembered the moment that changed everything. From that point, he devoted himself to relentless training, pushing both body and mind past their limits. His obsession with improvement refined every movement. Training never stopped, and progress never slowed. Effort combined with natural skill, shaping a warrior of exceptional caliber. Incrid's blade now gleamed with the shine of tireless discipline. Mitch lay shattered, staring upward, wondering how everything had unraveled. Struggling to rise, he finally understood the widening gap between them. Incrid walked away in silence, victorious, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths behind. A memory resurfaced his first meeting with Incrid, an obstacle he could never overcome. Mitch had never wanted a battle for survival, only a true and worthy duel. As defeat settled, he whispered Incrid's name, acknowledging the truth of his loss. Incrid lifted his sword, his voice steady and unwavering as he stood over his fallen opponent. He delivered a decisive final blow without hesitation, cutting clean through. Blood splattered across the ground as he moved forward, his gaze unshaken. He stood quietly as chaos erupted behind him, droplets of blood marking his path. Soldiers rushed in panic, trying desperately to reach their commander. A woman screamed for archers to fire, the air thick with tension. The enemy commander ordered total destruction of Incrid's forces. Fighting spread across the field, weapons and shields clashing relentlessly. Amid the chaos, a strange portal appeared, glowing with an eerie blue light. Incrid breathed steadily, the weight of battle pressing down on him. He stepped toward the portal, declaring his resolve without emotion, leaving Mitch's body behind. He vanished, seeking a greater path through combat. Within the fortified camp, shelters and barricades revealed the aftermath of a fiercely contested battle. 2 injured soldiers rested, one thinking about how the archers had shifted the tide just in time, rather than taking credit. Incrid stayed silent as a companion handed him a sword, thankful for his actions. While inspecting the blade, Incrid noticed it belonged to Mitch Hurrier, the enemy he had faced before. The weapon gleamed softly under light, its design drawing everyone's attention. Craze examined it carefully, identifying the distinct glow of rare Demp forged steel. According to Craze, Demp originated from Aspen's renowned mine, more valuable than Valyrian or Nord steel. Instead of selling it, Incrid chose to return to the front lines without hesitation. Duty called, and abandoning his men unattended wasn't something he could tolerate. Crass wondered if he truly planned to wield the unfamiliar weapon. Holding both blades, Incrid questioned why he shouldn't use them together. Their comrades watched, sensing his readiness for greater trials ahead. From behind, a seasoned warrior quietly acknowledged Incrid's progress. He thought that it was time to train Incrid's joints, not only his strength step by step. He would build a body resistant to every injury. A sudden blow struck hard across the recruit's face, shocking the nearby trainees into silence. While the others remained frozen, the instructor resumed jogging as if nothing had occurred. Mockery followed, the older man taunting his brother for still lacking proper discipline. Another recruit struck out, determined to answer the insults with brute force. However, his advance was halted when he was thrown effortlessly onto the ground. Others muttered as they passed, blaming laziness and disorder for his failed attack. Watching silently, a blonde warrior reflected on Incrid's training and its purpose. He intended to help Incrid control his sword as if it were part of his own body. A red-haired observer, thoughtful yet unsure, decided to teach him how to walk correctly first. Despite his hesitation, the red-haired man knew Incrid needed better physical control. Nearby turmoil erupted as soldiers argued, nearly breaking into a fight. Observing from behind, he resolved to stop Incrid from becoming one of them. Suddenly, a commanding voice ordered them all to halt in their tracks. From atop a white horse, a striking knight introduced herself as Roel of Aspen. With fearless confidence, a challenger stepped forward, demanding a one-on-one duel. With a calm gaze, Roel of Aspen anticipated the opening move of their usual battle tactic. Prolonging duels seemed trivial, but it steadily wore down their enemy's morale. Letting the challenge pass unanswered would seem cowardly, so action became necessary. Among the ranks, whispers rose as Roel offered the fight to one of their own, named Rem. Caught by surprise, Rem blinked in confusion, while still struggling with a training partner. Other soldiers questioned the choice to send in a brawler, surprised by the selection. Without delay, Rem accepted, eager to ease boredom with bloodshed. He rushed forward, closing the distance with frightening speed. Mockery followed, as the opposing side realized a barbarian was charging straight toward them. The battlefield turned chaotic, as Rem crashed through enemies, blood splattering across the grass. One enemy screamed in terror as Rem roared for more challengers. Onlookers admitted he was insane, but also terrifyingly efficient in battle. Cries of surrender rang out, but the attack did not stop. Horrified, soldiers watched as Rem continued beating a helpless opponent. Finally, Roel stepped in, commanding him to stop before it went too far. A soldier shouted, demanding Rem stop after his opponent had clearly surrendered. Rem, bloodied and wild-eyed, ignored all pleas as he continued his assault without restraint. Grinning through the carnage, he yelled that he couldn't hear them, lost in his frenzy. From afar, allies looked on in horror, unwilling to stand beside someone so uncontrolled. Roel, disappointed, realized the brief morale boost had already collapsed because of the brutality. Only one person, she thought, had the ability to restrain the madness in Crid. Night fell over the camp as the wounded returned from the battlefield in silence. Crid, still injured, was scolded for his condition and told to remain inactive. Roel approached, playfully noting that her fiancé seemed to have a habit of getting into trouble. With a serious tone, she handed Crid a small vial containing rare fairy medicine. His comrades were astonished by the gift's value, recognizing her deep concern. Crid accepted it with confusion, unsure why she was offering something so valuable. Roel gently reminded him of their promise for a future together. She called it a small engagement gift, something he had never received from her before. With a soft farewell, she welcomed him back and told him to get some rest. While the others joked and relaxed, someone casually suggested mixing business with personal matters, stirring the group's usual banter. Laughter followed as the soldiers teased about Crid's rejection skills, admiring his sharpness beyond just combat. Though silent, Crid questioned the meaning behind Roel's earlier words. Several days went by after Crid reached the front lines. This span of relative calm gave Crid time to recover. At sunrise, he jogged through the misty field, his rhythm even Auden quickly followed, remarking on his early start and checking his condition. With a nod, Crid credited the fairy's cream for his rapid healing. Smiling slightly, Auden offered a proposal. A quiet exchange of looks confirmed shared understanding. Both men assumed their stances across the training field, muscles tight in preparation for a spar. As the match started, Auden closely monitored Crid's state. Even so, Crid's resolve stayed firm. Combat was never optional for him, it was instinctive. Without warning, Auden rushed forward and grabbed him, executing an unforeseen move that disrupted the flow. Forced onto the ground, Crid stared upward in puzzlement. A brilliant aura flared from Auden's form, bathing the surroundings in golden radiance. In total silence, holy energy surged as Auden began unleashing sacred force from within. A powerful warmth flowed through Crid's body, unfamiliar yet oddly soothing. He understood at once what surrounded them wasn't merely strength but pure divinity. Enveloped in golden light, Auden remained still at the heart of a growing pillar of radiance. When Crid attempted to speak, Auden stopped him sharply, ordering silence. Whatever had happened, it could not be revealed. He required Crid to swear secrecy in their god's name. The demand wasn't optional, it was a command bound by belief. Crid hesitated briefly, then agreed. They stood within the quiet fog, which Auden softly described as a heavenly blessing. Divinity was holy, reserved only for clerics chosen by God. It was a miracle capable of restoring the injured. Although Auden prayed without end, he had never shown divine power before this moment. Crid silently wondered if Auden had violated a sacred law to protect him. Auden watched Crid depart and murmured gratitude. Fear of being discovered by inquisitors weighed heavily on him. The church had restrained his body to suppress divine abilities. That energy throbbed painfully within his chest. Yet, he chose to break the seal for Crid's sake. Looking toward the sky, Auden felt ignored by his god. Still, something had shifted. Through Crid, he believed divine will had finally spoken. He would now act according to what he believed was right. Elsewhere, Crid covered his injury. It was mostly healed. He stayed silent, understanding the truth had to remain concealed. In the camp, soldiers debated tactics. The battle had yet to start. Leaves twisted in the wind as enemy flags appeared on the horizon. The alarm rang out urgently. A scout dashed into camp, yelling a grave warning. Their enemies had begun advancing. Forces rushed into position. Among them, Crid stood prepared, his gaze sharp and composed. While officers observed quietly, Aspen troops shouted crude taunts. The clamor spread swiftly. As voices grew louder, enemy fighters hurled insults to shake morale. Their aim was disruption, not conversation. Some allied soldiers laughed off the provocations. One even joked, asking if the enemy's blades were meant for cooking. Psychological pressure increased. Despite equal strength, the Aspens struck mentally first. Their insults hit deeply, ridiculing their pride and bravery. Red-haired Marcus watched in silence, fully aware morale was declining quickly. Inside, he hoped for something to turn the tide. A single spark could restore confidence. Enemy mockery escalated, shouting vulgar insults without hesitation. Andrew, one of the younger fighters, was clearly shaken. His fists tightened. Crid placed a hand on Andrew's shoulder and spoke calmly. Anger would be more useful in combat. A faint grin appeared as he assured him it was fine, even to be ridiculed. With steadier breathing, Andrew nodded. He wasn't angry, just focused. Laughter broke out among the troops as the earlier tension faded. Some began teasing Andrew openly, Auden joined playfully, sparking a chaotic wave of laughter. Andrew's protests only made it louder. From afar, others observed the scene in confusion. Their curious looks questioned the group's behavior. Andrew yelled in irritation, trying to hide his embarrassment. His reaction only worsened the teasing. Despite the humor, one soldier asked whether teasing Andrew was needed. Incrid gave a simple answer: discipline. Marcus observed quietly, unsure if Incrid's words were genuine or part of a performance. While walking, Incrid ignored the enemy's taunts completely. Responding, he said, was unnecessary. He suggested he had a plan. His confidence hinted that something was about to change. Marcus narrowed his gaze, attempting to grasp Incrid's intention. Understanding came. Marcus realized Incrid's sharp words could shift morale instantly. The soldiers began murmuring. Incrid, leader of the madmen, had stepped forward with firm strides. Incrid advanced, his presence igniting momentum toward victory. Given a dangerous command, Incrid is instructed to lure enemy archers by stepping into their shooting range. He agrees without any hesitation. He walks ahead alone as nearby soldiers stare, confused by his sudden, wordless movement, ignoring warnings shouted from behind. He shows no concern for arrows that could fall upon him. A soldier sneers at his courage, ridiculing him as just another doomed idiot. Instead of clarifying his intent, Incrid gives a vague answer that he'll improvise once he reaches the foe. Entertained, his companion calls it a unique kind of skill, observing with interest. With a calm expression, Incrid mocks an enemy's face, likening it to that of a corpse. The stunned opponent flinches, his expression turning from confusion into rage. Witnesses realize the insult was deliberate, carefully crafted to provoke anger. Feigning regret, Incrid follows up by harshly insulting the man's mother. The reaction is immediate, as fury overwhelms reason. Laughter breaks out among the soldiers, some questioning if Incrid has lost his mind. More taunts follow, now targeting Incrid's own looks. Nearby, another soldier considers how Incrid provoked such a response. Now furious, the enemy rushes forward exactly as Incrid planned. As the axe shines beneath the sunlight, tension builds. Incrid's wound remains fresh, his body still not fully healed. One female soldier grips his arm, reminding him that his injury has yet to recover. He quietly accepts her concern. A nearby soldier notices his own movements are limited by pain. Among the enemies, anger grows. The red-haired man remembers the insult, still burning with humiliation. Resentment overtakes caution. The command is simple: kill Incrid. Though loyal to House Gardner, the soldier admits shame struck him deeper than any obligation. Driven by rage, he charges recklessly, blade raised with deadly intent. Yet Incrid isn't his focus. He demands the true culprit, the one who called him a ghoul. Insults intensify as the redhead promises brutal revenge. Incrid remains silent. Their battle starts. Weapons clash fiercely as fighters trade powerful strikes. A nearby commander remarks on the strength of Aspen's warriors, acknowledging the grave threat. Despite strong resistance, one fighter surges ahead with unstoppable force. Dark armor dashes beneath moonlight, striking with sharp precision. Watching from afar, the commander observes the attacker's relentless drive. A savage blow connects, spilling blood, and sending the red-haired soldier staggering in pain. Andrew Gardner lunges with fury, sword cutting through the air, yelling his name with intense resolve. No ground, no injury, no barrier halts him. He forces through the grass with unwavering determination. Even after falling, he refuses to surrender. Andrew throws himself back into combat, undaunted. A heavy strike slices across his face, yet rage drives him forward. He hurls himself at his opponent. His foe ridicules his attempts, claiming he is nothing compared to true resolve. Still, Andrew continues, eyes blazing with focus. He refuses to be disregarded. From the sides, allies watch in shock. Andrew fights with unexpected strength. Cheers burst out. Ghoul slayer, lunatic, virgin labels, once meant as insults, now sound like admiration. One ally laughs, embracing Andrew as one of them, a true war-crazed fighter. Laughter echoes, though confusion remains. Some cannot grasp Andrew's purpose amid the turmoil. Incrid smirks slightly, knowing everything unfolded as planned. And crazed soldier comments that although the boss never swung a blade, the result benefited their side. Seizing the chance, the commander signals forward. Now is the moment. With a shout, commands are given to break Aspen's formation at once. The soldiers rush ahead, slamming into enemy ranks with crushing strength. Cries erupt across the battlefield. Aspen troops notice enemies advancing from the side. Norlia's border guards have arrived. As disorder spreads, a soldier realizes the ambush. While Aspen's front line is occupied, Flanking enemies strike fiercely, using the chaos. The order rings out. Archers are told to fire their volley, darkening the sky as they fall like a deadly rain. Aspen forces scramble to shield themselves. The assault tears through soldiers, screams echoing across the ground, watching from behind. The commander states the advantage has changed. The tide is shifting despite their mental strategies. Aspen is losing ground. Their troops begin to falter under pressure. The Greyhound Company is summoned. Their commander appears ready to take charge of the battlefield. With steady precision, he confirms all preparations are ready. The next stage of combat begins. Morale rises among Norlia's forces. Cheers erupt as Aspen troops start to withdraw. They rejoice too early. One soldier wonders how success came so easily. Doubt increases. The experienced commander senses something is off and stays in position. His subordinate suggests pursuit, but the commander firmly declines, suspecting a trap, carefully scanning the battlefield. He warns they must not advance recklessly. They are plotting something, he murmurs, eyes narrowed, preparing for what may come. Through the flame-lit darkness, a hooded silhouette moves quickly toward the command encampments. Tilting his gaze, his visage appears marked and worn. He steps into a planning tent where veiled figures remain in silence, charts and directives spread before them. The message was delivered, yet their allies stay hidden, stationed distant enough to escape discovery. Within the woodland gloom, formidable shapes crouch behind the trunks. The Norelia troops, monstrous and quiet, await the command to attack. With disdain, an experienced leader mocks their common methods, crude assaults through border defenses, but declares this operation will proceed differently. Earlier conflicts have proven that small, elite units can control the battlefield without massive numbers. A calm tactician, grinning slightly, stresses that their army will not depend on beasts but accuracy and leadership. Triumph, he proclaims, belongs to the Aspens. Their scheme is already underway. Meanwhile, Kras, sitting outside, considers the strange calm that followed their return. His mind shifts tactical, either retreat or introduce a new factor. Despite increased scouting, the opponent stays hidden. Doubt eats at his determination, irritated. Kras questions why the opponent stays unaffected. Their calmness feels unnatural. Incrid approaches, ready and steady. When the commander arrives personally, Incrid questions the unusual gesture, moves with steady strides, quietly examining his state. Though not fully recovered, he feels ready enough for battle. Beside him stands a fair-haired warrior, blade in hand, asking if they're advancing. Incrid confirms there's no need for restraint anymore. His rival agrees this duel will be fought completely. Both combatants move with speed and power, shaking the space between them. His actions are rough yet smooth, a harmony between instinct and control. He quietly thinks this form isn't refined, it's shaped by experience and necessity, born from struggle. Steel collides again. The blonde adversary senses the unpredictability in Incrid's swordplay. A moment of clarity strikes. Incrid's method reflects Valentine's, yet it's distinctly his own. This is no copy. It's the road Incrid has created for himself, one forged through blood and endurance. An opening appears as Incrid adjusts mid-battle. The blonde fighter identifies a move he once taught, but sees it reborn with fresh potential. Their weapons meet in a stalemate, both gazes locked in shared respect and rising tension. As their blades spin, the opponent's eyes widen. Incrid is wielding two swords. How to answer to this abrupt shift in style? With determination, Incrid declares through action alone, this is the road he has chosen. The blonde fighter studies Incrid's posture, entertained by his dual blade reveal. Without delay, he rushes ahead. The battlefield fades as momentum grows between the fighters. Face to face, both warriors realize that the duel is far from complete. Their fierce clash continues, swords flashing with each strike. The onlookers watch in increasing awe. A gray-haired soldier tightens his fist, annoyed. He didn't expect to fight so quickly. Another warrior with long crimson hair watches the match. Conflicted though, often hesitant, Incrid brings out her competitive nature. Pressure builds as the muscular soldier tells himself to calm down. He scolds a comrade, barely restraining himself. Jokes are traded as threats blend with playful remarks. He's reminded that these fighters are, indeed, a peculiar kind of insane. Restlessness spreads like wildfire among them. The commander reflects Incrid seems to awaken the fire in everyone, even the most idle soldiers. She smiles faintly, realizing that she, too, feels drawn in. Her blade aches for motion. The brawler can't restrain himself anymore and charges forward to claim his turn. Kras panics at the disorder, unsure if this is training or a complete mutiny. Despite their control, He senses it now. Everyone burns with the desire to win. Ragna watches in silence, as if thinking about something distant. His expression softens briefly. Nearby, Sunaur remembers her promise. The day she returned from scouting, she vowed to ignite this fire in them. Incrid steps in, ready to continue. Sword lifted, he challenges the others without hesitation. He won't stop until he faces them all. Night descends again over the mountain camp. Inside the tent, Incrid collapses from exhaustion. Concern rises. One notes how recently Incrid had healed. As he rests, his dream begins. A familiar forest opens above with beams of light breaking through the canopy. He finds himself standing alone. The place feels different. No boat, no blossoms. Uncertainty settles in. He questions if this is a memory or something entirely different. The dream intensifies. A conflict erupts, cries echo, as Incrid relives a battle against harpies. Swords collide, bodies shift. He remembers clearly this was during his mercenary years. An opponent falls before him. Incrid starts to understand the deeper meaning behind this vision. Suddenly, a masked figure emerges. Shadows curl around the man with a cruel grin. Incrid recognizes him instantly. The face is unforgettable, someone he never wished to see again. The dream twists. Incrid mutters quietly, "That bastard."
The fighter advanced ahead, boots scraping along the soil as war shouts resounded around him. He surged into battle, and the surge awakened memories of his first moment on the field. Blades had once struck near his head, and he never flinched. Back then, bravery felt instinctive, but now, he wielded the heart of the beast. His pulse throbbed fiercely, pushing blood through every part of his body. Nearby troops hesitated. Their calls for withdrawal shifted into cries as leadership structure collapsed. Darkened force gathered around him. He sped up, turning into a presence none could follow. With every step, the earth cracked beneath his stride. The opposing ranks broke before contact. One guard lifted a shield, but it shattered instantly under the power of impact. The fighter pressed onward, disregarding pleas for mercy as he drove ahead. His veins swelled unnaturally, muscles expanded, driven to their utmost limits. Air howled as he sprang ahead, ripping through armor and metal. Each pulse increased his strength. His body turned into a weapon in motion. Bones snapped and shifted, strengthening every joint with raw power. He turned his body, unleashing a savage strike that split the air. This was no simple ability. It was the heart of the superhuman fully awakened. Rushing ahead, the fighter's blow struck with thunderous power. Momentum pushed him into another foe, who scarcely had time to react before being thrown aside like a doll. From afar, a soldier gasped in terror, unable to grasp the sheer speed and violence happening before him. A frantic shout burst out as another soldier attempted to rally. The charging fighter's eyes burned red with fury as he launched toward his next target like a missile. A massive beast roared, swinging a huge arm, calling him a tiny insect as it prepared to strike back. Their weapons collided fiercely. Sparks burst with each brutal clash. Jumping midair, the fighter twisted and slammed down his full weight in a crushing strike. A cry of pain burst from the beast's throat as blood splattered across the battlefield. His eyes searched the field for a suitable weapon. One soared through the air toward him, a spear shining beneath the sky. Without hesitation, he caught it midair, ready to continue his assault with renewed force. Troops regrouped behind him. One yelled with resolve, eyes fixed on triumph. Hearing the rallying cry, the fighter smirked and answered their effort with a growl. The command rang out, support the madman and keep his hands armed. Rem confronted the towering beast directly, drawing focus while others attacked from below. Amid the chaos, a young fighter watched, his thoughts racing. Rem wasn't just equaling the giant, he was overpowering it. That strength defied reason. It wasn't merely force, it was mastery far beyond human limits. Another soldier observed the clash and calmly evaluated the situation. With the left flank secured and Rem controlling the giant, tactics shifted. Orders were swift and decisive, while others readied their squads. One man asked Ragna his next action. Though impressed by Rem's skill, the dark-haired youth reminded himself that this wasn't the time to admire. There were still tasks to finish. He tightened his grip and looked forward. A sharp cry followed by a burst of blood drew everyone's focus to the field. One soldier stepped before an ally, wounded but resolved to hold his ground. A cloaked foe taunted him with chilling calm. Dark eyes gleamed beneath the hood. In a flash, the dark figure struck, his blade curved, swift, and merciless. The soldier parried the attack, clashing steel against dark force. The ground shook. With strained breath, he mocked his opponent, calling them by name. The name Incrid sparked a reaction. The cloaked man halted, shocked by the familiar voice. Recognition passed between them as tension thickened in the air. With a grin, the cloaked figure admitted their past. His voice bent the name like a weapon, taunting him with false bond and old familiarity. A nearby ally asked for explanation, uncertain of their connection. Memories rose of a time when the youth had no choice but to respect the man's power. Now, that past held no influence. The youth had reshaped loyalty, valuing those who risked their lives for others. Images of true allies flashed in his mind, brave, selfless warriors who stood united in battle. The youth declared that those who defended others were his true friends. He faced his opponent and made it clear he hadn't forgotten. With blade ready, he surged forward, channeling everything into one swift strike. His rival met him mid-attack, ready but shaken by the intensity. This wasn't merely a fight, it was revenge, driven by the memory of fallen allies.
A seasoned fighter pushed Incrid backward, shouting for him to remain behind. Resolute in his intent to protect him, he moved directly into the threat. Their weapons clashed with tremendous impact, rattling the earth below. Sparks scattered as the foe retaliated with savage strength. The Guardian held firm, refusing defeat. From afar, Incrid watched without a sound. People had always stayed away from him, yet this warrior behaved otherwise. The battlefield grew quiet as Incrid stepped toward the fallen man. Their gazes locked, filled with shock and suffering. No words came from Incrid's lips. The monstrous being surged ahead once more, its roar overwhelming. A fatal strike concluded the instant. The fighter fell, his allies crying out his name in terror. Another combatant rushed in wildly, fueled by anger. The formation broke apart even more. Disorder spread swiftly. Incrid turned, calling for withdrawal through gritted teeth. Hope disappeared. Their greatest warrior had fallen. A new opponent stood firm, weapon-drenched. His steady tone foretold death. An attempt to reason was ignored. The betrayer exposed his new loyalty. Ridicule followed, targeting their bond. Without pause, Incrid acted. His sword cut through cleanly. The betrayer choked, eyes widened. A faint light flickered from Incrid. Only a single life was spared. Incrid had decided. Incrid remained, still as harsh voices echoed inside his thoughts. The taunts hurt deeper than the blow. Incrid tightened his jaw but stayed silent. While others labeled the traitor powerful, Incrid understood the truth: he was merely too frail. What lingered wasn't his allies' deaths, it was that only he had survived. Driven by disgrace, he chased power with all he possessed. The burden of guilt pressed on, yet he advanced. Memories continued to trouble him. When another foe spoke his name, past mistakes resurfaced. A fresh enemy appeared in fire and wrath. Incrid confronted it alone, weapon ready. Sweat formed as he awoke suddenly. The nightmare remained with him. Rain fell heavily outside. Incrid practiced quietly, swinging his blade beneath the downpour. A dark panther observed near his bed, its blue eyes sharp, it remembered. Visions of the rear camp returned. Incrid had once fallen, exhausted and exposed. The panther had done everything it could. Regret remained. This time, the creature swore not to fail him again. Outside, activity stirred the camp. Soldiers equipped themselves as horns blared. Within the barracks, Incrid stood quickly. A companion informed him the Aspen mercenaries had come back. Without delay, the unit ready to move. Another conflict awaited. The camp awakened as troops hurried out. A red-haired fighter grumbled about the early hour, covering her eyes from the brightness. A lingering memory from his dream crossed his thoughts. The voice had reminded him of Esther. Without pause, he told the panther to guard the tent. Silent trust passed between them. He walked into the morning mist. The air felt heavier than before. Tension thick around. Across the plain, enemy troops gathered in daunting numbers. Their banners stood unmoved in the wind. Beside his ally, Incrid spoke a grim thought. The coming clash would not be simple. Ranks formed on both sides. As blades were drawn, Incrid narrowed his gaze, sensing unease. His mind raced. The enemy must have concealed something, he could feel it. Suddenly, an order echoed. Arrows soared into the air. A barrage of projectiles descended. Soldiers scrambled, shouting as chaos erupted. From the enemy line, something enormous shifted. The ground shook from its presence. Incrid stared, stunned. A shadow rose. His breath halted. The creature revealed itself, massive and brutal. A giant had entered the fight. Blood scattered as it tore through soldiers. Spears broke against its hide. Fear spread quickly, as death followed each step. A monstrous being rushed forward, striking with savage force. Its eerie laughter rang as troops scattered. With shining eyes and a warped grin, it advanced, unstoppable. Its terrifying aura unsettled even the boldest. Incrid stayed calm, observing the beast. He remembered tales of such creatures giants created for war and destruction. A narration flowed through Incrid's mind. Frogs chased dreams, fairies, nature. Dwarves valued metal. Half-humans upheld legacy. Half-dragons walked alone. All were driven by instinct. Giants, however, desired violence. Their joy came from slaughter. Incrid evaluated swiftly. Foes were closing in from both sides. Soldiers shouted from every direction. Strikes came quickly without pause. Cries filled the field. A fighter warned of danger. If they failed to halt the attack, they would be overrun. Incrid calmly commanded then. Stop them. His focus remained steady. Perplexed by Incrid's calmness, Kraus followed orders. Others divided to guard the sides. An elf warrior offered to take the left, convinced her people were involved. Brief humor was shared. The elf requested a kiss before battle. Incrid refused. She called him distant and left. Another ally stepped forward, eager to show his worth. Incrid observed as his comrade charged ahead. One thought remained: what was the man intending to do?
Facing his former rival, Incrid remains motionless, while the man scoffs at thoughts of vengeance. Laughter bursts from the scarred warrior, ridiculing Incrid's endurance and labeling him feeble. Watching from afar, Ragna remarks somberly that Incrid has walked straight into inevitable death. One of the opponent's comrades considers how even their united strength failed to overcome their ruthless commander. Ragna senses the assassin's presence forged through genuine combat, their weapons craving violence. Bragging about a destined noble rank, the foe proclaims this triumph will keep Incrid beneath him always. Instead of responding with emotion, Incrid replies with composed indifference, his tone quiet. That frozen gaze infuriates the man, who grits his teeth, shaking with anger. With a shout, he charges ahead, weapon lifted to cut Incrid down. Responding immediately, Incrid parries with precise timing, slipping aside from the reckless strike. His mind remembers the chi blade, slender, rapid, designed for mastery and fatal accuracy. Gliding forward, he retaliates. The sword slipping through the enemy's exposed gap, ancient words resound. Even compassion could never alter the powerless. Weapons collide as they meet mid-dash, force clashing against accuracy. Fueled by fury, the foe roars that now he will end Incrid. Shouting Incrid's name, the opponent surges ahead fiercely, weapon striking with erratic accuracy. From the edge, a crimson-haired ally cries out in panic, unable to track the chaotic duel. Sharp eyes follow every movement. Incrid quietly analyzes the approaching offense. Metal rings as Incrid pivots, navigating past the opponent's powerful blow. Within the clash, his thoughts stay steady. Purpose must guide movement, or action loses meaning. Ragna watches, observing that even deadliest assassins fail once their methods become foreseeable. Crimson bursts as Incrid's sword lands true, stabbing deep into the enemy's flank. Through tightened jaws, the foe flinches, blood flowing from his lips in shock. I do not live just to kill you, Incrid states coldly. You're not that significant. With a decisive strike, Incrid forces his blade downward, finishing the fight. He states that the self who allowed allies to fall no longer remains. Gazing at the still corpse, Incrid murmurs that this man will trouble him no longer. He quietly respects the departed, wishing his real companions see this triumph. A weapon is returned to its sheath as a mark of ending, not surrender. Incrid stands firm, gaze keen, prepared for whatever follows next. With a smirk, Ragna loosens his body, eager to enter combat beside Incrid. An opponent mocks, taunting Ragna's lone advance, doubting his reason. Without answering, Ragna rushes forward, cutting down the man before he completes his words. Another adversary falls from the swift blow, head cleanly removed. Ragna looks back, pretending astonishment as though the strike meant nothing. Observing, the red-haired fighter notes internally that asking someone's name after killing them feels strange. Opponents charge in, weapons lifted, trying to overpower Ragna. Without pause, he retaliates mid-leap, motions sharp and controlled. His sword threads through enemies, cutting them down individually with deadly accuracy. One last foe drops, eyes widened in disbelief before collapsing. Incrid watches quietly, recognizing how Ragna exerted little effort for massive impact. Satisfaction rises as Incrid acknowledges the power of the team they formed together. Fear spreads through the enemies as they yell to regroup. Calmly, Ragna instructs Incrid to observe carefully and understand. Blade drawn once more, Ragna rushes forward, gaze blazing with determination. Ragna steadies himself, weapon ready, as he prepares to confront another wave of enemies. Frightened cries echo as foes approach, yet he remains unmoving, calculating his next move. With focused vision, he targets his opponent and dashes ahead with sharpened resolve.
His sword slices through several enemies in one sweeping motion, leaving blood behind. Incrid observes, recognizing the method efficient, destructive, yet remarkably simple. Calling the technique scission, Ragna defines the lethal strike he just executed. A brief pause follows before Incrid questions, the name with subdued disbelief. Before more words are spoken, a scout yells about reinforcements arriving with giants from Aspen. Their troops gather renewed energy, advancing together to seize advantage. Turmoil erupts as both factions unleash strikes in a storm of motion, yet uncertainty grows when another giant emerges, this one siding with the enemy. Shock spreads among the troops as they realize Nerkula also commands a giant.
A colossal fighter emerges amid the turmoil, throwing a shadow over the shocked troops. Doubt ripples through them as one questions aloud how Nerelia could command such a titan. Instead of boasting, the fighter quietly denies the assumption. Without lifting his weapon, he grants his opponent something rare: time. His enormous figure moves ahead, calm and measured. A desperate officer commands the ranks to hold formation with their spears. Fear shatters order. Voices rise, urging a charge to kill him before it's too late, and the soldiers rush forward. 2. His tone remains calm. 1. Suddenly, the ground quakes beneath his charge. With crushing power, he slams into the front ranks. The dust clears for a moment. He alone remains standing among fallen enemies. Blood stains his arms as he renews his oath to fight with all his strength. He murmurs a prayer, presenting foes as offerings to his lord. Every step he takes becomes a sentence of death. Fear spreads quickly. Some troops stand frozen, others shout to kill him before they fall. His momentum builds. His weapon cuts down any who block his way without pause. Laughter bursts from him, fierce and untouched by the carnage. With arms spread wide, he beckons the soldiers toward their end into death's embrace itself. As Sinar moved forward, silence settled over the group. A vivid ancient forest came to mind, the dwellings of fair folk who once lived in close-knit clans beneath the canopy. Times had shifted. Sinar explained that even their kind had evolved. Solitude no longer defined them. Auden revealed that many fairies exchanged their years for wealth. Some entered armies, others fought as mercenaries. With weapons drawn, both stood their ground. Auden warned that mercy remained if Sinar chose to flee. Unmoved, Sinar refused. Their blades, nadir and needle, would decide whose will prove stronger. The wind stirred as a single leaf drifted between them. Their weapons shone, awaiting violence. In a flash they collided. The air cracked as steel struck steel. Blades clashed fiercely. Accuracy and power met in a blur of motion. Auden pressed forward with relentless speed. Sinar answered, refusing to fall behind. A low grunt escaped as tension rose. Neither yielded. Among fairy weapons, power held no rank, only mastery mattered. Sinar narrowed her gaze. Skill would determine the outcome, not status or name. Auden lunged, but she turned it aside with a swift motion. With fierce resolve, Sinar drove forward, her blade flashing as the fight continued. With Auden restrained, a shout rang out. This was their chance. One soldier called for all to strike together. Several fighters closed in, overwhelming their target in organized chaos. The battle quickly turned in their favor. Amid the clash, a wounded man fell. Another pulled him away, barely escaping further blows. Auden stared up at Sinar in disbelief. The ambush had worked too perfectly. He realized that another fairy had been used to split his focus before the final strike. Their blades met again. But now Sinar held the advantage. As Auden collapsed, Sinar stepped past him. She faced the remaining soldier. He questioned abandoning his leader. Calmly, the red-haired warrior replied that if Auden were weak, he would already be dead. With quiet certainty, he affirmed his belief. The tide was turning. Sinar praised Marcus, their commander, for being sharp and ready, unlike the one before. From horseback, Marcus saw his chance and took it. His order rang out, loud and swift. With a thunderous cry, the turtle-heavy infantry advanced. The armored troops surged ahead like a wave of steel, shields tightly locked. Enemies panicked at the sight. Understanding what approached, his name echoed Madman Andrew, and foes fled before his blade could strike. Andrew charged forward, shouting wildly. As he tore through enemy ranks, a stunned soldier watched the destruction unfold, shocked to recognize traces of the infamous Rem in Andrew's frenzy. It became clear Andrew had inherited a dangerous fury shaped after a savage legend. Troops moved forward, their formation tightening. One man dashed ahead, scaling a spiked barrier without hesitation. Sinar led the advance. The soldiers behind her stayed focused, their determination unbroken. With quiet reverence, Sinar observed the spring wind had returned.
sweeping over the battlefield once again. A young soldier noticed enemy leaders retreating. Realization struck victory was close. Orders followed swiftly pursue and eliminate the remaining command. The High Commander confirmed it. Their squad had reversed the tide, defeating the enemy's strategy entirely on their own. Others admired their bravery. Unlike the madmen of the past, these warriors had reshaped the rhythm of battle. All attention turned to their captain. One person's resolve had carried the force of the war. Sinar smiled. Faintly, everyone was once again intoxicated by the magic of the spring wind. Cheers erupted. Cries for the madmen echoed across the field in fierce celebration. The soldiers rallied behind these unexpected heroes. Though awkward, the chant felt fitting. If Incrid was content, then so was the entire unit.
Racing over the vast plain, a band of warriors moves with urgency and strain within their ranks. One among them frowns, believing Abner's plan held value though none foresaw a giant's downfall. Doubts emerge as he wonders if Marcus had engineered this turmoil from the very beginning. Harsh recollections return. They had also lost Mitch Courier in the earlier encounter. Out of nowhere, a rider is brutally hit, hurled from his mount by an abrupt impact. Cries break out as the truth dawns: these are not common foes, but the feared border guards. A trap is sprung quickly, yet another soldier collapses before he manages to unsheath his blade. The assailant, ruthless and exact, pulls his target down with deliberate force. Identified as the leader, he surpasses the Grey Hounds in every aspect. Additional casualties follow in the violent clash. Their ranks falling apart, withdrawal becomes the sole choice. Staying alive matters more than honor. Still, fleeing is not easy. Another soldier is pierced amid the turmoil. A crushing blow sends a rider tumbling down onto the ground. The border guards signal retreat, having shattered the opposition's resolve. Observing their escape, their chief labels them nothing but wandering mutts. Even though the Aspens fell, the conflict marked merely the first step in a broader war. Ah's strategies evolved. The forces readied themselves to move and confront the foe near crossguard. Instead of rejoicing, the atmosphere turned toward recognition and internal ranking among participants. Prideful claims filled the space, with fighters asserting responsibility for the giant's fall. Tension escalated as voices clashed until Incrid halted it through a decisive suggestion. Rather than dispute, he proposed battle, inviting anyone willing to prove themselves through power. One soldier recalled the rush of peril invigorated by the disorder of combat. His enthusiasm drew ridicule from others, labeling him untested and foolish. Annoyed by the commotion, Incrid stepped out to calm his thoughts. An ally noticed his distant stare and accompanied him in a quiet exchange. They laughed about Henri's wish of marrying a florist once peace returned. That ambition, however, stayed unreachable while conflict endured. When questioned about returning, Henri admitted that he wanted to. Even so, he declined to depart while others were still exposed to danger. Their safety, Incrid realized, often relied on Henri's senses as an experienced tracker. Henri's instincts once rescued the group by exposing snakes hidden beneath stones before an ambush struck. Swift with a bow and accurate in combat, his abilities had proven vital. Coming toward Incrid with interest, Henri spoke out, but Incrid replied clearly: every man must follow his own path. Perplexed by Incrid's statement, Henri was soon called by a superior officer. She notified him of a special release due to his service to the company. Instructed to ride with the injured, Henri struggled to grasp the announcement. Still dazed, he gathered his belongings while glancing at the others, resting close by. Hopes for fortune and quiet envy lingered as comrades exchanged playful comments. Recognition for his work came with smiles, proving how well he had endured among them. Goodbyes started as Henri received kind words from his fellow fighters. Seeing him depart, Incrid stayed silent until Henri looked back. Despite his reserved nature, Henri never fully fit within the group. A strong handshake expressed more than any speech could. Incrid gave a sincere hope for Henri to win the heart of the woman he loved. With appreciation in his gaze, Henri left, while Incrid remained, watching quietly. Incrid stood beside the armored woman as they observed Henri leaving the camp. He confirmed Henri's departure and expressed gratitude for approving the request he had made before. When she inquired about their engagement, Incrid casually postponed it for 10 years. Although she accepted the postponement, she remarked she disliked older men. Incrid answered coldly, saying he held no interest in fairies whatsoever. Her expression hardened, as she reminded him that words could hurt others deeply. Incrid remarked she was not wounded, which only earned a scoff from her. She turned aside, asking for a walk together before returning. At that moment, another soldier arrived, informing that the commander had called Incrid at once.
Beside his superior, Incrid stared into the horizon as wind moved across the wide field. Stories of his recent mission's crossguard infiltration and stopping the greyhound lingered heavily in the atmosphere. Another soldier warned him to weigh the outcomes, implying possible reassignment because of his accomplishments. A commander in crimson armor walked closer, presenting tea with a composed attitude and relaxed tone. Incrid refused politely, concentrating on arranging his gear and keeping order during the shift. He answered simply to the joking comment, saying he only spoke honestly, not to flatter. Recognition followed as the commander praised Incrid's outstanding history and steady performance. Without hesitation, he declared his wish to enlist Incrid, even with his immediate superior present. Rather than react, Incrid remained steady, conscious of the favor he had gained. A direct rejection answered the proposal, leaving the commander briefly taken aback. Although others had tried unsuccessfully before, this offer carried a different significance. Incrid explained the reason he clung to a dream that could never be exchanged, illuminated by the morning sun. He stated his determination with firm clarity. Not rank or authority, but knighthood itself was his ultimate aim. The older man observed quietly, memories of his own youthful drive flickering inside. Years had eroded the commander's ideals, leading him to choose practicality instead of passion. Existing without a dream had drained his purpose, making each day feel like a hollow routine. Recognizing his own stagnation, he confessed he was not worthy to guide someone like Incrid. From close by, a knight asked whether Incrid would truly attain knighthood. The elf gave a neutral response. It was not destiny, but Incrid's will that would determine it. Looking at the sunrise, the commander silently promised to revive his own ambitions. He once stood among the elite, holding authority under Norlia's royal command. Now, carrying a sealed letter, he decided to leave prestige behind for a personal pursuit. The army's movement continued steadily, marking both transition and closure. Some soldiers enjoyed their earned rest, yet the quiet soon became monotonous. Training appeared as a welcome escape, fueled by the belief that strength requires effort, without delay. Incrid stood, devoted to improvement even in moments of rest. Before blades met, fellow fighters shared scattered tips on motion, stance, and balance. From a shaded area, a red-haired woman stressed sensing one's environment, surprised by her distant voice. Incrid looked back, silently absorbing the advice. A sudden shout broke the calm as a large soldier yelled, disrupting those nearby. Smiling proudly, he reminded everyone of their notorious unit, boldly named the Super Lunatics. Meanwhile, others struggled to set up tents, slowed by the disruption caused by the loud group. A silver-haired fighter stepped ahead, issuing a cold command for them to step aside. Tension filled the air as the offended man shifted blame toward his bigger companion. Instead of retreating, he responded with sarcasm, hiding irritation behind forced confidence. Nearby soldiers expressed confusion, unsure why they were involved in the reprimand. They once thought only Incrid spoke so directly, yet others proved just as bold. Caution prevailed, and they quietly moved away from the rising conflict. Kraze began examining the ground, sensing something left beneath the disturbed earth. He reasoned that escaping enemies likely concealed items in visible yet reachable spots. Curious, Incrid observed as Kraze uncovered something hidden near a worn cover. A warped tree root stood out, clearly distinctive enough for any soldier to notice. Using reasoning and instinct, Kraze located possible hiding spots with practiced skill. To Incrid, Krakaz's insight matched even seasoned strategists, shaped by struggle rather than rank. Krazier's keen perception was obvious, yet his true dream was opening a salon for wealthy women. While digging, he suddenly found a map, causing confusion and urgency in his voice. Nearby, others wondered about his reaction, unaware of the map's sudden discovery. Incrid and his group discussed how to spend time until the camp was completed. Rem was urged to speak, but the moment was interrupted by another bold proclamation. With pride, one soldier shouted his slogan, "Heart of the superhuman," eager to show its meaning. The method he revealed pushed the body past normal human limits. Using it involved danger, placing heavy strain on the heart and risking death. Unfazed, Incrid accepted the risk, certain that nothing, not even death, would block his path. Respect for Incrid increased. Others began trusting his strength and potential. With a strong handshake, they prepared for intense training no matter the outcome. As energy surged within him, Incrid's gaze sharpened, ready to surpass every boundary. While practicing in an open field, Rem presents a method that lets humans tap into superhuman power. He explains that controlling this ability demands intense concentration and sharpened sensory awareness at key moments. Rem considers Incrid's past, recognizing the many mentors who contributed to shaping his abilities. To trigger the power, Rem tells Incrid to intensify his heart's energy without exceeding safe limits. A surge starts as Incrid's heart pounds wildly, reacting to the dangerous technique he's trying to control. The throbbing force becomes noticeable, and Rem senses every beat through his fingertips, signaling both advancement and risk. Understanding strikes Incrid as he finally grasps what Rem meant by internal control and restraint. Concern follows immediately, as Rem insists on a steady approach, warning that pushing too far could be deadly. Remembering a past disaster, Incrid hesitates, haunted by someone who failed the same challenge. Torn, Incrid struggles with the thought of deliberately forcing power through his own heart. Those watching stay quiet, waiting to see whether he will commit or fall behind. Rem, however, detects no improvement and bluntly says Incrid hasn't even begun. Annoyance builds as Rem accuses him of hesitating again, despite early signs of promise. Auden and the others agree Incrid tends to hold back at crucial times. Unsure, Incrid wonders if it's truly possible to control one's heart with such precision. Rem snarls in frustration, confronting Incrid and questioning his dedication to the training. Alone beneath the night sky, Incrid silently decides to try once more. By dawn, Rem erupts again, demanding to know if Incrid is putting in real effort. Without restraint, Rem orders him to activate the power immediately. Their shouting carries on late into the night, waking the rest of the camp. Nearby, a red-haired man watches the commotion and casually remarks that Rem is just swinging his blade again. Some believe the training is flawed, questioning whether Rem's approach even works. Arguments arise, with each instructor blaming the others for Incrid's lack of progress. Rem responds by explaining that the heart of the superhuman originates from advanced tribal methods. Mastery, he says, begins with sensing magic, followed by developing internal control. No matter how he changes his teaching, Incrid still cannot grasp the core concept. Memories of previous trainees nearly dying pass through Rem's mind. Another warrior suggests patience, pointing out that even talented users struggled initially. Weighing both success and failure, Rem lies awake, caught between hope and doubt outside. Incrid trains beneath the moonlight, refusing to give up his determination. His focused gaze shows his unwillingness to quit, even as exhaustion burdens his body. With a sudden move, he lunges forward, gripping hands with Rem to resume training. Nearby, the others watch quietly, unsure whether to admire his persistence or question his limits. Rem proposes ending the session, sensing no breakthrough will occur. Despite this, Incrid insists on continuing, demanding stronger stimulation to push his heart further. Although Rem attempts to reason with him, Incrid interrupts, asking for more pressure without hesitation. Warnings about his heart's limits are ignored. Incrid insists they continue anyway, shocked. Rem asks if he's being told to kill him. Incrid's response is firm and fearless, telling Rem to proceed without holding back. Uncertainty crosses Rem's face as he hesitates, aware of the danger. He weighs the possible results, knowing death or lasting injury could happen. Still, something in Incrid's resolve stops him from refusing the reckless demand. Rem reaches out, activating the method while preparing for the outcome. He wonders how far Incrid is willing to push himself for strength. As energy rises, Incrid's heartbeat roars intensely, his body shaking under the strain. Rem briefly thinks they made the correct choice, believing Incrid remained stable after the attempt. A sudden spike from Incrid's heart destroys that belief, causing internal damage from within. Blood erupts from his mouth as he falls, shocking everyone nearby with the violent result. Rem rushes to catch him, trying to stabilize Incrid before further harm occurs. Auden steps forward angrily, striking his brother and demanding answers for the recklessness. Meanwhile, Incrid slips into unconsciousness, his body failing while his mind remains aware. Within his mind, Incrid feels his heart weakening and fading into darkness. A strange void surrounds him, where he reflects on his failure and confusion. He understands his error, realizing he treated the current day's limits as an unbreakable wall. Incrid gathers himself and regains control, declaring he can define his own boundaries. A spirit questions his motives, seeking to understand his stubborn resolve. He replies with confidence, stating he followed his own method to master the heart of the superhuman. The moon observes quietly while Incrid reflects on the day, destined to repeat yet again. A sudden pulse beneath his glove causes him to stiffen. His chest tightens from Rem's lingering influence. Unable to handle it himself, he admits the immense force he's attempting to control. Still, giving up isn't possible. Yielding now would mean accepting stillness. Knees pulled close, he steadies his breathing, stating that stopping means death in this endless cycle. Instead of fear, he chooses concentration. His power lies in refining everything into one strike. A thought emerges: what needs to be done to awaken the heart of the superhuman? Eyes focused, stance steady, he understands only true danger will uncover the path ahead. Before a choice forms, a sharp pain erupts within him, and panic spreads as Rem collapses. Others yell, shaking Rem's body, but no answer comes from the bloodied man. A voice snaps at Incrid, must he continue dying from the same failure? Real strength, he realizes, is forged from mortal danger, and can't be called freely. Accepting this, he decides only imminent death will activate the skill. Even the possibility of agony won't cause him to withdraw. If enduring that pain leads forward, then he'll continue moving no matter the cost. Morning rises brightly across camp, yet the tension between Incrid and Rem stays unchanged. Rem places a firm hand on Incrid's shoulder, insisting the attempt will not succeed today. Despite the failure, Incrid quietly notes it's already the 27th loop, and still no breakthrough. Hopeful yet desperate, he asks Rem to press harder against his heart to trigger the shift. A shocked expression crosses Rem's face as he questions if Incrid truly seeks death. Without hesitation, Incrid confirms, death is acceptable if it brings progress. Rem scoffs at the thought, refusing to take part in Incrid's madness. He turns away, declaring he won't be the one to kill a superior officer. Confused, Incrid notices Rem's tone and behavior aren't matching the usual pattern of this loop. Later that night, Incrid reflects alone, determined to break through the wall he created himself. Though the reset grants him endless chances, something about Rem's behavior today felt different. His determination remains firm, he'll keep moving until the truth reveals itself. Persistence drives Rem's change of mind. He agrees to try, starting on the 30th attempt. By the 40th try, his resistance weakens, and he repeats Incrid's request back to him. 50 cycles in, Rem meets Incrid's gaze, with silent understanding, and prepares to act. By the 60th attempt, Incrid gives a direct command, his tone sharp and decisive. Rem hesitates but senses something unusual in Incrid's resolve and expression. Realization strikes Rem, only follows through when treated as a subordinate, not a companion. The pattern becomes obvious. Incrid realizes that Rem and the others respond only to authority. They were never rebellious by nature, they simply lacked clear instructions to follow. He regrets assuming they wouldn't obey, understanding now how authority shapes their actions. Incrid shifts attention back to his goal, unlocking the heart of the superhuman. Adrenaline surges through his body as his heart accelerates unnaturally. Each beat drives his muscles beyond their limits, preparing him for the unknown. Rem responds firmly, repeating the activation phrase with unwavering determination. Pain intensifies, blood rushes and vision blurs, but Incrid refuses to yield. Despite the suffering, he clings to consciousness and calls out Rem's name. Rem delivers a powerful blow, striking Incrid's heart with brutal precision. Blood spills from his mouth as the pain threatens to overwhelm him. At the edge of collapse, his heart pulses violently, sunlight breaking overhead as Rem wonders if it worked. Through repeated strain, Incrid's heart finally reacts, surging with awakened power. A grin spreads across his face after countless failures. He now activates the skill alone. With the sun rising behind him, he lifts his sword, aware that over 100 loops have passed. From afar, Rem and the others watch, amazed by what he has become. Without hesitation, Incrid charges forward, his body moving faster than before. His heart pounds wildly, pumping more power than any normal body should sustain. A strike lands with such force, it fractures the ground beneath him. Dust clouds rise as debris scatters into the air from the impact. He has finally surpassed the barrier he built through fear, doubt, and hesitation. His comrades silently recognize his change, whispering a single word: strong. Rem steps forward, curious, and asks 2 questions: origin and ability. Without hesitation, Incrid answers firmly. He's neither from the West nor a genius, just persistent. Incrid manages to learn the heart of the superhuman technique while training at the military camp. Yet, the method brings severe side effects, and he collapses due to extreme exhaustion. Unable to move at all, Incrid asks whether such a reaction is normal, and Auden assures him it is expected. Even after the warning, Incrid is consumed by the pain spreading through every muscle in his body. He contemplates Heart of the Superhuman, a battle skill that greatly enhances one's capabilities. Knights who perfect this ability wield power like a god, while still maintaining human form. Incrid admires such strength, realizing how far he remains from becoming a true knight. Auden tells him to rest for a day, recognizing the strain the training has caused. Auden refers to his treatment approach as blood, sweat, and tears, and prepares to start recovery therapy. Without any warning, Auden presses hard on Incrid's muscles, making him cry out in pain. Encrid clenches his teeth, likening the pain to a barrier formed by death itself. Auden instructs him to remember the pressure points as part of the lesson. He explains the massage is a method used to relieve muscle knots after excessive training. Despite the suffering, Encrid chooses to endure it, realizing the method may help him later. As tears form in his eyes, another voice shouts in worry, fearing the massage might kill him. Sunlight filters through the trees as Encrid reflects on barely surviving Auden's harsh treatment. His bruises remain, yet the tightness in his muscles has eased considerably. Ordered to rest, he struggles with doing nothing, and decides to check his weapons instead. Before he can continue, Auden appears behind him, and immediately stops the attempt. Although Encrid tries to explain, Auden takes the weapon, enforcing full physical recovery. Unexpectedly, another soldier offers to clean the sword for Encrid. Naturally, the red-haired soldier asks for payment, surprising Encrid. When questioned, he defends the high cost by praising the weapon's outstanding quality. Without hesitation, he reminds Encrid that dual wielders naturally pay twice. As the man walks away, Encrid wonders why no one protested his dual-wielding choice. He expected concern. Yet his comrades seem strangely indifferent to the danger. Auden views dual-wielding as inefficient and avoided even by skilled swordsmen. A lack of control and strength makes the style impractical without heavy training. Despite these drawbacks, Encrid questions why no one opposes his path. Auden answers calmly, leaving Encrid to think about the real reason. While sharpening his weapon, a soldier casually calls Encrid stubborn, watching him refuse to let it go. Auden agrees, pointing out how Encrid still rejects what they just explained. Instead of arguing, Encrid clarifies that he's not being defiant, he simply wants to dual wield. Using both swords together, he explains, just felt natural. That feeling reminded him of his childhood dream to become a knight who ends conflicts among friends by the fire. He once called this dream Sir Peacemaker, only to be ridiculed. The same group dismissed his ambition as foolish, insisting it wouldn't make him a knight. Despite the mockery, Encrid swore to pursue what he believed in. That resolve has not changed, even now. Not only does he keep dreaming of knighthood, but also of mastering twin blades. The others quietly observe, sensing something different within him. Auden reflects on how Encrid started with nothing, yet never stopped progressing. That spirit earns Auden's rare approval. The others find it odd, but he assures them he dislikes everyone else. Even so, one responds with a grin they feel the same way. The group jokes about disliking one another, admitting they're all alike in that sense. Auden claims even God demands too much, laughing as he admits his dislike for them too. Despite their banter, one of them suggests training instead of wasting more time. Encrid hesitates, unsure whether he should move without Auden's permission. He's reassured the training only involves observing, not physical effort. The new lesson focuses on improving his ability to sense and react his dodging instinct. Outside the camp, the red-haired soldier admires the shine of a freshly cleaned sword. He mentions the extended battle and senses something unusual in the air. Reports indicate Marcus's unit is surrounded, making the situation more complicated. Enemy camps reveal the presence of a newly deployed force. The soldier suspects they are regrouping for another strategy after their earlier defeat. He realizes urgent information is required, fearing the Aspens are preparing a new plan. Practice starts with the trainer stating that evasion relies on spotting dangers clearly. He explains that honing reflexes is vital to building the elusive evasion sense. To test this, he prepares to throw rocks labeled with letters, tasking Encrid with reading them mid-air. The first attempt ends in failure, leaving the mentor unimpressed and quietly urging a retry. As dusk falls, stones continue flying, but Encrid still cannot discern the markings. A sudden strike catches him off guard, smashing him into the ground in pain. Inside the recovery tent, a fellow soldier encourages him, noting progress, pushing through soreness. Encrid stands, wary of the silence around him. Without warning, another rock rattles nearby, clearly timed to catch him vulnerable. The instructor reminds him that combat offers no mercy or pause. Outside, a rock slices through thick leaves, launched with precise accuracy. It rushes forward, gleaming as it breaks through to open ground. Encrid narrows his eyes, barely catching the word attack as it whirls toward him. Recognizing the signal, he dashes forward, muscles tight and alert. Shouting erupts, enemy contact is announced, and soldiers are ordered to assemble immediately. Confused, Encrid confirms the letters he saw were CR, expecting feedback on his performance. Rather than praise, his mentor sarcastically notes it took 40 stones before Encrid succeeded. Suddenly, urgent shouts break the moment. Someone has spotted an ambush, and soldiers begin sprinting. A panicked soldier demands to know where the enemies are, frantically searching the area. Meanwhile, Incrid observes another warrior venting his frustration from long-standing restraint due to injury. Still restless, that same man pleads for a fight while the others gather into position. Incrid confronts the idle soldiers, frustrated by their lack of urgency. Another fighter explains the situation: just one arrow was launched before the enemy fled. Despite this, the group assumes the border guards will handle the chase on their own. Attention shifts to the recovered arrow, which features reversed feathers and extended length. Its unique design reveals the shooter, an infamous enemy from a previous battle. While some joke about the strange name, others grow more serious upon recognition. Incrid questions the hazy memory of his companion, who explains time feels different for him. He recalls the archer's ruthless attacks in a brutal past encounter. Only with the help of a soldier named Bell did Incrid survive that day. The enemy's identity is finally confirmed. He is known as the Claw of the Hawk. News of the attack spreads through the camp while some soldiers remain unaware. Inside a command tent, Ragna casually reacts to the incident, revealing he spent the day sleeping. Changing topics, Ragna discusses Incrid's dual swords, suggesting a new method for mastering them. Rather than training drills, he recommends adapting physically by treating the swords as constant companions. He jokingly compares the swords to girlfriends, prompting playful confusion from nearby soldiers. As night falls, Incrid lies in bed with both swords by his side. A panther-like creature named Esther watches quietly, finding no space to join him. Irritated, Esther mutters about Incrid's relentless dedication even while asleep. Suddenly, a cry signals another attack, jolting everyone from sleep. The enemy once again fires a single arrow and disappears before retaliation. Frustrated, Esther scolds Incrid and demands he sleep properly for once. Elsewhere, another soldier reacts to the disruption, realizing it's the second ambush. Morning arrives, but training continues under the constant threat of assault. Incrid focuses as arrows from the Claw of the Hawk still fly without warning. A fresh arrow strikes the ground, sparking alarm and confirming the attacker's persistence. Soldiers react quickly, but frustration grows as the archer remains unseen and untraceable. Meanwhile, Incrid calmly reads the next carved word bar and shouts that another ambush has begun inside. Esther hisses, sensing danger as another arrow lands nearby without warning. Incrid joins his instructor outside, identifying the new letters engraved as Ian. Piecing together the message, he realizes the combined words spell Ian Crazy Barbarian, training resumes. But Jackson escalates into a fight, declaring he'll retaliate violently. The instructor scolds him, pointing out Jackson's tendency to start unnecessary brawls. Elsewhere, soldiers grow frustrated that the enemy leaves no tracks and continues vanishing after each strike. The red-haired soldier evaluates the situation, warning that the attacks are only beginning. Although hesitant, he admits someone must act and steps forward to take initiative. Incrid approaches and proposes discussing a plan with their superiors before more attacks come. Inside the battle tent, officers debate over Aspen's provocations. One pushes for a strike, while another cautions about a trap. Tension rises as no workable strategy appears. The commander, more adept in fighting than advising, finds the situation exhausting. A woman's abrupt arrival interrupts the strain. Her presence delivers awaited news and redirects the room's attention. She states that Incrid, leader of the Lunatics platoon, asked for temporary authority to carry out a plan. While some question Incrid's ability, she notes that the idea came from a subordinate called Crace. Instead of rejecting it, the commander requests specifics, intrigued by the unexpected origin of the proposal. After examining the plan, he grants approval. The army is instructed to move immediately. Meanwhile, the Lunatics platoon is assigned a different task titled Hawk Hunting. Their march starts across rugged hills, some members enthusiastic, others cautious of what awaits. A soldier expresses confusion about advancing through enemy territory without direct pursuit. Rather than chasing, they aim to hit supply routes, compelling the enemy to react. If the opposing commander bites, they will face him. If not, they will still cause harm. Uncertainty returns as one labels the plan overly complex. Laughter follows. With a teammate joking but supporting the tactic's intention, alertness returns. One cautions another to remain vigilant, reminding them danger stays nearby. As they travel through harsh terrain, Incrid checks their position. Pin scans the distance and identifies their target. High speed defines this mission. Striking quickly and disappearing just as fast forms the plan's core. To guarantee safe travel, Incrid asked for support. That's how Pin became a squad leader under his authority. Curiosity arises when Incrid asks why Pin fully joined instead of helping briefly. Giving no clear explanation, she dismisses it with a vague yet assured reply. Rather than pushing further, Incrid quietly thanks her. She grins and tells him to repay her someday with something meaningful. Teasing returns about Incrid's supposed fiancé, but he rejects the idea without hesitation. After noticing the enemy base below, Pin tells the team to descend. Ready for danger, she offers to remain behind if withdrawal becomes required. Suddenly, a fighter charges recklessly, eager for combat and bloodshed. Instead of stopping him, Incrid observes. Realizing this chaotic scene is an intentional test. Realization comes that this isn't only a mission, it's a personal trial of readiness. Even in danger, Incrid treats the moment as part of his continued training. Nearby, a teammate distracts the enemy by yelling at the gate with a smile. The guards, confused by the single intruder, question who he is and what he's doing. Rushing with intensity, the lunatic warrior attacks without pause, catching the guards unprepared. His weapon slams into a soldier's skull, delivering a deadly hit before anyone reacts. Shouts of enemy burst out as the camp scrambles to respond to the sudden strike. The pace intensifies as the warrior's motion leaves chaos behind him. Incrid watches quietly, amazed by the man's unnatural speed and accuracy. That skill sparks a desire he wants to learn it himself. Enemy troops yell in fear, identifying their attackers as the notorious Norillia unit without hesitation. Incrid's team begins their planned withdrawal, avoiding extended fighting. Meanwhile, Pin evaluates a soldier's reaction, pushing for sharper survival instincts. Her precise observation surprises him. She had measured his delay down to milliseconds. Even during combat, her focus remains on improvement instead of violence. Dusk marks the moment to fall back as the enemy begins advancing. Chasers follow behind, unable to keep up with the escaping group. Confidence replaces doubt this unit can complete their task. When Ragna drifts toward a shortcut, Incrid guides him back to stay with the group. Krace remains awake, amazed by how well Incrid led the platoon through the earlier turmoil. Elsewhere, the group gathers under a tree, making camp after confirming the enemy has withdrawn. Incrid considers how his soldiers now follow him more willingly, due to lessons learned from past struggles. Wanting to understand Rim's earlier charge, Incrid approaches him and begins asking how it was executed. Rim stops him with a firm refusal, confusing Incrid. This was the first time he declined a request. In a steady voice, Rim tells him eagerness matters, but purpose must come first. Quietly, Incrid realizes he has been issuing orders without truly knowing his own intent. That insight leads him to question the depth of his progress and leadership. Choosing to reassess his foundation, he accepts that true learning must begin from within. Thundering strides resound as Incrid surges forward, his rhythm steady across harsh terrain. Behind him, Krace pants for air, struggling with the relentless dash through rocky trails. Amazed by their stamina, he never thought even the captain could sustain such force. Krace realizes Incrid hadn't displayed this level of power when they initially encountered. Leaning down, sweat streaming off, he battles exhaustion and clings to a spark of determination, resolved. Now, he forms a silent aim to climb higher and achieve more, just like Incrid. Presented to Incrid as a companion of the fallen house gardener, Kratos had stayed nearby. He once considered him naive, someone to shield, not to follow. That belief collapses now. Incrid emanates authority, inspiring hope in House Gardener's return. Describing his surge technique, Incrid attributes it to mastering the heart of the superhuman. Shortly after, the team pauses atop a ridge, staring at a suspiciously arranged enemy camp, with exit paths easily cut off. The ground beneath signals a clear ambush. Understanding the trap, one ally cautions about concealed motives behind the visible arrangement. The enemy likely intends to guide them into a death zone masked as withdrawal. Unshaken, Incrid proposes reversing the situation by striking directly and removing every threat. Assessing the enemy's timing, Incrid anticipates the Hawk's arrival if the ambush collapses. Instead of pausing, he orders the squad to assault the enemy camp together. As others descend the cliff, Krace is instructed to stay under guard supervision. At the bottom, a Greyhound's leader views this operation as their final opportunity. They're tasked to aid the Claw of the Hawk against insurgent forces from Norillia. Despite the disgrace of submission, he pushes his troops to persist for eventual redemption. Soldiers rush forward, shocking the guards who believed no one would fall into the trap. A flicker of recognition strikes the commander as he notices Incrid at the forefront. Disregarding rules, Incrid advances toward him without speaking. Neither Incrid nor his partner identifies the enraged commander facing them. growling threats. The man swears they will not survive. Their demise, he insists, will reclaim the honor of the defeated greyhounds. Their weapons collide in a violent clash, the force echoing across the battlefield. Awareness ignites. Encrid remembers this man from the fog of annihilation. The commander, consumed by fury, strikes again, declaring history meaningless. Encrid deflects the enemy's weapon, no longer retreating as he once did. He remembers being too frail to challenge such might. Before now, everything has changed. A formidable rival now faces him, ideal to test how much he has advanced. The enemy confidently proclaims ruin, unaware the others are concentrating elsewhere. Instead of responding, Encrid's allies quietly watch, completely ignoring the provocation. Their stillness breaks with a sudden blow, instantly silencing the enemy in one strike. Encrid's comrades watch his battle, drawn in by the ferocity of the clash. He evades a brutal strike and counters swiftly, forcing his opponent into defense. Each action sharpens further. He's starting to master combat using both blades. Sparks scatter as weapons meet, the earth shaking beneath their encounter. A powerful hit sends Encrid sliding back. His power still requires improvement. One ally grins, prepared to drive him further by escalating his training. Encrid lunges again, twin blades cutting through air with accuracy. His adversary growls in anger, offended by Encrid's rising ability. Two blades now shape his approach, and this fight is nowhere near finished. Encrid gathers his strength, directing energy into his core before surging ahead. He unleashes the heart of the superhuman, forcing his body to its bursting threshold. His sudden acceleration surprises the enemy, bridging the gap with immense strength. Delivering a precise strike, Encrid's sword rips through his opponent's guard. Blood bursts as the hit connects cleanly, leaving the foe mortally injured. With the battle over, Encrid stands above the defeated enemy, breathing heavily. Seeing the commander fall, enemy troops stand frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Encrid's allies celebrate, impressed by the flawless execution of his move. Their spirits lifted, the team prepares for another attack, now advancing with confidence. The Greyhounds began a desperate assault as Encrid confronted the approaching enemy troops alone. Rem acted first, hitting a soldier with immense force that broke the man's defense instantly. Another opponent dropped when Rem's fierce downward strike shattered his guard and left him collapsing. Nearby companions stared in shock as Auden absorbed heavy blows with his bare body without hesitation. Their astonishment deepened when Auden retaliated, knocking an armored fighter off balance with a swift motion. Rem pushed ahead once more, knocking another foe aside while keeping full control of the battlefield. Enemies tried to overwhelm Rem together, yet his quick evasion caused one soldier to stumble helplessly. He instantly counterattacked, charging into the disoriented group and forcing them apart from the impact. Rem's finishing strike cut through another defender, revealing his aim to completely break their formation. Encrid faced the remaining troops, unfazed by their threats, as Rem mocked their hesitation. Before they could respond, Encrid rushed forward, taking down one attacker and halting the encirclement attempt. Their commander yelled commands, but fear spread among them as their numbers quickly declined. A red-haired ally swiftly cut down several soldiers attempting to surround her position. Encrid declared there was no need to defeat everyone, aware many were no longer capable of fighting. Suddenly, a faint glint appeared within the trees, catching the red-haired woman's attention immediately. An arrow suddenly shot downward, forcing the group to stop their advance. As the strike erupted across the ground, the red-haired woman pulled the others to safety. Recognition hit Rem instantly when he saw the unique arrow design embedded in the soil. Encrid then recognized the shooter, identifying the distant danger as the claw of the hawk. Rather than retreating, Rem described the contrast between a hunter's method and a marksman's stance. With that in mind, he dashed toward the cliffside to confront the unseen enemy. Some allies questioned his recklessness, while another dismissed the worry, trusting his endurance. Meanwhile, Encrid urged the group to move before enemy reinforcements could trap them. They quickly pulled back, leaving the burning village behind, as flames consumed the sky. High above the wreckage, cloaked pursuers watched the fire and prepared to move forward. The Claw reacted by ordering his men to pursue the escaping fighters. Despite Rem's disruption, he viewed the situation as useful for directing their chase. Encrid evaluated the circumstances, realizing Rem would pursue the Claw while they served as bait. Choosing uneven terrain, the group positioned themselves where enemy shots would be less accurate. At the forest's edge, Rem finally prepared to hunt the Claw under his own terms. Memories returned to Rem as the situation mirrored his past hunting experiences. Back then, his tribe saw him as a reliable tracker with unmatched instincts. Leaving that life behind created distance. Yet this moment revived long-forgotten skills. From the instant he encountered the claw of the hawk, Rem had already marked him as prey. Meanwhile, the enemy advanced through the thick forest, believing the terrain offered them protection. What they failed to notice was that Rem had already positioned himself for a surprise attack. His initial strike broke their formation and sent the soldiers scrambling for stability. Several attempted to shield their leader, but Rem's rapid counters cut through their efforts. Within seconds, another soldier fell, unable to even register the hunter's swift movement. The claw tried to hold his ground, only for Rem's charge to force him backward. A grim awareness crossed the claw's face as Rem declared the hunter never becomes the hunted. Taking advantage, Rem advanced and pushed the enemy leader toward defeat. A decisive strike pierced the claw's defense and ended his resistance. Still unsatisfied, Rem demanded the man stand and continue the battle. Instead, the defeated leader remained silent, unable to endure Rem's relentless attacks. Rem drove his weapon into the fallen enemy, finishing the fight with a final decisive blow. After realizing the opponent could no longer resist, he stepped back and calmly assessed the result. Though disappointed by the quick ending, he sensed his dormant hunting instincts returning. A brief moment made him realize how his actions mirrored Incrid's confident leadership. Years alongside Incrid had shaped his mindset, pushing him to consider self-improvement. He questioned whether adopting the same determination could help him surpass his past limits. Resolved to try, he stepped forward with focus as sunlight filtered through the forest. Even without certainty, he accepted the decision and prepared himself for change. With renewed determination, Rem moved ahead, embracing the growth he had long avoided. The war zone blazes beneath the fading sun as Incrid moves toward the turbulent front line. He steadies himself as dust lifts around him, revealing the intensity of the continuing clash. An abrupt force bursts nearby, shoving him back as enemy activity becomes more aggressive. A fierce blow rips through the earth, sending fragments scattering across the barren field. Incrid firms his footing, observing the distant figures engaged in a brutal duel. Nearby troops watch the encounter, recognizing it as a fight between skilled squires. Their commander reminds them that triumph matters more than observing the duel unfold. Commands spread across the camp as darkness falls, and reinforcements prepare to advance. Reports arrive that enemy forces endanger a nearby city, pressuring leaders to rethink tactics. Disputes erupt between commanders over whether to protect the city or hold ground. A tactician notes that losing even a few knights could shift the course of the war. Uncertainty rises as scouts fail to locate the opposing forces around the hill. Incrid rushes forward as their mounted units reposition toward the weakened front line. The strategy to split enemy focus works, allowing their knights to strike decisively. That action secures a major victory, led by Incrid and the so-called lunatics. Calm returns across the region as both nations finalize their agreement to end the conflict. The Aspens grant fertile lands as compensation, and Norelia accepts without resistance. Soon after, soldiers and citizens pass through the reopened gates, marking the beginning of recovery. Festivities grow in the streets while troops march through town in a disciplined procession. Among them, Incrid observes the restored landscape, noticing how life slowly returns to normal. While others rest after returning home, he continues striving to strengthen himself. Past battles replay through Incrid's mind as he reviews the mistakes he plans to fix. At that moment, Paul steps forward, requesting to train under his guidance. Though uncertain of his teaching skills, Incrid agrees after witnessing Paul's determination. Their spar begins with Paul's fierce charge, which Incrid deflects with ease. Paul, refusing to give up, asks for another attempt to refine his stance. A few soldiers glance over, surprised to see Incrid instructing someone. One blonde soldier watches quietly, recalling that he once trained Incrid himself. His focus shifts to Paul's movements. Noticing that even Incrid misses certain basics, he decides to remind Incrid later, so both men improve more effectively. Paul collapses from Incrid's counter, revealing the gap in their current abilities. A past lesson returns to Incrid, reminding him to understand his own position before advancing. Watching Paul struggle gives Incrid insight about the level he truly stands at. The realization redirects his focus toward identifying the exact weaknesses he must fix. He admits that he relied too much on advanced techniques during recent battles. Returning to basic form becomes his priority, prompting immediate changes in his movements. His mentor notices the progress and recognizes the familiar stance he once taught him. Pride blends with surprise as he sees Incrid correct his posture without guidance. That moment drives him to reevaluate his own fundamentals as well. Nearby soldiers murmur among themselves, confused by the mentor's sudden reflection. Their teasing intensifies, but the mentor responds directly, stopping the banter. Incrid intervenes, reminding everyone to avoid pointless disputes. Another companion approaches and notes how attention in the camp often follows Incrid. He advises Incrid to remain aware of his surroundings, since eyes constantly follow his progress. Around them, soldiers respect Incrid as an emerging figure, viewing him as a proven war hero. A high-ranking officer gathers nobles and troops to announce recognition for those who influenced the war's outcome. He emphasizes that the true impact came from individuals whose actions exceeded expectations on the battlefield. Despite whispers from nobles, the soldiers understand exactly who he plans to honor. Attention turns to Incrid as the officer summons him forward as the key figure behind their victory, stepping onto the platform. Incrid recalls his earlier appearance here with far less respect. This time, the crowd remains silent, waiting for the announcement with anticipation. The officer presents a prepared reward, believing it matches Incrid's contribution. He opens the case slowly, revealing an item selected with great consideration. Incrid sees the royal dagger, recognizing it as a mark of exceptional merit. The commander proudly displayed the ceremonial dagger, stressing its function as a mark of royal acknowledgement around him. Soldiers observed closely as the explanation underscored the privileges awarded to its bearer. Incrid observed the blade quietly, knowing that its worth rested in honor rather than real combat utility. An abrupt call of his name captured his attention, indicating a shift in everyone's focus. Voices from the gathered troops rose one by one. Amid their cheers, he considered how true knighthood demanded more than mere strength. With a firm hand, he confirmed his belief that skill should become the basis of honor. His movement toward the front felt intentional, signifying an important step in his journey. The crowd's response strengthened the notion that this moment would shape his route toward future knighthood. Nearby comrades reacted noisily, astonished that the commander kept calling only for Incrid. Their spirited shouts formed a surge of encouragement. The commander approached Content, assured that the reward matched the young soldier's dedication. Another statement followed as the commander announced he had arranged an extra gift for Incrid. Interest grew within the young man as he listened, without knowing what else awaited him. A feast was proclaimed for the evening, inviting everyone to take part in celebration. Incrid watches quietly as a fellow soldier delivers another loud proclamation before the gathering starts. Instead of joining the others, he reflects on how unfamiliar the idea of celebration seems. Laughter and drunken cheers burst around the fire as the night turns into a chaotic feast. Nearby, two men argue over the drink, one declining because of its barbaric source. Tensions rise swiftly, leading to a barrel dunk punishment for the stubborn soldier. Without raising a hand, Incrid casually suggests flipping the troublemaker upside down. He notices the irony of a man once threatening violence over poor wine, now drinking happily. Jaken's absence passes through his thoughts, bringing questions about the man's location. Though surrounded by laughter, Incrid admits he would rather be practicing with his sword. Footsteps break the moment as a figure approaches with intent. A woman's voice slices through the noise, accusing Incrid of betrayal and heartbreak. He responds bluntly, rejecting her claim with an icy stare. Gasps spread across the camp as her accusation shocks the spectators. While Incrid denies involvement, another woman supports him though, not without sarcasm. Frustration spills over as the blue-haired girl accuses him of abandoning their task. The blue-haired girl lashes out, enraged that Incrid appears to be wasting time socializing. Incrid repels the angry leopard beside her, causing gasps from nearby soldiers. One observer, fueled by envy, loses his composure and storms off to confront him. Nervous yet resolved, the challenger braces himself as the crowd starts to cheer and mock. Incrid accepts the duel with a confident grin, amused by the unexpected challenge. The soldiers shout for a fight, placing bets while supporting the would-be avenger. Among the onlookers, an elf presents a newcomer she wants Incrid to meet. The man, unfamiliar with Central Command, listens as he's informed about Incrid's reputation. She cautions that now could be the worst time considering Incrid's current mindset. Engaged in sparring, Incrid defeats his opponent easily, hardly entertained by the duel. Disappointed jeers resound as the crowd demands someone stronger to challenge him next. Frustration builds within him. He longs for a fight that truly tests his limits. The elf quietly considers stepping forward as others hesitate or retreat. Even experienced warriors shrink from the thought of dueling the relentless fighter. Despite warnings, one man silently accepts the challenge, ready to confront Incrid directly. Andrew steps forward, declaring his aim to prove himself before the assembled soldiers. The crowd watches quietly as he leaves a wounded comrade and moves toward the center. Incrid turns to face him, expression steady, showing readiness without speaking. Andrew recalls childhood memories and his wish to bring honor to his family. He admits to feeling lacking, yet views Incrid as both model and ambition, with determination. Andrew challenges Incrid openly, naming him as the one he must overcome, refusing to be surpassed. Andrew confirms his own training and preparation. Incrid listens in silence, the air between them filled with tension. Wind moves around them, marking a shift as both ready themselves for combat, weapons lifted. The duel officially begins under torchlight and watchful eyes. Incrid calmly accepts the challenge, matching Andrew's stance with equal determination. Both fighters prepare to collide, each pledging to give everything in the battle ahead. A fierce confrontation unfolds as Incrid slashes his weapon with precise intent toward his rival. Past memories return when the opponent recalls a moment once marked by failure. Instead of hesitating, Incrid reacts swiftly, pushing the man to surpass his earlier shortcomings. Studying Incrid's actions, the man detects a shift in both agility and precision. He retaliates with a powerful downward blow, answered by strong resistance and steady determination. Close by, soldiers cheer and yell, recognizing the leader's endurance and refined discipline. With every movement, Incrid advances with calculated purpose, narrowing the gap with ease. No longer driven by feelings, his gaze shows confidence built through endless repetition. Both warriors trade strikes, now evenly matched in power, yet motivated by separate ambitions. An unexpected hit throws the man off balance, forcing him to retreat under pressure. Unable to match the pace, he falters while Incrid sustains constant forward pressure. His hands shake, the burden of exhaustion and awareness beginning to settle in. The fight concludes as Incrid turns away, declaring his exit without pause. His resolve is evident: House Gardner will ascend, and he will guide that future. With respect, the man agrees, acknowledging the power represented by the royal blade. Joy bursts across Andrew's expression as he pumps his fist, unable to hide his excitement. Incrid answers calmly, confirming the future ahead and their shared journey to rebuild House Gardner. Smiling with pride, Andrew embraces the plan, while another ally questions his choice curiously. Tears flow down Mac's face, overcome by the importance of the moment. Rem steps forward with cloth in hand, triggering loud laughter and chaotic scuffling among them. Even amid the noise, Incrid stays composed, thinking about how brief such moments are. Incrid walks through the lively camp, determined to leave nothing behind unfinished. Far away, others continue celebrating, unaware of the deeper thoughts filling his mind. By sunrise, Andrew and Mac leave by wagon, tired yet full of hope. Incrid watches them depart, knowing they will meet again as nobles. Though weary, he resumes sword training, never letting routine falter. With resolve, he renews his vow to improve and follow the path of knighthood. Suddenly, Marcus arrives, drawing Incrid's focus with an unanticipated appearance. A hooded figure with blue skin stands quietly behind him, enigmatic and unreadable. Without elaboration, Marcus presents one final offering: a warrior clad in complete armor. The armored fighter strikes forward with frightening speed, crimson aura swirling intensely around him. Incrid responds at once, meeting the assault with honed instincts and tight focus. A violent collision erupts, sending shock waves outward as witnesses remain silent. Impressed by the result, the knight notes Incrid's defensive ability with interest. Instead of backing off, the knight presses further, preparing another crushing attack. Red energy flares again, and Incrid steadies himself, fully aware of the looming threat. Numerous deadly visions flood his awareness, pierced, torn apart, decapitated all simultaneously. Time drags as each imagined demise strikes his mind like reality. Amid it all, the opponent warns, retreat and survive or fall. Confronted with the choice, Incrid accepts death without doubt. He lunges ahead, unwilling to forsake the dream driving his spirit. Even endless death cannot stop his pursuit of becoming a knight. With determination, he moves onward, ready to crawl if necessary. Shock appears on the observer's face, eyes widened in disbelief. Incrid charges through the storm of blades, guided solely by conviction. The armored warrior stops his attack, signaling the conclusion of the overwhelming pressure. He praises Incrid's endurance, astonished by his ability to endure power beyond his control. Without that pause, the knight states, Incrid would have died instantly. Still catching his breath, Incrid asks the warrior's name, eyes filled with disbelief. The woman answers with her name, Asia, a proto-knight of the Red Cape Order. Realization dawns as Incrid gazes, understanding her strength surpasses his by far. Tension builds as the squad rushes forward to shield Incrid from danger. Despite their hostility, Asia stays calm, unaffected even while surrounded. With curiosity, She looks toward the group, asking who they are with quiet interest. Amber eyes observe the turbulent scene, evaluating each fighter's skill and teamwork with calm focus. The barbarian's brute force collided with the precision of his allies in a storm of blows. Standing at the back, a fair-haired swordsman remained steady, obviously capable. Despite his drowsy stance, the crimson-cloaked knight commanded caution, misreading the purpose of the newly arrived fighters. Whispers moved through the crowd, doubtful that someone like Incrid sought to become a knight. Even the boldest warriors hesitated when that idea was raised, uncertain how to react. Called upon by Marcus, the veiled woman clarified her duty, judging talent with eerie accuracy. She examined Incrid's fallen body. The clash had been a deliberately arranged test. Even so, her verdict remained unchanged. Knighthood was beyond his grasp. Though he had fallen, Incrid's effort gained silent admiration for reaching such a point unaided. The woman glanced toward her ally, measuring his interest in the defeated youth. He rejected the notion immediately, refusing to acknowledge Incrid's promise. Their unity depended entirely on strength. They followed nothing else. Her role finished. She accepted the refusal as a courtesy to Marcus. While others withdrew, she decided to stay. Something about Incrid drawing her focus. Instead of agreeing to lodging, the cloaked woman stopped to make a particular request. Though others believed her attention was on the blonde swordsman, that wasn't her real interest. Her gaze shifted unexpectedly toward Incrid, stirring the curiosity of the scarlet-haired knight. Facing the full force of her aura, Incrid achieved what none before him had. He stepped ahead. No earlier challenger had endured that pressure, much less advanced through it. Yet, untamed potential alone couldn't secure a future in knighthood. From afar, a guard hurried back, alarmed by the disturbance near camp. Everyone in the unit knew of Incrid's ambition, his wish to become a knight, never concealed. Despite rumors and skepticism, he remained resolute, never once rejecting his goal. Even now, the guard struggled to believe that Incrid's path might be over. His stride hastened, worry growing heavier with each step toward the quarters. Meeting him at the entrance, a companion joked, unaware of the rising tension behind the visit. Inside, Incrid lay unconscious beside the cloaked woman, leaving all astonished. No one questioned her presence, treating it as though it were completely ordinary. Yet a single voice reminded them all their leader's dream had just collapsed, and he might shatter. Incrid slowly stirred awake, confused and uncertain of his surroundings. Seeing him conscious, the woman confirmed it without feeling, standing quietly nearby. One man bluntly told him that others believed he'd never become a knight. The cruel statement sparked anger, prompting another to step in and stop the insult. Incrid, however, showed no reaction. His reply was soft, yet surprisingly steady. Perplexed, his comrades watched as he processed everything with composed detachment. Without delay, Incrid stated he would continue training, urgency evident in his tone. He regretted missing even one session and refused to lose more time. Encouraged by his determination, another member quickly followed behind him. From the corridor, amused eyes observed the situation unfold with quiet interest. A companion questioned Incrid's unusual calm after such discouragement. The reply was simple: his stubborn nature was unmatched. Even a knight once said Incrid would stay the same, frog or otherwise. Though hardship constantly surrounded him, defeat never once crushed his spirit. Reignited with motivation, the last among them stood ready to train just like Incrid, resolved not to lag behind. One soldier pushed harder, vowing to outdo Incrid's growth. While training, he remembered the crushing force of a proto-knight's aura. That pressure was no ordinary feeling. It resembled a lethal storm of intent and blades. Nearby, the cloaked woman asked whether Incrid felt curious about Asia's strange abilities. Incrid considered the idea of intimidation, trying to comprehend the power he had felt. He then questioned what truly separated knights from those still striving. A blonde knight answered that wishing wasn't enough strength, had to awaken to progress. Only 1 in 10,000 could even start to grasp this rare power. Despite the odds, Incrid continued onward, eager to understand the nature of knighthood. He asked to learn more, unshaken by warnings or hardship. The woman explained that this form of knightly strength extended beyond intimidation alone. Ultimately, the name for it was simple, yet absolute. It was called will. Ragna states that will arises from intent and stands as humanity's strongest inner power. Reaching it demands confronting limits directly and attempting to overcome them through effort. Instead of elaborating, he informs Incrid that understanding only forms through lived experience. A hooded individual appears, explaining that will manifests uniquely within each person. In their view, nobody grasps it without first exceeding their own boundaries. Although Incrid questions the method, he is told the answer must be discovered internally. Clutching his blade, Incrid returns to practice, selecting repetition as his solution. The watcher observes, doubtful that mere repetition alone produces improvement. They argue that experience, rather than instinct alone, shapes genuine growth, thinking of others. The figure remembers numerous warriors they have judged. Skill and determination are the two qualities they seek. Still, Incrid's presence unsettles, even that experienced perspective. Each strike shows intense commitment, even without refinement. His will, unlike anything seen before, holds the figure's full focus. To them, Incrid remains an enigma driven by unparalleled determination. Luagarn remarks that many creatures exist for desire, strength, or feeling. Some pursue power, others are drawn by love, each led by impulse or yearning. Yet for them, purpose lies in exploring and comprehending the unknown. Moving closer, they present themselves to Incrid as part of the lunatics. Calmly, Incrid asks their name, interested in this strange companion. Luagarn responds with assurance, fascinated by Incrid's aura, a genuinely mysterious being. Soon after, rumors circulate in the camp about a frog joining their group. The odd presence attracts attention and whispers among uneasy troops. Distrust builds, increasing tension within the gathered soldiers. One soldier loses composure, shouting for everyone to stay back. Disputes break out, ridiculing one another's conduct and manners. Emotions flare, and a disorderly fight quickly erupts. Amid the chaos, Luagarn silently evaluates the group's natural potential. They have exceeded limits. All four demonstrate evident promise. However, without fortune and self-awareness, none are ready to become knights. One observer comments on their honesty, certain the conflict will fade on its own. Disorder intensifies when weapons are drawn, causing nearby soldiers to panic. Within the turmoil, Incrid casually inquires about lodging from Luagarn. Luagarn replies immediately, deciding to remain beside Incrid. That choice provokes anger from others who consider the place valuable. Unaffected, Luagarn jokes about their madness while excusing their appearance. The group keeps eating as Incrid apologizes on behalf of the others. Luagarn admits they care about looks, and spares Incrid because of his appearance. Interested, they encourage Incrid to ask anything freely. Rather than speak, Incrid suggests a duel to continue his practice. His companions label him reckless for seeking more battle after an exhausting day. Luagarn inwardly recognizes Incrid's mental endurance as exceptional. Curious, they consider what Incrid might become if his will awakened. Despite the humor, Luagarn affirms their interest is sincere. Eager, Incrid agrees to the challenge, exactly what he desired. A solitary officer reflects on earlier defeats following their commander's death. Their army collapsed, strategies failed, and a powerful ally was lost. At the heart of the turmoil stood Incrid, leader of the lunatics platoon. Although conflict paused, the officer expected Aspen's next action once the truce ended. Despite prior efforts, they believed removing Incrid was still the only solution. With resolve set, they ordered an assassination targeting Incrid specifically. That night, a killer slipped into the camp beneath moonlight, weapon ready in silence. Incrid was seen through a window, confirming the objective. Before attacking, the assassin was halted by someone confronting them during the approach. In the silent night on Aspen's outskirts, an ancient stone structure stood alone beneath the moonlight. The Monterrey Guild, recognized for its hidden influence, confronted a grave issue. Several assassins sent to eliminate a target had disappeared, their outcomes unknown. Even after sending a seasoned killer, the guild failed once more. Their newest assassin, like the others before, had been quietly neutralized, proving the opponent was far more dangerous than anticipated. The guild's leader disclosed that the assignment came directly from Aspen's royal authority. Refusing it would endanger the guild's future, making victory not merely an objective but a necessity. Understanding the seriousness of the order, the guild chose to escalate. Only their most elite killers could hope to accomplish the task. The Locks brothers, the deadliest assassins within the group, were summoned. They were given instructions to eliminate the mysterious force that had been eliminating their operatives. Morning arrived in Aspen, and the town returned to peaceful normalcy. Civilians walked through the streets under the protection of soldiers assigned to maintain order. Among them was Incrid, their hero. As he patrolled the town, townsfolk greeted him with admiration, thankful for his efforts in keeping the area secure. One man offered a gift to Incrid, thanking him for rescuing his son's life. Though Incrid initially declined, the man insisted, overwhelmed with gratitude for the hero's past action. Others gathered, recognizing Incrid and expressing appreciation. He had become a symbol of safety for the townspeople. A merchant handed him a bottle, suggesting he return later for more. The atmosphere around Incrid was welcoming. However, above the crowd, a cloaked figure quietly observed the hero's position. The Lox brothers had already infiltrated the area, and their target was now clearly visible. Suddenly, a dagger cut through the air, flying toward Incrid with lethal precision. The strike was silent, executed with expert timing from the shadows. Reacting quickly, Incrid grabbed a nearby child and shielded them. The blade narrowly missed, deflected at the final moment, with lightning reflexes. The weapon struck the ground with force, embedding itself into the stone. The assassin's attempt had failed. Incrid's instincts had saved a life again, but the threat had only begun. Incrid immediately identified the danger after deflecting the earlier strike. His eyes scanned the crowd as tension rose, but the assassin had already vanished from sight. Before anyone could respond, a bystander collapsed with blood at his mouth, struck down by an unseen enemy. From above, one of the Lox brothers recognized Incrid as the obstacle to their guild's success. Without hesitation, he launched himself into action, blade ready to kill. The assassin descended with force, aiming directly for Incrid, but he was met with a counter from another attacker, revealing the second Lox brother's presence. The siblings moved with deadly coordination. Their objective wasn't only Incrid, but also to destabilize the area and spread chaos within the town center. Saxon, observing from a distance, studied their tactics. He realized this ambush wasn't random. It was part of a structured operation to eliminate a threat the guild couldn't control. Incrid approached him quietly, concealing his intent. His movements were precise as he checked on unconscious civilians. He, carrying a child to safety, noticed Saxon nearby and questioned his presence. Saxon avoided the concern by claiming he had moved some drunkards out of danger. With the threat briefly gone, Saxon calmly explained that he had relocated the fallen to prevent them from being trampled, maintaining a facade of concern. Incrid noticed the scent of alcohol lingering in the air, and although puzzled, let the matter go. Saxon questioned Incrid's willingness to help strangers, but Incrid dismissed it and prepared to leave without argument. As Incrid walked away, Saxon remained behind, observing silently. His demeanor suggested thoughts he wasn't ready to express aloud. Saxon's internal monologue revealed his true focus. He believed Incrid should devote all his energy to becoming stronger, free from trivial civilian concerns. He viewed the surrounding townspeople as distractions, obstacles to Incrid's growth, and resented their continued involvement. With growing frustration, Saxon reflected on past encounters and his rivals, vowing to clear the path for Incrid. His final thought was a silent challenge to those who dared interfere on his territory. As the evening settled over the town, the streets began to quiet down. Citizens returned to their homes. Saxon entered a tavern, his expression stern. He passed by relaxed patrons, making his way toward a private room where an influential figure waited. Inside, Genitress sat alone, bathed in the warm light of sunset. Her composed silence suggested she had already been informed about the escalating situation. Saxon stood before Genitress, reporting his earlier actions. He explained that the scene in the market had been staged using alcohol to conceal the evidence of a conflict. Genitress acknowledged the existence of operatives from the swamps of Monterey, identifying them as a serious threat that required immediate action. Without delay, Saxon proposed eliminating them by using their own tactics, quietly and effectively. Saxon turned around and walked out of the room, leaving the discussion behind. The choice had already been finalized, and no further debate was necessary. As he departed, Genitress spoke to the room with a cold directive. Though her expression remained unreadable, her words carried firm authority and finality. At her command, black-clad operatives concealed above descended from the rafters. The silent signal had been delivered. Retaliation would commence at once. Elsewhere, an elder figure within the city delivered a warning. The swamps of Montera were to be alerted. A firm boundary was being established. Several bodies lay motionless beneath a sheet. It was a casualty of the latest intrusion, the final indication Aspen's protectors would endure. Genitress, having reached her threshold, announced a new order. Any additional assassins discovered within the city walls were to be killed without hesitation. Far from Aspen, news of the defeat reached an unknown group. Uncertainty spread, as they understood the target could no longer be approached through ordinary means. An agent confessed failure, explaining the defenses around the target were impossible to overcome. Their squad had been entirely outmatched by the hero's companions. Even the continent's finest assassins were now viewed as inadequate. A quiet observer listened carefully, processing the consequences of what would follow. The unknown nobleman received the newest report. Accepting that assassination would fail, he decided to cancel the plan to eliminate Incrid. He calmly withdrew the command, acknowledging the circumstances. Instead of wasting more resources, he chose to wait for a more suitable confrontation. Gazing out the window, the nobleman contemplated Incrid's strength. He concluded that if the man was truly exceptional, they would meet again someday. This time, in direct combat, 3 months passed, and the border guards resumed their normal routines. The sky remained clear, and the land was tranquil. 2 guards rested beneath the trees, feeling sluggish. They blamed the warmer weather for their lack of energy. Despite their laziness, they observed Incrid's steady discipline. Even now, he continued to train alone every day without stopping, never missing a single session. Incrid's consistent training gained respect. The others began to realize that his strength wasn't luck, but the result of continuous effort and discipline. Some rejected the admiration, claiming their instruction had shaped him. Still, they couldn't deny his improvement had surpassed anything they anticipated. While they joked about curses or divine consequences for being overtaken, the truth was evident, and Incrid had grown through his own determination, not through chance. From afar, Saxon observed with troubled thoughts. His breathing was steady, and uncertainty filled his mind as he watched Incrid's development. A memory surfaced in Luagarn's thoughts. Saxon remembered her words and careful judgment. Luagarn had once thought Incrid was no different from her, lacking talent. But now she reaffirmed her earlier belief. Incrid's journey was built on effort, not natural ability. Incrid kept running through his training routine, pushing his limits under the sunlight. Sweat streamed down his face, yet his concentration never faltered. He was accused of being in decline, but Incrid refused to accept it. What others failed to notice was the internal change happening within him. Though unseen by those around him, Incrid trusted in his progress. He understood he was improving, slow, consistent, and genuine. One quiet step at a time. At daybreak, the silent village lay beneath a muted sky, with merely the occasional whisper of the breeze passing along the deserted paths and timber homes. Within the barracks, a soft murmur drifted as one of the soldiers attempted to understand the writing before him, while others stayed asleep beneath heavy blankets. Kreese remained bent over a book, turning pages beneath the light of a lantern, irritated by the unfamiliar symbols he failed to interpret, no matter how often he tried. His reading was broken as Luagarn came closer, annoyed by the sound, startling him with a sharp comment as she rose from her bed. She asked about his behavior as she stood near him, interested in what had driven his early morning restlessness and ongoing muttering. Kreese gestured toward the book, astonished to discover Luagarn could understand the unusual script, igniting a feeling of urgency and hope across his face. As the sun climbed past the horizon, its glow spread across the hills, marking the beginning of yet another day at the outpost. Incrid, still exhausted, lifted himself as the others in the room started to awaken from sleep, the pull of training calling them once more. Without hesitation, he declared the beginning of morning drills, guiding the others outside into the training grounds despite the weariness on their faces. Outside, the veteran soldiers watched from afar, murmuring concerns about Incrid's slow development and absence of clear progress. Even knowing his decline, Incrid held a cheerful look, puzzling those who could not grasp his calm within frustration. As training went on, one of the soldiers came forward and told him that Commander Marcus had called for him for a meeting. Inside the command tent, Marcus gave Incrid a mission scroll, assigning him a risky task under mercenary classification. The mission required destroying a monster colony near the outskirts, where creatures gathered and increased in number during summer. A significant danger had appeared, and Incrid was granted full command of the town's defenses, signaling the start of a crucial operation. As Incrid got ready to leave, the village stayed still, the rooftops observing quietly as another mission started to unfold. Inside the barracks, Finn watched Incrid preparing carefully. Weapons, equipment, and even a small creature were secured, each piece arranged with intention. Luagarn and Kreese observed as Incrid described the importance of complete readiness. A vast colony of monsters waited, and sheer numbers alone could crush the careless. Incrid examined the request scroll closely, verifying every detail before heading out on the mission. He quietly considered the worth of whistle daggers, uncommon weapons they had once obtained from a half-elf. Getting more was no longer possible. At that instant, Kreese looked over the document and identified the location stated. His response was immediate, filled with urgency and surprise. Overcome with excitement, Kreese abruptly shouted to Incrid, insisting to accompany him on the mission without delay. His eyes shone with enthusiasm as he grasped Incrid's arm, brimming with determination and anticipation. Though Incrid attempted to dismiss him, Kreese persisted, arguing this journey might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. While strolling outside, Kreese disclosed the real reason for his eagerness, a concealed treasure buried near the border town. He spoke about legendary riches left behind by a renowned merchant, Dolph, whose name was murmured in stories of fortune. Incrid gazed at the map Kreese produced, remembering it as the same one discovered on the previous battlefield. Kraze explained that Dolph's wealth was widely known among treasure hunters, and believed to rest in an ancient long-deserted dungeon. Despite his excitement, Kraze confessed he couldn't understand the script written on the map, as it appeared to be a forgotten language. Luagarn stepped forward calmly, revealing that she was the one who assisted with the translation, her academic background enabling her to interpret old texts with ease. While discussing strategies, Encrid was surprised to discover that Luagarn, despite her combat instincts, identified herself as a scholar capable of decoding ancient texts. Kraze, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, asked Encrid once again to approve the journey. With a nod, Encrid agreed, as long as it wouldn't take too long. With the choice settled, the group began preparing to leave the following morning, their spirits lifted by the mission ahead. Not everyone was eager. Rem refused completely, claiming he sensed no divine guidance urging him to participate. Auden dismissed the journey entirely, choosing rest over action and declining involvement without hesitation. Also, Ragna mentioned personal obligations. One by one, Saxon too withdrew from the plan, leaving a smaller team behind. As the others exited the room, Kraze expressed confusion about their behavior, noting how close they had once been with Encred. Their numbers were limited, and Kraze worried about whether they had sufficient people to carry out the task effectively. Luagarn stepped ahead and volunteered without hesitation, explaining that she had no reason to remain if Encrid was going. Despite the smaller team, Kraze stayed confident, joking that Luagarn's presence alone could make up for their strength. Encrid stood silently for a moment, reflecting on those who had refused and those who remained. He looked around the room, his expression calm yet focused, committing to the journey with the few companions still beside him. The sun began to rise over the village as the group gathered outside, prepared for the mission that awaited them. Luagarn took the lead with firm determination, and the others followed. Kraze trailed behind nervously as Luagarn's beast stared at him. Before departing, Saxon called Encrid, seeking clarity or perhaps offering final words as the team stepped into unknown danger. As Encrid adjusted his equipment, Saxon approached and handed him a pouch, catching him by surprise. Inside the pouch, Encrid found a complete set of rare whistle daggers, unexpected weapons, thought to be nearly impossible to obtain again. Saxon gave no detailed explanation, simply stating he had his ways, and expressed his belief that Encrid would need every advantage he could gain. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers lounged in their bunks, indifferent to the team's departure. Despite their apparent disinterest, Rem, lying still, quietly acknowledged the real reason behind Encrid's actions. As Encrid walked past them toward the exit, he softly voiced his understanding of what motivated him to take this mission. Encrid paused by the doorway, replying calmly that he would return soon, hinting at his desire for a greater challenge next time. Saxon and the others watched him leave in silence, unsure what thoughts were hidden behind his composed expression. Rem wondered aloud about Encrid's mindset, questioning what he truly aimed to achieve, despite lacking visible progress. Auden remembered past moments where Encrid's growth had surged suddenly, despite periods of stagnation. He placed his trust not in current strength, but in Encrid's confidence and unpredictable potential. As Encrid departed, the soldiers remained behind, uncertain how much stronger he would become, but curious to find out. The quiet room became active again, as Ragna proposed a sparring match, suggesting they risk half their strength on the result. Despite their earlier refusal, several soldiers prepared themselves for battle, no longer willing to remain idle. Though their words were sharp, their actions revealed support. As Encrid's squad marched ahead, the others stayed behind, quietly preparing themselves for what was to come. The party advanced carefully across monster-ridden land, aware that colonies attracted perilous creatures. As expected, their path toward the settlement faced constant interruption. Encrid and his squad repelled successive waves of foes. Precise actions and synchronized attacks held the creatures back, though exhaustion steadily increased. Although weary, the group continued onward. They faced 6 packs of beasts within a brief span. Even after Finn took a mistaken route, they regrouped and pressed ahead. Beneath the haunting glow of 2 moons, the group stepped onto a bramble-lined forest trail. They followed a path thought to be avoided by monsters, relying on Pin's guidance. Even after selecting this safer trail, monsters struck again in ambush. Their appearances were abrupt and too frequent to dismiss as mere coincidence. Despite the colony's known effect, the repeated clashes felt unusual. The group questioned the source of the relentless assaults within a supposedly safer zone. Encrid assessed the surroundings and verified it was not Devil's Gate. His uneasiness deepened, especially given how constant the monster presence had grown. He remembered the tale of Devil's Gate, a cursed region unreachable by humans, and rumored to be the birthplace of all creatures and monsters. Still cautious, Encrid felt something was wrong. His instincts warned him of a strange danger as he readied himself for another sudden clash in the darkness. At last, the party arrived at a fortified settlement. A local individual welcomed them, introducing himself as the town's chief and recognizing their arrival. Encrid described their purpose, mentioning a mercenary contract and suspicions about a nearby colony affecting monster behavior. They agreed to examine the matter further, yet before continuing, someone among the townsfolk reacted in surprise upon noticing one of the newcomers. A stern man stepped forward, one eye covered by a patch, identifying the newly arrived party. His presence suggested authority and experience from the past. The man greeted him and introduced himself as the captain of the town watch. Encrid then revealed his rank and ties to the border guard unit. The man disclosed vital information: the colony had already been eliminated. His statement suggested another cause behind the recent attacks. Deutsch, the leader of the watch, assured Encrid's group that the town's protection was more than adequate. The guards were elite mercenaries trained to defeat any creature. He gestured toward the walls surrounding the settlement. A strongly reinforced barrier constructed by a local engineer claimed to be impenetrable to monsters and assaults. With certainty, he brushed aside the team's concerns and stated they had no further role. He would mark their mission complete and instructed them to depart. Encrid remained resolute, clearly stating he would decide when to leave, not be driven away. His composed resistance shifted the atmosphere. To reduce tension, Kreis proposed they rest after the long journey. He subtly eased the conflict and provided a reason for staying. Deutsch eventually conceded and allowed their stay, ordering Hugo to prepare accommodations. The silent tension lingered, though open hostility paused. Hugo accepted the assignment with a grin. Despite his friendly demeanor, a strange tension existed between him and Luagarn. Luagarn watched quietly, her expression filled with discomfort. Kreis noticed her reaction and casually asked about it. Luagarn confessed her unease, describing an odd urge to challenge Hugo. His presence disturbed her, though she did not know why. Luagarn could not explain it. Yet something in Hugo's aura felt unnatural, reminding her of entities they had encountered before. Hugo, unaware of her doubts, remained cheerful and offered to escort them to their quarters with a relaxed smile. Luagarn followed, still uncertain, but chose to ignore her instincts as coincidence for the moment. The group moved forward cautiously. Later that evening, the party assembled in a quiet structure assigned as lodging. The mood stayed tense despite the temporary peace. Kreis remarked on the town's cold attitude. Encrid remained silent, though he understood the deeper cause behind the unfriendly reception. Encrid perceived Deutsch's unease. As a high-ranking figure, his presence could appear threatening. Deutsch likely feared losing control over his subordinates. Encrid voiced his suspicion toward the town's statement, believing the colony had not actually been eliminated. The group quietly examined the matter away from prying ears. Kreis and Luagarn both concluded that the frequency of monster encounters conflicted with the official report. All signs suggested the colony still existed. Luagarn pointed out the challenge they would face without assistance from the townspeople. Even so, Encrid remained firm and stated they would proceed regardless of any lack of support. Later that evening, Encrid resumed his practice using weighted ropes. Kreis observed him, wondering how long he intended to continue. Luagarn and Kreis eventually went to rest, leaving Encrid alone with his regimen. They had become accustomed to his relentless discipline. Luagarn watched him quietly, noticing how he repeated the same routine, without any clear progress. She found his persistence difficult to understand. While observing him, memories began to surface within Luagarn. She remembered her time with someone from her past, a person who also took pleasure in training. The image of her lost partner came to mind, their face carrying a warm smile during a moment long gone. The feeling tied to it remained strong. She recalled words once said to her, a vow of constant support and affection, resonating within her thoughts as she gazed at Encrid. A noise interrupted her reflection as Encrid's weighted ropes struck the ground. Luagarn continued watching from the doorway, deep in contemplation. She thought about her former connection with humans, remembering how intense and meaningful that mental bond had been for her kind. Although her partner had passed, the emotion stayed unchanged, yet uncertainty crept in. Perhaps her partner had not fallen to unknown causes, but to the them. As dawn approached, Luagarn quietly stepped closer, watching Encrid train once again. His consistent rhythm felt strangely familiar. She asked whether he found enjoyment in training. Encrid answered immediately, confirming that he did. His honesty made her hesitate. Luagarn looked at him silently. Something about his presence, his demeanor, stirred feelings and memories she believed were long buried. A messenger rushed toward Deutsch, warning that the monster horde still remained a danger. He urged that they needed Encrid's group to help defend the town. Deutsch rejected the idea, firmly stating they would manage on their own. His confidence in the town's independence outweighed any need for outside aid. He reinforced his position, declaring loudly that the town belonged solely to them. He refused to relinquish control, even with the threat increasing. Thinking back on the town's beginnings, Deutsch described how its people had escaped corruption and built their home from nothing. Shaping it through their own efforts, they had worked tirelessly to create the town's systems and stability. Allowing outsiders to interfere now could jeopardize that hard-won freedom. Deutsch worried that accepting help might lead to domination by the very forces they had fled. Trusting his watchman, he chose to stand alone. While observing from the tower, a subordinate questioned Deutsch about Hugo, the newcomer. Deutsch answered that Hugo was capable and dependable. Hugo stood by himself near the wall, appearing calm and loyal. Nothing about him seemed suspicious to the town's defenders. However, moments later, Hugo confirmed with another guard that everything was ready. He then revealed his true nature with a dark grin. His disguise had ended. At sunrise, the concealed plan was set into motion. An order was issued to begin their hidden scheme, marking the start of a coordinated assault. From the forest beyond the walls, glowing eyes emerged from the darkness. The monsters had been waiting, prepared to strike with perfect timing. The attack erupted without warning. Roars echoed through the air as the enemy advanced. The defenders shouted commands as battle suddenly began, and Crid quickly recognized the strike as a colony attack. Knowles led the assault, and disorder spread throughout the town. Luagarn understood the reality. This was more than monsters. Cultists were among them, confirming her earlier suspicions. One frenzied devotee, part of the cult, proclaimed loyalty to a dark deity imprisoned within Devil's Gate. The true danger had finally been revealed. The early sunlight climbed above the village, spreading gentle warmth across its quiet roads. A high timber fence encircled the area, serving as a quiet line between safety and the unfamiliar. A man called in Crid readied himself for yet another session of training. While villagers began their daily tasks, he calmly stepped outside, giving a brief goodbye. There was no rush at all, only habit, repetition. In another place, a guard happily welcomed the morning, unaware of the approaching threat. Nearby, Incrid was already positioned on the ground doing push-ups near his twin blades. He had practiced this countless times without warning. A terrifying howl rang through the forest. Breaking the village's calm, creatures appeared from darkness, their eyes shining with hunger. Incrid spun quickly, instinctively feeling something had gone wrong. Cries followed the smell of blood as the creatures tore through the village. People fled in panic, and Crid's gaze hardened as he understood. This wasn't chance. Something had awakened them. A villager was pulled down right before him. The air filled with fear, and Crid's hand reached toward his weapon, yet he stayed still. The moment to move was near, but not yet. The signal for soldiers echoed loudly. Warriors rushed to guard the helpless. Orders were yelled as wooden gates slowly opened. Incrid moved along, composed and resolute within the panic. He walked past allies, disregarding commands. This assault wasn't simply duty for him. It was deeply personal. He advanced toward the front steady, focused on a single purpose. His thoughts repeated a vow. He would eliminate every cultist linked to this nightmare. The memory of his loved one, stolen by them, drove him onward. A creature leaped toward Incrid with deadly intent. Without delay, he struck ahead, his motion precise and controlled. The defenders nearby struggled, but Incrid's presence stabilized the chaos near the gate. Within the barrier, pressure increased as more creatures forced their way inside. Orders were shouted. Incrid told Finn to check the defenses while he maintained the line. He reacted fast, knowing every moment mattered. He summoned Kraze and Esther to remain close. The younger warriors obeyed, their anxiety visible but resolve stronger. Incrid's concentration never wavered. The battle grew brutal as several creatures attacked together. Villagers and soldiers fought with desperation. Incrid moved across the fight, watching every danger, his blade always in motion. A creature clamped its jaws on a fighter beside him. Blood burst out as the man dropped. Incrid responded immediately, striking the creature down mid-attack. He couldn't hesitate. Not here. Within the turmoil, Incrid stood like a barrier. He slammed into a creature from above, hitting it with accuracy. He fought to push the front back, giving others room to recover. At the center of battle, Incrid's thoughts stayed sharp. He remembered escaping death before. Waves of monsters were familiar to him. His calm came not from pride, but experience. He followed the method learned through suffering: separate targets, strike quickly, and move before the next foe could respond. He cut down 2 creatures before they finished their growl. Incrid sprang upward, dodging a claw attack. He landed forcefully, blade first, driving into a creature's skull. The strike was precise. The memory of his promise drove him onward again. Incrid's sword drove through a creature's skull, blood scattering as it fell. More creatures surged forward, forcing defenders backward. Incrid barely paused as another opponent rushed closer. He managed to respond, yet the creature's strength had changed. They were not merely wild, they were driven. Unlike ordinary beasts, they attacked in groups, coordinated, relentless. Everywhere people struggled to survive. The village defenders were being overrun. Incrid saw allies dragged down, and still, the enemies advanced faster than they were defeated. Cries echoed loudly. Terror spread across the battlefield. Soldiers collapsed one by one. The defenders kept losing ground with every second passing. Among the fallen, a leader swore in frustration, unable to halt the tide. He shouted commands, but his voice was lost in chaos. Hope faded with every backward step. After that, stillness fell. A monstrous wave had surged through, leaving the village, once vibrant with life, in ruins. Fire burned in the distance, devouring houses and memories alike. The village, its will and defenses destroyed, was crushed beneath the monster swarm. The survivors couldn't mourn. They either fled or faced death. Incrid, his chest shining crimson with energy, rushed across the battlefield. His blade swept in a broad arc, cutting down two creatures at once. His power exceeded normal bounds. Still, it wasn't sufficient. Even with skill and fury, the enemy numbers continued to rise. Incrid understood this wasn't just another battle. It was a sign. Something more sinister guided this force. Kraze, wounded and frustrated, attempted to stand firm but was hindered by a hidden curse. The affliction drained him, forcing him to fall back as a beast approached. He cursed his weakness but accepted retreat as the only choice. He chose to leave the fight, vowing to meet Incrid again once he had grown stronger. Elsewhere, another individual moved through the chaos. Concealed within smoke and flames, he slipped away unnoticed. The scheme he followed had already started, its purpose unclear to the others. The unknown man reached a hidden chamber. A radiant glow erupted as Luagarn, a blue-skinned cultist, appeared mid-ritual. Energy burst outward, shaking the surroundings. Her strength was undeniable. She spotted the intruder and attacked instantly. He narrowly avoided her strike, recognizing her at once, one of the corrupted followers behind the attack. Luagarn's fury surged, her eyes burning brightly. Her expression showed cruelty and fanatic devotion. The man realized the truth. This was not simply an invasion. It was an organized cult assault. At the front, Incrid kept fighting, cutting through monsters with sheer determination. Each strike slowed, his body began to give out. He stumbled backward, drained of strength. His muscles burned with pain. He couldn't lift his weapon again, no matter how hard he tried. Among the ruins, Incrid fell beside lifeless allies. As he struggled to breathe, his weary eyes met a young boy hiding beneath debris, quiet, frightened, yet alive. Incrid's eyes widened as the ground shook. A gigantic figure advanced through the monster ranks, towering, armored, and unlike any creature he had faced before. The beast stood firm, powerful and assured, commanding the others silently. This was no ordinary monster, this was their leader, directing the horde's movements. Despite his exhaustion, Incrid stood again. He glanced at the boy in hiding, then stepped ahead. With calm determination he called out to the leader, drawing its focus. The leader attacked first. Incrid moved aside instinctively, then lunged to meet it. Their clash came instantly. Steel struck, claw with explosive force. They exchanged blows rapidly. Incrid barely managed to block each incoming strike. His focus sharpened on the creature's pattern, searching for a weakness to exploit. With sudden effort, Incrid counterattacked, landing a strike on the beast's flank. But the monster responded quickly, its claws slashing dangerously near. The fight was far from finished. Incrid vaulted over the creature, weapon ready, his gaze intense with purpose. He was pushing beyond his limits now, relying only on skill and raw will. The battle grew fiercer. He attacked again, evading mid-air, landing heavily on one knee. Blood flowed from his wounds, yet he did not yield. He stood again, his heartbeat thundered. His sight blurred from blood loss and exhaustion. Still, as he locked eyes with the enemy, Incrid's expression hardened. He would not stop. Not yet. The monster leader faltered, its eyes widening in shock. Pain coursed through its body, and it sensed something wrong. A toxin had been infused into the blade that struck it. Growling in anger, the creature condemned Incrid's methods. It mocked him as a coward for using poison instead of strength, yet its movements had already slowed. Seizing the chance, Incrid attacked with precision. His blade cut deeply, slicing through the creature's neck as blood burst out, ending the fight with one decisive strike. Incrid struggled to breathe as fumes from the blazing settlement smothered the battlefield. The fires roared around him as his power weakened. Unable to move, Incrid understood the toxin from his foe's weapon had spread too rapidly through his body. This time, though, he hadn't returned to the beginning of the day. The loop hadn't activated again. His body trembled as blood poured from his mouth. He gripped the earth, teeth clenching in anger. He could sense death closing in, yet he was still fixed in this instant. Encircled by hostile troops, Incrid lay vulnerable. The chief of the settlement stood close, watching him with wicked pleasure. The creature appeared to relish his agony, deliberately postponing the finishing strike. Incrid stared at the hazy figure with hatred. He had to survive, no matter how many cycles it required. He had to slay that leader. The settlement wouldn't fall until that creature was destroyed. The beast's power exceeded that of ordinary monsters. Worse, its weapon had been poisoned. Incrid knew even a minor injury would bring certain death. Despair slipped into his mind. How was he meant to defeat such an enemy alone? The memories of earlier failures echoed inside him as the glow of regression activated again. Incrid opened his eyes inside the barracks. Morning had come. He had returned to the same cursed day. He hurried to arm himself. A comrade lay still nearby, likely already doomed. He tightened his hold on his sword. There was no time to lose. Whether it required 10 more attempts or 100, he would make this the cycle where that creature died. Luagarn questioned Incrid's presence in full armor so early in the day. Her curiosity was stirred as she watched him silently from across the barracks, sensing something unusual in his behavior. Incrid didn't reply with pleasantries. Instead, he turned to her solemnly and asked if she knew about the cultists, he hinting at something urgent and troubling. Luagarn's relaxed posture shifted as she called the cultists a group of lunatics. Though her words ridiculed them, the sudden question clearly unsettled her as she lowered her voice with unease. She explained that among the many perilous sects rising across the continent, the worst was the Church of the Sacred Devil's Gate. They were zealots worshipping warped powers and ancient demons. Luagarn described how the cult believed the Devil's Gate was sacred and worshipped the Demon of Sixes. Her expression turned grim as she recalled their brutal deeds and dark rituals. Before she could finish, shouts echoed out from the streets below. Enemies had invaded the town, and Incrid rushed to the window and confirmed the threat. Monstrous gnolls had started their assault, and Incrid instantly dashed out of the room, already expecting conflict. The sudden monster raid only confirmed his rising suspicion that the cultists were involved in what felt like a planned attack. As he fought, he noticed Luagarn battling gnolls alone. She still doubted his words, but moved on instinct. Incrid knew it would be hard to convince her of the truth. There wasn't time to argue. The town was under siege. Incrid clenched his teeth and pushed ahead, knowing that every second wasted would cost more innocent lives. Incrid rushed through the chaos, charging directly into a pack of gnolls. He pushed his limits to intercept a bigger beast that was targeting helpless civilians caught in the crossfire. His sword sliced through the air, striking down his foes with keen precision. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Incrid's focus stayed fixed on protecting those behind him. Among the horrified witnesses, a single man gazed in shock. As blood scattered across the earth, he wondered how one human could ever stand firm against such a swarm of beasts. Incrid drove his sword into a gnoll's torso without pause. Blood erupted over his face, yet he showed no reaction. He was already advancing toward another foe. He told himself there was no hidden power, only the abilities he had honed through endless deaths and repetitions. This was the time to apply every lesson carved through pain. Cries rang out across the battlefield. Fellow guards understood the gravity of the assault. Commands were shouted to regroup and defend the town's gate, but it was already turning into a desperate struggle. Without waiting for support, Incrid rushed ahead of the rest. He sliced through enemy ranks like a piercing spear, pulling their focus and breaking openings in their formation. He used every skill he had refined, instincts sharpened in combat, blade control perfected through practice, and awareness built from near-fatal encounters. He moved like a warrior forged for battle. A single sword was insufficient. Incrid shifted to throwing knives, aiming for critical points. Every strike landed with lethal precision. Even alone, he would make his experience the colony's final hope. Incrid flung a spinning knife that cut cleanly through a gnoll just before it reached a terrified woman. His accuracy was flawless, and his timing saved her life. As another creature leapt toward her, Incrid surged forward and struck it down with ruthless efficiency. Blood splashed as the gnoll collapsed at her feet. The woman, stunned and clutching a child, stared in shock.
Her hands shook as she realized how close she had been to death, rescued by a man who seemed faster than fear itself. Elsewhere, Encrid clashed with another gnoll mid-assault. The creature's brute strength slammed into him, yet he twisted aside, and countered with force and skill. He wasted no movement. Every swing of his blade targeted a vital point. The sword shimmered faintly as he poured full focus into his technique. The beast staggered as Encrid's weapon pierced its core. While the others snarled in fury, Encrid was already shifting, his gaze fixed on the next enemy. A pack of gnolls charged toward fleeing civilians. Their yellow eyes burned with hunger, their growls filled with savage intent. Encrid met them head-on. His body reacted on instinct, engaging each gnoll in brutal close combat, where every second was a fight for survival. He fought without hesitation, using grapples and precise strikes alike. One by one his enemies fell, and despite the pain in his body, Encrid forced himself onward through the chaos. Encrid's relentless battle inspired those watching. Kreese, once overwhelmed by fear, now stared in awe, realizing the tide might shift. His disbelief turned into hope. Another villager, once frozen in terror, saw the same truth. With Encrid holding the line, survival no longer seemed impossible. The desire to resist ignited among the defenders. Encouraged, the watch finally advanced. They charged into the fight, rallying behind Encrid. No longer standing idle, they fought for their town with renewed determination. Encrid's blade moved like a dance, cutting down gnoll after gnoll. His actions held no hesitation, no uncertainty, only precise and deadly intent shaped by countless past failures. The gnolls came in waves, yet Encrid was quicker. Blood sprayed in every direction, but he stood firm, adapting to each new threat without pause. The battlefield descended into chaos, but at its heart, Encrid stood steady, surrounded, outnumbered, yet unyielding. He continued carving through the horde, giving the town a chance to survive. Then, a new danger appeared. A massive gnoll commander stepped forward, its movements calm but lethal. Its presence sliced through the chaos like an omen of death. Its gaze fixed on Encrid, it charged with terrifying speed, and the force of its approach sent fear through the ranks. Soldiers faltered as they watched the beast surge forward. Even those who had just gained courage began to waver. The true battle had only begun, and now Encrid faced the real enemy, the leader of the colony. As Encrid confronted the monstrous leader, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, labeling him worthless. The words burned with cruel certainty, feeding his deepest insecurities. A crimson memory resurfaced, a brutal moment from a previous loop where he had fallen overwhelmed and shattered. The failure replayed endlessly, forcing him to relive the agony. Yet through the haze, his determination hardened. Even if this was his final stand, even if defeat awaited, Encrid tightened his fists and chose to keep fighting.
Encrid rushes across the battlefield, wounded yet relentless, his augmented body straining far past mortal boundaries. The emblem of the heart of the superhuman throbs within his chest. A massive gnoll commander swings its weapon, yet Encrid confronts the creature directly. Their collision sends shock waves through the air, steel clashing, and raw strength challenging determination. The gnoll's savage strikes are vicious. Slipping low, Encrid rolls under a sweeping blow. With a burst of speed, he turns behind the creature, delivering a heavy slash. The beast roars in agony, and Encrid, wincing, readies himself for the next attack as more foes draw near. A pack of gnolls charges to assist their leader, growling and lunging with claws outstretched. Encrid's comrades intervene, clashing with the beasts to grant him precious moments. A cloaked swordsman intercepts a gnoll mid-leap. Weapons gleam as Encrid's allies cut down several enemies. The momentum briefly shifts, yet Encrid stays focused on the leader. Around them, disorder spreads as blood pours and cries echo across the battlefield. Through the haze, a huge gnoll with pale fur and icy eyes steps forward. It is another elite adversary, far deadlier. Feeling its presence, Encrid tightens his hold. The gnoll leader strikes again, yet Encrid ducks and drives his blade deep into the creature's skull, finishing it with ruthless finality. Blood sprays violently as the body collapses. Before he can recover, another gnoll seizes him from behind. Encrid twists and stabs its leg with a backward thrust, breaking loose with strength. As Encrid stands among fallen foes, his shadow stretches outward. More gnolls advance, yet so does his resolve. He refuses to fall again today. A soldier beside Encrid is caught off guard and slain instantly by a gnoll, the enemy's claw ripping through his throat. The battlefield grows more chaotic as their front line begins to break. A female knight, Finn, strikes down a gnoll in response, her face filled with rage. At the same time, Encrid drives his sword into another foe's side,
the movement swift and forceful. Incrid lowers into a crouch, scanning the area. His gaze sharpens as he spots the enemy leader waiting just beyond the clash, ready to attack with measured patience. The Gnoll leader rushes toward Incrid, taking advantage as his opponent's posture weakens. Incrid steadies himself for the incoming impact, injured but still standing. Incrid studies the timing. The enemy had waited until he was weakened before engaging. It was not wild instinct, it was calculated strategy. As Incrid tries to reposition, the Gnoll leader's blade grazes him, drawing blood. The hit was slight, but the intent was obvious: slowly wear him down. Incrid counters with a strong swing, his sword slicing the air. Blood scatters, yet it is not a lethal strike. The Gnoll evades at the final instant. Another cut opens on Incrid's face. The enemy's blade keeps slipping through small gaps, gradually breaking his guard. Incrid is pushed backward, knocked onto the ground. Incrid gasps in pain. He realizes the Gnoll is not trying to end him quickly. It is enjoying his suffering, prolonging the fight to disgrace him. Incrid lies on the ground, barely aware. The Gnoll leader slowly walks past him, certain that victory is assured. Incrid's body is still, yet his eyes begin to refocus. Other Gnolls roar nearby, overwhelming the human defenders. Their forces are driven back as cries and blood spread across the battlefield. Incrid exhales unsteadily, surrounded by bodies and smoke. His vision tightens as his eye glows once more, with a familiar blue light, showing his will to fight remains unbroken. The sun rises again, marking another day. Time rewinds as Incrid is drawn back once more by the power of regression. He charges into the battlefield for the third time, cutting down a rushing Gnoll with practiced precision. Despite his effort, the enemies continue arriving in overwhelming numbers. Incrid dashes across the field, calculating everything. He has realized that no matter how fiercely he fights, the Gnoll leader only appears after he has been heavily injured. He considers whether taking damage early could lure the leader out sooner. Yet the idea is rejected. The Gnoll's speed and reflexes make it too dangerous if he is already wounded. The Gnoll emerges mid-charge, faster than most knights. Incrid knows from experience, he cannot defend himself properly while weakened. In frustration, Incrid wonders if no other strategy exists. His thoughts race against the barrier blocking his progress. The battlefield fades, replaced by the image of the impossible wall he must surpass. Recalling the day before the war, Incrid reflects on advice once given by Saxon during training. His dodging, though quick, lacks an essential element beyond mere reaction. A memory returns. Saxon had said dodging is not only about sight and reflex. It is about aligning movement with intent, closing the gap between perception and action. Incrid rises, realization forming. It was not speed he lacked, it was coordination. His limbs and decisions were out of sync, under pressure, costing him time in close combat. As Gnolls close in once again, Incrid steadies himself with renewed determination. He convinces himself that if previous approaches failed, he needs to try something different. He remembers Saxon's advice to remove unnecessary decision-making in the midst of combat. This time, he won't pause to respond, he'll move before thinking. The Gnoll charges forward again, yet Incrid answers the attack with smooth motion. His body and instincts finally synchronize, reducing the gap with measured aggression. He avoids a claw strike by shifting mid-step, attacking without hesitation. The foe falters, its balance disrupted from an unexpected direction. Incrid concentrates. Saxon's words resurface, "Don't hesitate." His timing sharpens, and his blows connect with greater power and purpose than before. With a precise slash, he cuts down another Gnoll. His injuries still throb, yet his form is more refined, quicker. Every motion serves a purpose. The flow of battle begins to turn. Incrid pivots and rushes forward, his footwork compact and steady. The Gnoll dashes toward him, jaws open with hunger for blood. Without pause, Incrid slips past its opening attack and responds cleanly. The strike isn't only quick, it's driven by instinct, not thought. As additional enemies charge in, Incrid keeps advancing. His blade moves seamlessly from one foe to another, eyes tracking every danger instantly. A memory resurfaces in his thoughts. You should be ready to react to anything. He inhales and exhales, maintaining his rhythm. Incrid ducks beneath a swinging club and slashes upward. His evasion isn't just trained, it's automatic, as though his body moved before awareness. A voice echoes in his mind, "Repeat it until it's engraved in your body." Now, his body functions as one, no delay between sight, decision, and action. Leaping over a fallen enemy, Incrid lands atop another Gnoll mid-sprint, stabbing downward with accuracy. His movements are seamless, continuous. As a Gnoll strikes toward his blind spot, he twists and deflects without looking back. His awareness has widened through repetition. After 100 resets, Encrid's style has transformed. No longer chaotic, no longer slow. He's a blade sharpened through death and failure. Each movement now holds the burden of 100 failed lives, and with every step, he moves closer to victory. On his 101st attempt, Encrid clashes again with the Knoll leader. Blades collide, and neither fighter backs down. He pivots, barely avoiding a deadly strike. His feet act before thought, instincts refined through repetition. Blood runs down his cheek, yet he persists. The fight pushes him further than ever, his focus unshaken. Encrid tells himself to endure, just a little longer. If he can survive, if he can sense every movement without hesitation, then he may finally master what he once lacked, the complete dodging sense.